terrorists, and we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Howdy, Rad fams. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rad is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rad family, and we're better together.
Well, as we run through this Christmas Eve special program of the Steve Gruber Show, for all intents and purposes, we are on schedule now as the 2026 midterms really are officially underway now. And so as I think about Christmas Eve, I think about Christmas tomorrow, and then I think about New Year's just a week from now, which puts us squarely in election season. Donald Trump has taken his show on the road a couple of times now to Pennsylvania, North Carolina. He's going to continue that. Democrats are going to argue that Trump's on the ballot, and so is he. He's going to put himself fairly, squarely on the ballot. He's going to make people decide, do you like a secure border? Do you like inflation below 3%? Do you like the idea that you're going to get $2,000 checks? Do you like the idea that here in the next few weeks, people are going to get giant checks for refunds, $11,000 to $20,000, according to Kevin Hassett? I mean, these are all very positive things. And so that sets the stage for the midterm elections. And of course, you've got a huge decision coming out of the Supreme Court in June about whether or not you can gerrymander based on race. It's a case out of Louisiana. If that goes through in favor of the Republicans, which I believe it will, it's been decided before, that could move a dozen seats in places like Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, over to the Republican column and other places as well. Meanwhile, states like Ohio, North Carolina, Missouri have already decided to do redistricting, which means more seats come to the Republicans. The Democrats really could find themselves behind the eight ball in this deal. I think the Senate is safe. I think the Republicans have a chance to pick up 2 to 4 seats in the Senate, taking them from 63 to possibly 65 seats, because you got states like Georgia, Minnesota, Michigan, and New Hampshire all in play. They're all in play, and with a positive economic situation unfolding, that'll put the Republicans in the driver's seat. The question is, can they hold the House? They certainly can with redistricting, and of course, a favorable Supreme Court decision would really push the Republicans over the finish line to hold on to Congress and keep Speaker Mike Johnson where he is. All right, we're going to take a break. I hope you've got your Christmas shopping done, because you're basically out of time now. 7-Eleven's open late, though. We'll take a break. We've got 2 more big hours of the Steve Gruber Show still to come.
Message about retirement accounts in America. My father just changed.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? You guys have a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
And now a special presentation of The Road to the Kennedy Center Honors with your host, Bo Davidson.
I will survive. I want to rock and roll all night and party every day. I was a young troubadour, the music of the night. Yo, Adrian, I did it. These are all indelible, unforgettable lines from art that has inspired us and withstood the test of time. These lines come from the 5 artists who comprise the 48th Annual Kennedy Center Honors for 2025. They are Sylvester Stallone, Gloria Gaynor, George Strait, Michael Crawford, and the rock band Kiss. In this special presentation, I will take you down the road to the Kennedy Center Honors and showcase the multifaceted paths that led to these 5 honorees' recognition. For many of them, that road has been paved with much triumph, but also a significant degree of tribulation and heartache. Most Kennedy Center honorees have not led easy lives. The life of an artist is a difficult one, where pursuit of craft often creates many personal sacrifices. You'll hear how Sylvester Stallone was a troubled youth who studied the craft of film by becoming an usher at a movie theater. You'll learn how Gloria Gaynor sustained a major back injury before her recording of I Will Survive. You'll get to know a youth stunt actor who used his imagination to create characters in his head, which led to portraying perhaps the most iconic Broadway role of all time. You'll hear how every label in Nashville turned down the artist with the most #1 songs of all time. And something you may already know, that a beloved member of a rock and roll band passed on before receiving his Kennedy Center honoree medal. All this and more on the road to the Kennedy Center Honors.
Tonight on Real America's Voice, join host Bo Davidson as we begin the road to the Kennedy Center Honors, a journey through legacy, patriotism, and the artists who shaped America's cultural soul. This is where honor meets history.
This is the road to the Kennedy Center Honors. I'm Bo Davidson. The Kennedy Center has a storied history leading back to the leadership of President John F. Kennedy. The year was 1958. President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed bipartisan legislation establishing a national cultural center in our nation's capital. In 1962, President Kennedy and his wife Jackie launched a $30 million campaign for the center's construction. This Eisenhower and Kennedy collaboration, if you will, marked the bipartisan nature of the center's inception. After President Kennedy was assassinated, Congress passed a law to make this National Cultural Center a living memorial to the late President Kennedy, recognizing his devotion to the performing arts. Its mission is the following: to present classical and contemporary music, opera, drama, dance, and other performing arts from the United States and other countries, to promote and maintain the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts as the National Center for the Performing Arts, to strive to ensure that the education and outreach programs and policies of the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts meet the highest level of excellence and reflect the cultural diversity of the United States, and to provide a suitable memorial in honor of the late president. Culture, education, outreach, and maintaining excellence as a living memorial to the beloved president. That is what the Kennedy Center stands for. Each year, the center hosts 2 million visitors, boasts over 2,200 performances and exhibits, and over 400 free performances and events. The Kennedy Center stands as both a microcosm and a promise of American performance arts and a lasting legacy. In this program, we will explore the history, the leadership, the trajectory, and the legacy of this outstanding center that represents the best of the best. We will also profile the 5 esteemed artists who will be honored this year, which include the band Kiss, Phantom of the Opera's Michael Crawford, singer Gloria Gaynor, country singer George Strait, and actor Sylvester Stallone. Words inscribed in marble at the Kennedy Center read, "There is a connection, hard to explain logically, but easy to feel, between achievement in public life and progress in the arts." Under the new chairman of the Kennedy Center, President Donald J. Trump, new measures have been taken to beautify and refurbish part of the building and also to bring it to financial solvency. Trump appointed former ambassador to Germany, Rick Grinnell, to lead these efforts. And on the red carpet, I asked the ambassador what kind of mark he wants to make as he leads the first Kennedy Center Honors event. He said that when he arrived, the Kennedy Center was in tremendous debt, paying staff from reserves. Grinnell said that fringe programming was a major reason for arts institutions being in the red. He needed to make the center fiscally responsible. And since then, corporations have come to the table and donated and believed in the programming of the center. Grinnell is an avid lover of the arts, which is why President Trump appointed him. Grinnell is also a fan of arts education and wants to continue introducing new art to the Kennedy Center. It was confirmed that the Kennedy Center Honors Gala raised $23 million. So Grinnell and his team are certainly bringing the center back to fiscal responsibility. This 48th Kennedy Center Honors is historic in that it is the first time that an American president has hosted the event. And as President Trump made some time for press, I asked him how the artists that he helped select, many of whom are on his personal playlist that he regularly spends at his home for guests, have had an impact on his own personal enjoyment of the arts.
Most of these honorees are on your personal playlist. I'm just curious to know how they have impacted your own personal enjoyment of art.
Well, are you talking about the 5 honorees? Is there 5 the group and the 5 honorees? They are outstanding people. I had to approve them all. And every one of them very different. I said last night, totally different audience. But when you add them up, they're 100% of our country and a big percentage of the world. So we have great honorees. It's going to be a lot of fun. You're going to have a good time tonight.
Mr. President. Roma Daravi leads the center's public relations team, and she has a background as a ballerina. Given the center's platform for ballet, I wanted to ask her about how an arts education provides a springboard for what could be the trajectory of a future Kennedy Center honoree.
Performing art is one of the most beautiful things you can ever experience as a child. It teaches you discipline, it teaches you love for something that you can strive towards and love for yourself. So I truly believe in the power of the performing arts. I hope that families come to the Kennedy Center and see that firsthand and inspire themselves. We actually have an opera on our stage that is called The Little Prince, and there are children in that performance. So families are going to come here, kids kids are going to sit in the audience and see kids their own age on stage that will inspire them to dream big, and the Kennedy Center is the perfect place to do that. So we're just thrilled to host the honors tonight and showcase the best of the best that there is. Well, the institution as a whole was really struggling before we got here 10 months ago, but there's been a lot of good work. We've raised a lot of money. We've right the ship in terms of our programming. It is common sense business decisions that are good for the whole nation, and we are excited that the building has funding from President Trump, who is also our chairman. So you'll see a lot of physical renovations that'll be great for our patrons and just make this place more exciting and more alive.
Actor Kelsey Grammer, perhaps best known for the hit series Frasier, was on hand to honor Michael Crawford. And Grammer dealt with a number of personal tragedies as a child, but arts became a refuge for him, which is why arts can be a saving grace to a struggling child.
Oh, it's interesting. Art sort of was a refuge for me. I mean, in the midst of losing my granddad who raised me, that was the first thing when I was 12. That was very tough, but then we actually turned to the arts as a result of that, both my sister and I, and then of course Karen was killed. And I mean, I just wrote a book about that. That's 50 years after the fact. I mean, that's been a lifelong recovery, but a lifelong of simply honoring someone I loved that much and never letting them be forgotten.
What about these 5 honorees in this class do you like, and what you put your own personal impression upon for this election?
Yeah, well, we all just got on the phone and started talking about who we thought was great. You know, there were a lot of people that came up, and then this group, Sly was always sort of right in the pocket. Sly and John Voight, you know, I mean, there was a couple other guys, and just thought, you know, come on. So we're going to start with Sly. Maybe we'll get John next year. You know, he's amazing. Gloria Gaynor and I have actually known each other a long time. I've seen her in Jersey a few times, and she sang at a party I gave years ago. I mean, she's just magnificent. I talked about it to her last night about the 100 monkey theory, and she said, I've never heard of that. And I said, well, it's basically the theory that learned behavior after 100 generations becomes instinctual behavior. So it's just, they just do it. And it's a fascinating thing, so that every young woman born sings that song fresh out of the womb. I will survive.
When we come back, I interview the disco queen herself, Gloria Gaynor, who speaks from the heart about her legacy in a very faith-focused way. We'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere. The road to the Kennedy Center Honors will be right back, only here on Real America's Voice.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Welcome back to the road to the Kennedy Center Honors. The journey continues on Real America's Voice.
At first, I was afraid. I was petrified, thinking I could live without you by my side. And after spending nights thinking how you did me wrong, I grew strong, and I learned how to get along. Welcome back to the road to the Kennedy Center Honors. Certainly anyone with good hearing knows these first few lines to a song that lit the torch of the disco era. But it wasn't just a groove that made you unable to sit still. No. This was an anthem. This melody had accompanying lyrics that would become the heartbeat of anyone who had overcome a personal struggle, financial, emotional, health, relationships. This was a song with real meaning. But the song almost wasn't even recorded. Not just because Gloria Gaynor's record label didn't believe in it, but because she was in a back brace from a significant injury she had sustained on stage. This is Gloria Gaynor. Gloria, I understand that there was always music in your house growing up. What was your first musical memory, if you can recall?
My first musical memory? My mother singing to me, I think that's probably every child's first musical memory. Yeah, my mother singing to me the songs that she used to sing around the house all the time.
Well, I read in your autobiography that you always wanted to sing, but nobody in your family knew it. Talk about how important it can be to recognize a child's musical abilities and ambitions, since you had to kind of forge your own path.
I did have to forge my own path, and you're absolutely right. It is important that parents and siblings recognize another sibling's or child's musical or whatever kind of talents that they have, their hopes and dreams and desires to forge their way in life with whatever gifts they've been given. Because, I mean, that's what we're all meant to do. That's why we're giving these gifts. And so we all need that support and encouragement to follow through.
Now, Honeybee seemed to be your first real hit. And I'm curious if, when you recorded it, if you thought it would be the hit that it became. First,
when I recorded Honeybee, as a matter of fact, I didn't even want to record Honeybee. I wanted to record, at that time, I was interested in jazz music, and that was what I wanted to record. Clive Davis had that song written for me by Mervyn and Marvin Steele, a couple of brothers who were songwriters. And that was why that was my first recording. After it was recorded and people began to like it and it became a hit, of course, then I liked it as well. And was pleased that I had done it and realized that Clive probably knew better than I did.
Well, Gloria, you've had a tremendous career, but often, we don't really hear about the struggle and tribulations that artists go through. What dark days did you have to personally overcome?
Whenever I recorded, at that time, I think it was the same with all artists, especially female artists, that you were an instrument that was used by the record company. You recorded a song and they did what they thought should be done with it, whether you agreed with it or not. So and I'm glad to be at the forefront of that and having had to struggle through that and make my own way, make my own voice heard. Because I found it very difficult at times. I mean, I had many songs, even after that record companies either didn't like or didn't care about and didn't promote, and people never heard them. So it can be quite a struggle if you don't have people in your corner to help you push through the things that you think are valuable and the things that you believe represent and want to represent you and your talent.
Well, Gloria, I think this story is so interesting. Many might not know that I Will Survive was a B-side song, because the A-side song was a song called Substitute, which took up most of the recording session. You recorded it with a back brace on, and in only about 30 minutes, I understand. The record label didn't really believe in it, so it seems that you had to live the very lyrics of the song for it to become the hit that it is today. Is that true?
Well, yeah, I had to forge my way with that. And the first thing that we did was take it back to the record company and ask them if they would change their minds, if they would switch it and make that the A side, and they would not listen because nobody wanted to go against the song that the president had chosen, which was the other song we call aptly named Substitute. So then we took it to Studio 54, where they had this great, well-known DJ, and we asked him to play it. He very graciously played the song. And when this jaded New York audience stormed the dance floor on the first time of hearing this song, there was no doubt in my mind that we were right. This was a hit song. So we gave him the box of 25 CDs to give to his DJ friends around New York. He did that. And they began to play it. People began to request it, not only in the clubs, but on radio. And, well, the rest is history.
Gloria, I understand that in 1982 that you became a Christian. And often we see artists turn away from Christianity in pursuit of self rather than turn to it. Talk to me about this decision in your life and what changed for you.
Well, when I first started to look into Christianity, it was because of what had happened to me with my spine surgery. I was in the hospital laying on my back, not knowing when I was ever going to be able to get up and walk again and not only pursue my career, but pursue life. And so I was calling out to God, as we often do when we get in trouble. And he answered me. He answered me so many times and in so many ways, and gave me so much hope and encouraged me, and just with things and people that were saying things in my life and how my life began to turn around. And it's incredible. It truly is incredible.
Well, your nomination places you among previous honorees such as Ella Fitzgerald, Leontine Price, Marianne Williams, Aretha Franklin, Tina Turner, Diana Ross, and Dionne Warwick. Who would you say had the most profound impact upon you and your music career?
Well, Ella Fitzgerald was one of them. And in the beginning of my career, I did listen to Dionne Warwick, and I listened to Barbra Streisand, and I listened to all of these great artists who already had great recordings and great success and great voices, and I listened to them and to help me with my diction and phrasing and vocal acrobatics, so to speak, which doesn't seem to be very prominent among singers today. But those were the things that were at that time, were important at that time, still are important to me, and still are a part of my recordings and my vocals. But those are the people who uplifted and encouraged me without even knowing it, just from what they did with their careers.
Well, Gloria, you became a Grammy winner 40 years after I Will Survive for your Gospel Roots album, Testimony. And you have a new EP called Happy Tears. It seems that you are not just surviving, but thriving. Do you think you'll keep making music as long as God allows you to?
I absolutely will. I absolutely will. I can't imagine myself doing anything else. And I often say, I'm like a spinning top. If I stop, I will drop.
Well, Gloria, congratulations on this tremendous honor. And thank you for being such an inspiration.
Thank you so much.
Because I Will Survive is a song that will likely survive for years and years to come, I wanted to know what kind of a legacy she wants to leave. Prior to receiving her award at the gala, her answer was profound.
I want it to be that I shine the light that led them to Christ.
This testimony should not be lost on anyone who enters the entertainment industry. For having rock-solid beliefs and principles can sustain a person in times of great tribulation. When we come back, I profiled the man behind the mask, Michael Crawford.
Don't go anywhere. The Road to the Kennedy Center Honors will be right back, only here on Real America's Voice.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shopped. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Welcome back to the Road to the Kennedy Center Honors. The journey continues on Real America's Voice.
Close your eyes and surrender to your darkest dreams. Leave your thoughts of the life you knew before. Let your soul take you where you long to be. Only then can you belong to me. These iconic lyrics come from Andrew Lloyd Webber's The Phantom of the Opera, which has led an extraordinary run on Broadway. The man behind the mask was Michael Crawford. a British child actor and stunt actor who had a wild imagination. I asked him how having such a vivid imagination paved the way for playing such an iconic character.
My favorite people were Buster Keaton, Harold Lloyd, Laurel and Hardy, all those people, because that was drama. It was drama that they played with comedic physicality. And that introduced me to, I loved making people laugh. And I loved doing, I did a stunt sequence on roller skates that went in between the front and the back wheels of a moving truck. And people say, oh my God, you're so brave. And I said, as a kid, you would give anything to be able to do things like this on roller skates, but you'd be arrested. And I was doing it and I was getting paid for it. So I was really, it was a great career playing comedy. I loved playing comedy.
Well, my last question is, did you ever think as a boy you would wind up on a president's playlist?
I still can't believe that.
Growing up, I volunteered at the Orpheum Theater in Memphis, Tennessee, so that I could see Phantom as many times as I wanted. Theater tickets were expensive, and this allowed me to explore my own imagination of what kind of art that I wanted to explore. The Phantom perhaps began a series of downtrodden creatures that audiences fell in love with. He was the man who loved, but was never loved in return. People found compassion for the Phantom and his loneliness, and understood his rage. Michael Crawford gave this lonesome gargoyle creature a heart and a soul and a voice, a magnificent voice. Because Crawford had already achieved a certain level of career notoriety by the time he was cast, I wanted to know what it was about the role of the Phantom that created such a global impression.
It was a beautiful piece of music. It was, I found a drama when I heard it. It wasn't demonic. It was, and they had recorded it as a rock thing, like Phantom of the Opera, and I saw it as a drama rather than anything else. And so I wanted to delve into the man that had never been loved, never been held, never been touched by a mother. And so to imagine that and to find the truth in it, it became a very plaintive sound, a message that you could be tender and then ferocious. It had the temper because he became very violent. I have to look at that side too. But the main thing was that he loved. He discovered love. And if you sing that from deep inside you, you find that love, and it makes you weep every night. And when the thing is over, and when we were designing it, Sarah Brightman in rehearsal, she just dropped the veil one night, and I picked it up and I just stuffed it on my face, and I sang the last 3 lines into it, and they kept it in because it was, if you've ever lost somebody, and you can smell the people themselves in a piece of clothing, and it just is you got to convey that, and to do that with the character.
In spite of Michael Crawford's stardom, it is perhaps his graceful humility and passion for the craft of creating this iconic role that places him in a class all by himself. His music of the night will continue to play in our hearts forever. When we return, we learn about how the movie Rocky got made and how a misfit boy who was kicked out of a number of schools found his niche. We'll be right back with more of The Road to the Kennedy Center Honors.
Don't go anywhere. The Road to the Kennedy Center Honors will be right back, only here on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back to the road to the Kennedy Center Honors. The journey continues on Real America's Voice.
This unforgettable theme song has become etched in our souls as Rocky's theme, the boxer who toughed it out and overcame all odds. But how did Rocky get made? Sylvester Stallone was a kid born with facial paralysis who was expelled from dozens of schools. He worked odd jobs, including cleaning the lion cages at Central Park Zoo. For young Stallone, he said he looked like a villain, so he played one on screen. But Stallone wanted to know why great movies were truly great. He needed to see why some script dialogue lines landed and others did not. Now, the only way he knew to study this was by going to see films in the theaters. So he did what I did as a kid. He became an usher and got to see as many films as he wanted to for free. And he took pen to paper to start his craft of writing. When he auditioned for one particular film, the producers passed on him for the part, and Stallone mentioned that he was a writer. And in that moment of serendipity, the producers asked what he had written. He said he had a script. That script was Rocky. And those producers made that very film.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, now go out and get what you're worth. But you got to be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that.
Stallone said that he never intended to become an action star with unforgettable roles such as Rambo, but it was Stallone's internal fortitude and physical strength that enabled him to embody these roles and become the action hero that we all wanted to be. Stallone now continues to put pen to paper with the hit show Tulsa King, where he insists that he is merely playing himself.
I've always thought of life as like this one-way street, and you head down it, and as you do, it sort of disappears behind you. So, you can only go one direction, forward. And looking way down there, you see a city, but it's on fire, and it's red hot. And like I said before, you can't go back once you've started this damn journey. You can only go forward.
Even cabinet secretaries like Secretary of Commerce Howard Lutnick have been affected by Stallone.
You know, Rocky was in all of our lives. If you're my age, 64, you know, Rocky and Rambo were there all the time.
Stallone was honored by his brother Frank, who tearfully remarked that it was he and his brother who came from nowhere and through grit and courage wound up somewhere. When we come back, I highlight the legendary career of the king of country music, George Strait. We'll be right back.
Don't go anywhere. The road to the Kennedy Center Honors will be right back, only here on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back to the road to the Kennedy Center Honors. The journey continues on Real America's Voice.
Sometimes I feel like Jesse James, still trying to make a name, knowing nothing's going to change what I am. I was a young troubadour when I wrote in on a song. I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone. Welcome back. Another Kennedy Center honoree is the great George Strait. He has come to be known as the king of country music by critics and writers, or to many in the music world, simply as King George. Strait has sold over 120 million records worldwide, making him one of the best-selling artists of all time. He holds the Recording Industry Association record for most certified albums by any artist. Strait is credited for his traditional approach to country music and noted for his authentic cowboy image. Strait's career began while working as a rancher by day and performing with his band Ace in the Hole at honky tonks by night. Many may not know that Strait enlisted in the U.S. Army in 1971, was stationed in Hawaii, became a corporal, and then was honorably discharged in 1975. Strait very rarely gives interviews, so I have asked his longtime producer, Tony Brown, to give us some intimate insight into George's musical career in a way that only a true musician can do. Tony, thanks a million for joining me today.
My pleasure. Anything for George Strait.
Absolutely. Well, Tony, you've been the architect of over 100 #1 hits. That's a ton. But growing up, you were a gospel music piano player who came to Nashville knowing very little about country music. But because Elvis Presley loved gospel, you would go over and play in the gospel band at his house and then in the TCB band. Some might call that luck. Others might call it a God thing. How do you view your early days in music that transitioned from gospel to country music?
It has to be a God thing. I mean, I would have never in a million years think that I would be the president of a record company, and much less producing the biggest country music star there was, or even playing with Elvis Presley, as far as that goes.
It's incredible, honestly, that you came from performing in his house band, and then eventually you became an A&R man at MCA Records. So at what point, Tony, did you hear about George Strait, and then how did you come to be his producer?
When I came to Nashville in '69, I was still in gospel music, and I really wasn't into country music at all. After touring with Emmylou Harris for a couple of years, she turned me on to country music. And then when I got back to Nashville, I decided to quit playing piano and get into the record business. And George had just started to break then. And it's pretty much a phenomenon, because they would go, "What's the deal with this guy? He just walks on stage and the people go crazy like Elvis. He just walks around stage and does nothing, And so I've always been kind of analytical, so I started studying who this guy was. And I first went to a session. He was doing a McDonald's commercial, and I was going, I don't get what the deal is with this guy, but who knew that maybe 5 years later I would be his producer, which I consider myself very lucky that that happened.
Yeah, again, that's why, as I mentioned, some people might call it happenstance, others a true God wink in many ways, or a divine providence. As I reviewed George Strait's career, Tony, it was interesting to me to learn that his bar owner pal Irv Woolsey tried to get Nashville interested in George, but it seems that everyone on Music Row turned him down. And this is a very common thing that you hear about sometimes in stories of incredible artists. So he was about to take a job offer designing cattle pens, but his wife said, just give it one more year, and he got a one-song deal with MCA. Walk me through the early part of his career where many would-be legends might simply give up, and probably have.
Well, I was at RCA Records at that time when he first signed to MCA. So I only heard about him just from the news and the noise he was making as an artist. And, you know, and I know they did try to get him to take his hat off, and he wouldn't do it. And he sort of created what we call the hat acts, you know, like Alan Jackson, Garth Brooks, Clint Black, and so on and so forth. So all of a sudden, all these hat acts appeared. Now there's like cap acts. Everybody wears a baseball cap backwards. But George stuck to his guns, and you know, me being in the business as long as I have, I'm an analytical person. I think the thing about him that's so amazing that he's never tried to reinvent himself. Most artists seem to try to do that. They think it's time to create a new image or a new brand. George has stayed the same consistently. And I think that's the magic to his career.
Yeah, Tony, I do want to get into some of his musical trajectory and how he stayed true to everything that he always was. But in 1992, you became his longtime producer, and your first album together is Pure Country. Now, Tony, I have a great professional relationship with Steve Dorff, the writer of the song I Cross My Heart. It's near and dear to my heart. But because I know the story behind this song, that it had been pitched to Boyz II Men, who didn't like it. Bette Midler recorded it, who did, according to them, not a great rendition of the song, and then ultimately played for George, who commented that it was a nice song, but not one of Steve Dorff's best. Is this a great example of the kismet that only happens when a great song gets married to a great artist, and the providential road that leads to that?
Yeah, you know, I'm learning things about this song I never even knew. I know when I was asked to do Pure Country, it was my first album with George. And up to that point, he'd been selling platinum, which is 1 million records. And that record sold 8 million copies. So my first shot with George was a good way to start.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes to I Cross My Heart, when you had George record that, again, because it sounds like he wasn't all that crazy about the song, did you know, just your musical ear, that song would become one of the greatest country ballads of all time?
No, I've cut several songs with George that I realized would be big. Like Troubadour was a big song I thought would be big. I Crossed My Heart, I had no idea how big that song would be because it's a ballad for one thing, a real pop, lush ballad. Mm-hmm. And it became the biggest song on the record. I mean, Heartland was the first single, was a big hit, but Cross My Heart was so big. And it was a big part of the movie, too. The love scene with the girl in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to credit, again, my buddy Steve Dorff for writing Heartland and I Cross My Heart, just an amazing songwriter. Well, you produced 17 studio albums, I believe, with Strait, and 37 number ones.
I've done 20 albums with George.
Oh, 20. Okay, even more, even better. 20 and 37 number ones. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
I think that's the thing that I'm proud of, is because, I could have maybe cut 4 or 5 in a row and then lost my magic, but I kept it going to the very end. So
yeah, you've had an incredible career with him, and I'd love for you to just give our viewers just a glimpse of what it's like to work with him and make that magic in studio.
Well, if you know anything about the recording business in Nashville, most artists use session players. There's musicians who live in town and they create a band to play on records. Most artists don't use their road band on record. We hire musicians, and George has a certain group of people he's hired for every session that I did. The same exact band, and they become his band for that record. And they just, we go in the studio, it's just like second nature. Everything just sort of falls into place so easy.
Yeah, and it seems like he's very faithful to those guys too, and I'm sure that those musicians appreciated it.
One of the musicians, a piano player, had moved to L.A., and we cut in Key West when I was cutting him, Key West, Florida. And it's hard to get a flight into Key West. And the piano player had just gotten married, and it was his wife was expecting the day of the first day of his sessions. So he called and said, "Hey, I can't make the session. My wife's expecting today. I can't make it." So I told George I had to hire a replacement for this guy. And George says, "Does he not enjoy playing on my records?" I said, "George is his first baby. My God, give him a break." But George doesn't like strange. He likes his comfort zone is the same players, same engineer, same studio, and we pretty much cater to the same writers too. Dean Dillon wrote the majority of the songs, and I sort of knew what kind of songs fit George. Me and George pretty much saw eye to eye on songs that fit him really good.
Yeah, well, it seems like he values the consistency of those players and who's around him, which I think a lot of those musicians in Nashville certainly appreciate. You know, Tony, because you've worn both the producer and the A&R hats in your career, you've seen the ebbs and flows and changes in country music. But George Strait, to borrow his name, was always straight as an arrow when it came to the music. It didn't waver or fall privy to fads. You mentioned this earlier, so talk about the artist George Strait and why his music has just been always authentically George.
Well, you know, I don't think, you know, he's I don't consider himself, he's always been called the Frank Sinatra of country music. And when you think of Frank Sinatra, you don't think about Frank Sinatra as being a singer as just as much as being a star celebrity. I mean, Celine Dion's a singer, right? But George is, he's just, when he sings a song, it sounds like he's every man's voice. I think every man thinks I could sing like that, but they can't. But George, he's just so natural for him. We would find songs that fit him. I remember one time when John Michael Montgomery had I Swear, which was a big pop crossover. The writer who wrote that song sent me a song for George, which would have been a great song for John Michael Montgomery. So I showed it to George because I thought it was a hit. And George says, "This is a great song, but what are you thinking? I think John Michael Montgomery should cut this." And I said, "You know, forgive me. I'm sorry about that." But I sort of started learning what was in his comfort zone, what fit him. He never tried to push the envelope, but he didn't play safe. He just never tried to push the envelope because he thought I needed to change. He just was so consistent, and making records with him is absolutely the easiest production things I've done in my life. So natural.
Well, it's interesting to me you say this because I think it takes a true artist to recognize what their capabilities are, what they're comfortable with, what they're willing to do, what they're not willing to do, and what ultimately will make a better record and a better song. And it sounds like George, I mean, how many artists would have listened to I Swear and been like, I don't care whether I can sing it or not, I'm going to sing it because it's an amazing song. It's been a hit for obviously many, many different people. So that's interesting that it takes a true artist like George to recognize this isn't for me, but it is for someone else. And I think that humility is incredible too.
That's the thing I love about George. He was pretty much knew pretty quickly whether it would fit him or not. And of course, as an A&R person, I just look for hit songs. And, you know, hit songs usually have a hook, chorus, or whatever. But after that little experience, I was a little shy about pitching him songs. We did a John Prine song called "I Want to Dance with You," and I would have never in a million years thought George Strait would do a John Prine song, but it seemed to fit him. It was one of his biggest hits, the #1 song, but it just seemed so natural. And I remember playing for George, and George said, "What are you thinking?" I said, "I think that's a #1 song for you." And so George cut it, and it was #1.
Well, Tony, you've got the golden ears when it comes to that. That's for sure. And to speak to that, you were just inducted in the Country Music Hall of Fame in 2025, which is such a big honor, and we salute you for that. And George has said that you will leave a big footprint in the music world. If there's one album or even one song with George that you feel like defines your career with him, what would it be?
Troubadour. And that's the only album we won a Grammy with. We won a Country CMA Award Album of the Year. They won a Grammy for that album as well. But the song was such a magic George Strait song. And he sang it at my induction I didn't know he was going to be there, so I was surprised he came out and sang Troubadour, and needlessly made me feel like somebody.
Well, you know, Tony, you have a lot of humility to yourself, too, and I've read several articles about you where it just seems like you know, again, people could say right place, right time, but obviously it took a certain amount of your own talent as an AR man, as a producer, as a gospel player, to get you to work with two amazing legends, Elvis Presley and George Strait. When you think about the annals of time and the chronology of music, you know, I was at the ACM Artist of the Decade honors years ago when many artists came out to perform George's songs for him. And the one that blew me away, I gotta say, was Jamie Foxx singing You Look So Good in Love in this R&B way that I think really struck George. Let's take a look at it real quick.
You know, I just want to say this. You look so good in love. Oh, you want him. That's easy to see. Oh, you look so good in love. Well, I wish you still go on.
Do you think, I looked at George's face, was he as surprised as he seemed, and what does he think of other artists covering his music?
Well, you know, we never really talk about those kind of things, but I think he was surprised that Jamie could sing that song. I mean, I didn't know that Jamie, of course, Jamie had that film about Ray Charles, which proved he could sing.
Yeah.
But that night was totally a surprise for everybody in the audience, including me and George. And I thought Jamie did a killer job on it.
Oh, he did. He did. It was, and did you suggest this to Jamie, that he do this?
No, none of us knew what all the artists that sang songs as a tribute to George on that show is a surprise to the artists. So I don't think anyone knew that was going to happen. It was, except the people at ACMs.
Well, I think what's so cool about that is that Jamie talked about being in Texas and being inspired by George and how sexy his music was, and then this magic happened. I was floored. I was just flabbergasted about how great it was and the spin he took on it, the originality and the artistry he brought to it. And as you mentioned, his performance in Ray was incredible too. You know, George is going to be honored, of course, why we're doing this for the Kennedy Center, but I feel like George is not really a guy who rests on his laurels or values high praise. So as you look back at so much great music with George, I bet no honor could really encapsulate that for you or for him. So tell me what's been meaningful to your life and what George's legacy will be.
I just think that he was true to his own artistry, and I was happy to join him in that mission, because I never wanted to change what he was, because it was so magic. I remember people would say, "What is it about George Strait? He just walks on stage and people go crazy." It's called, when you're good, you're just good. Of all the songs I've cut with George, one of my favorite things was a song called Run. A real contemporary thing, but a very cool song. If you haven't heard that song, go check it out. But man, my time in the studio with George has been totally fun and rewarding, to say the least.
Well, 20 albums and so many hits later, Tony, you've just been part of a musical legacy that I think is so worthy of adulation and emulation, and I appreciate your kindness and your humility, and of course your time here today. So thank you so much, Tony.
I'm honored. Thank you very much.
When we come back, we profile the band that had us rocking and rolling all night and every day.
Don't go anywhere. The road to the Kennedy Center Honors will be right back, only here on Real America's Voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back to the road to the Kennedy Center Honors. The journey continues on Real America's Voice.
I want to rock and roll all night and party every day. These are the lyrics that come from Paul Stanley when he approached Gene Simmons about merging that idea with a tune Gene Simmons had called Drive Me Wild. That collaboration would become an anthem. It was the music of Kiss, a band comprised of Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Ace Frehley, and Peter Criss, a quartet of musicians who put on face paint and costumes to stand out in the crowd. That band that formed in 1973 in New York City became legendary, and their music has withstood the test of time. Sadly, lead guitarist Ace Frehley passed away in October before the band could accept their prestigious Kennedy Center honor. And on the red carpet, I spoke to all three remaining members of the band, beginning with Paul Stanley, reflecting on the band's legacy.
My mother fled Germany to avoid the concentration camps with hours to spare, and came to America, saw the Statue of Liberty, saw the American flag, had parents who didn't abuse the system but used the system to help elevate their children to what they didn't have. My father the same. It's humbling. I'm the result of the American dream, and that it is alive and well. The playing field's not always even. People don't always have it the same advantages. Some have more disadvantages, but you find out how much something is worth by how much you're willing to work to achieve it.
What's the one moment about Ace Frehley that makes you smile?
That he was looking forward to this, and that doesn't change even with his demise. He's here in spirit. I believe very much that spirits live on through us.
Paul, what would you like for the legacy of KISS to be as you think back on your illustrious career?
That we are about, I've always been about self-empowerment. We're about believing in yourself, hard work, and what that hard work can give you. If something's easy, it's probably not worth the time.
Bass guitarist Gene Simmons has been more vocal in recent days, advocating with President Trump for the American Music Fairness Act, which aims to compensate recording artists for radio airplay. He spoke firstly about the privilege of being American, and then about his recent advocacy.
Every day has been just amazing. And, you know, we have the Hollywood Star Walk of Fame and this award and that award, and we got, you know, it's appreciated.
You really got it.
But the first and biggest prize is living in America. People, you know, people who are born here have a problem with that. They think patriotism and love of America is cornball. Tell you what I'm going to do to you, buddy. I'm going to give you a free round-trip ticket, maybe one-way ticket to Iran, North Korea, anywhere in Africa, Southeast Asia, all these places. Let me know how fast you want to come back crying to America. We have more illegal immigrants in America, approaching 20 million, than most of the countries in the world have populations, for one reason. Because America is the best country on the planet. There's just no way else to do it. That's exactly what it's about, that the American Fair Music Act will get passed, and you take into consideration that the Elvis Presley estate, Frank Sinatra estate, the largest artist of all time, have never gotten paid when you heard them on the radio. Think about this for a second. Writers, producers, record companies, everybody got paid. When you hear Elvis, I turn on my radio station to hear my favorite artists. Their performance, they get paid zero for. We have to change that because it's just not fair. You go to see a Brad Pitt movie because Brad's in it. The studio gets paid, the distributor, the exhibitor. Brad doesn't get paid. Well, I'm going to see the movie because of Brad. I spoke briefly with the president. It will get passed. It's a bipartisan hearing, and I'm proud to be there to represent not just artists of the past, but the future artists of America. We invented this thing called rock and roll, blues, rap, all that stuff. Came from here. How about giving our artists what they're due?
Drummer Peter Criss is known for the band's sweeter side with his beautiful ballad, Beth, which was the B-side to Detroit Rock City. The band did not do ballads. However, many men can relate if they can't be home with their wives because they were working. So once again, Kiss produced another relatable hit. This time, they went straight to the heart. So this is Kiss, a band that has been entertaining audiences since 1973. And this is the story of many legends whose passion, courage, and tenacity persevered through many tribulations to attain ultimate success. And whether it was Michael Crawford's vivid imagination, George Strait's authenticity, Kiss's perfect musical mixture and connection with their audience, Sylvester Stallone's Rocky and Rambo-like courage, or Gloria Gaynor's spiritual fortitude, all 5 honorees represent something magical and pure about the arts and American culture. They also represent excellence. To be an artist, you must have a certain type of courage and self-confidence that few have in order to weather the storms of a tumultuous business and the ebbs and flows of career tides. When I think about every single music label ignoring George Strait, Gloria Gaynor singing, "I Will Survive" in a back brace, Sylvester Stallone walking out and saying to producers, "Well, I write too. Want to read this new script of mine?" I realize that to be an artist means to have tremendous courage. Their music and films don't just entertain us, they inspire us. How often have you heard the theme to Rocky and thought, I can do this? Or heard George Strait's Heartland, and it made you remember where you came from? Or listen to "I Will Survive" in that moment of desolation or personal breakup? The artists and their art move us. That's exactly what they intended to do. It is a transcendence, a transfer of emotion between storyteller and audience. So to these 5 Kennedy Center honorees for 2025, we salute you, we commend you, we honor you. From the highest office in the land to the unknown person in the heartland whose life was changed by your art. John F. Kennedy would be proud.
You're watching The Road to the Kennedy Center Honors. Thank you for joining us here on Real America's Voice.
Ahead on the Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise, a House divided. Republicans are reportedly at odds on President Trump's approach to Venezuela and narco terror. Congressman Randy Fine here to weigh in this morning. Plus, the Epstein files. The Justice Department released more files. There are a lot of references to President Trump, but are those mentions being blown out of proportion? We'll take a look. And later, Merry Christmas Eve. How will you be spending your holiday, and what are some of your traditions? We're going to share ours, and we want you to hop online to share yours. Those stories and more as American Sunrise starts on Christmas Eve right now. Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics. President Trump is joining us live now from Florida. We've got you covered. This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Good morning, everybody. I am Dr. Gina. We are live with you from the Palm Beaches. Let's bring in David Brody. He's in Washington, D.C., and T-Base in our Denver newsroom. Good morning, gentlemen. Merry Christmas, everyone.
Good morning. Merry Christmas, Gina. T. Bates.
Dr. Gina and
Look at
David,
you,
Merry
T.
Christmas.
Bates.
Good morning to both of you. You know, I figured I'd do something a little different, David.
The
I
ascot.
pulled out the ascot again. I figured it's Christmas. Why not? Get the people what they want. Got to get the people.
That's
right. No. Good morning, both of you. So look, let's just start the conversation. We've been talking here over the past couple of days about 2028, and so we'll get to that here momentarily. But first, how are you going to be spending your holiday? That, of course, is a question that everyone has on their mind. What are some of your traditions? We'll be sharing ours throughout the show, but we also want you to hop online. Let us know exactly what you're thinking, what you and your family are going to be doing. We all three will be in our various social media chats today and looking forward to hearing your thoughts. But as I was alluding to, guys, we've been talking about 2028 a lot over the past several days. CNN is out with this headline, already thinking about the 2028 election. You're not alone, and apparently we're not alone either. Of course, J.D. Vance and Newsom out of California, they lead their respective primaries at this point in a new CNN poll. Still way early, but, you know, it's never too early, I guess, for the pollsters to poll. Marco Rubio and Kamala Harris are coming in second. Obviously, for me, and I've said this many times before I can focus on 2028, I still need to get through 2026. But it's still fun to talk about, Dr. Gina.
Yeah, well, it is interesting. I think somebody could come out of nowhere. I mean, look at this point in the 2016 election when Trump emerged, he wasn't even a thought. I don't even think anyone was even talking about him running. That's how far out we are right now. You know, you have a lot of infighting going on. You have, you know, all the rumors on Capitol Hill, and David can speak better to this than I can, but that Ted Cruz is totally undermining the J.D. Vance thing. I don't know. I think there are others who maybe, at least in MAGA, don't want a prescribed president to them 3 years out by anyone, even maybe their very beloved President Trump, if that's the case. And so I just think it's going to be the most unusual 2028 election that we've ever seen. I think our nominee will be probably someone we're not even talking about yet, David.
Yeah, I tell you what, the last thing we want, or MAGA wants, is a coronation. And there's no way that J.D. Vance really does like this position. I mean, he might think he likes it, but he doesn't, because he doesn't want to be the proverbial front runner this early on. So we'll see. Look, the bottom line is we're going to find out who President Trump ultimately will support. So I'm assuming he will throw his weight behind, or his view and his endorsement behind some candidate.
Money. That's a lot of money.
And money. That's right. And then at that point, I mean, look, if it's Rubio, let's just say it's Rubio for some wild reason, right? I mean, let's say it's Rubio. Then Rubio's numbers are going to just, you know, totally shoot up. So, look, there's a lot to be said here. We got a lot to unpack. Ted Cruz is in it clearly as a proxy war over the future of conservatism and MAGA, and what exactly does MAGA represent. There's a lot of subplots here, guys. A lot of subplots.
A lot of subplots, and a lot of it depends on how the rest of this Trump presidency proceeds.
Yes.
Will he have the same sort of weight he's always had? He will have a lot of money. There's no doubt about that. But you know what? Money has never won Republican primaries. It never has. So it'll just be, I think, so interesting. You have a lot of MAGA loyalists, oddly, who are still very loyal to President Trump, who don't want J.D. Vance because of the things he said in the past about Donald Trump. So it's just the craziest juxtaposition as I read and I watch. Not ready at all to get behind anything right now. Just watching and reading the opinions of America First and MAGA, and then you got that whole thing at play too with all the Israel stuff. So this could just be hey, you guys, guess what? It's not going to be a slow news year. All right, let's check out today's Bible verse, Colossians 3, verse 15. And let the peace of God rule in your hearts, to which also you were called in one body, and be thankful. Republicans are divided over President Trump's approach to Venezuela. Some GOP lawmakers support tough action against the Maduro regime, saying it threatens U.S. security. Others warn against military involvement and say America should avoid more foreign conflict. The split highlights growing debate within the party over just how far the U.S. should go for more. Let's bring in Florida Congressman Randy Fine. Congressman, this Venezuela thing is getting more and more, getting to be more and more of a hotbed every single day. The other day when President Trump had his press conference from Mar-a-Lago, a lot of people thought we were going to war.
Well, look, thanks for having me this morning. The fact of the matter is, it's not about us getting entangled in Venezuela. It's about Venezuela getting entangled with us. And they've become a hotbed to send cocaine and fentanyl into our country, which is killing our people. So we don't have a choice about whether to do anything about it. I do think there's a choice about how involved we get. You know, we can blow up their boats. We can embargo their tankers. That's different than sending in ground troops and actually invading and taking over the place. But I don't think being involved in a country so close to us, it's not a choice. We have to do it, given what they're doing to us.
But would you agree that the end game here is regime change? I mean, he's not sending all of these battleships and everything and making the posturing down there by Venezuela for, you know, just blowing up a few boats and grabbing some oil. I mean, I'm assuming this is about regime change.
Yeah, and I think that's the ideal outcome, but there's multiple ways to get in it. Keep in mind, Maduro did not win an election. He just sort of took over the country. He lost, and he refused to give up. So having the Venezuelans rise up, take him out, and put somebody else in, I think is better for everyone. Anytime a country changes who's in charge, it's regime change. But the question is, does it happen because the Venezuelans do it, or does it happen because we send in our own ground forces? Those are two very different scenarios. But I think everyone believes the Venezuelans rising up and getting rid of this drug-fueling terrorist would be a winner for everybody.
Congressman, I realize you and your colleagues are on break at the moment, but it seems that you've left Washington, D.C. with lots of unfinished business. How confident are you that the various appropriations start off on a running start, not just a pedestrian saunter?
Well, that's a great question. Thanks for asking it. Look, I think the business of America is never finished. I mean, when you're the most dominant country in the world, there's always going to be things to do. And we're continuing to work even when we're not in Washington. We're a long time from the days where we didn't have email and phones and things like that to continue to work. I am confident that we'll see a series of appropriations bills as soon as we get back. The appropriations chairs have announced that. We're going to continue to work on health care. We've done a lot of great work on it already, but we need to keep bringing health care costs down. And I think you're going to see us doing other things to make America less expensive for Americans, getting rid of the crazy price hikes that we saw under Joe Biden. There's a lot of work to do, but I think we're up to the challenge to get it done.
Congressman, the Hill headline says this: DOJ drops more Epstein files as scrutiny mounts over slow release of tens of thousands of files dropped yesterday, including references to President Trump. There are emails detailing flights he took on Epstein's plane, not to the island, but these were domestic flights. Congressman, the Democrats are going to have a field day with this, but I don't know that getting on someone's plane in a domestic flight before he knew what all Epstein was doing is in any way an indictment of his activities regarding Epstein.
Well, look, the Epstein investigation that I want to do is why in 2021 and 2022, when Democrats were in charge of the presidency, both the House and the Senate, they had no interest in releasing the Epstein files. I mean, I think that's the investigation we should be focused on. Why, until it was 5 years after Jeffrey Epstein died, after Donald Trump became president again, why then the obsession with the files? And so, look, they're releasing everything that's in them, including stuff that's fake. They're not allowed to screen it. They just have to release everything that they have. And what I'm seeing is nothing that implicates the president in truly horrific acts by Jeffrey Epstein. But who is implicated are Democrats who covered it up for so many years. That's who we ought to be investigating.
Yeah, Congressman, we've got about a minute left, but let's go to this headline. It's from Just the News, but it's all over. SCOTUS rejecting the Trump administration's request to deploy the National Guard troops in Chicago. Obviously, this is a blow to the Trump administration. The Supreme Court didn't find that they had any legal authority to do the deployment. I'm curious to get your take. It was 6-3, and you had Kavanaugh and the Supreme Court Justice John Roberts.
Alito and Gorsuch.
The chief. Well, no, but I'm saying Kavanaugh and Roberts sided with the liberals on this. So
okay.
I'm curious.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant the dissents. My apologies.
Yeah, I've never trusted John Roberts, quite frankly. But anyhow, your take, Congressman.
Well, look, it's disappointing, but what's really disappointing is we have to look at why did President Trump want to deploy the National Guard? It was to protect ICE. And why should our law enforcement agents that are simply trying to deport foreign invaders need protection by the National Guard? The fact of the matter is we need to pass legislation like the bill I brought forward to put people in jail who get in the way of ICE. ICE is simply trying to deport people who should not be in our country. These are foreigners who are here illegally. We need to round them up. We need to send them all out. We've deported 2.5 million of them this year, and I hope we deport another 10 million next year with the National Guard or without.
Congressman Randy Fine, thanks for your time. Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas
Thanks,
to you.
Congressman. Good to see you.
All right, coming up, we're going to check out the hottest headlines from the NetRav newsroom with T. Bates. Also, later, more Israeli strikes on Iran. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu reportedly wants to talk to President Trump about exactly that. So where will this lead? We have expert analysis just ahead as this Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise continues.
Hello, my name is Sergeant Tyler Smith. I'm currently deployed in Poland. I want to wish a happy holidays to my wife and family back home. Go Lions.
Let it snow, let it snow.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This news break is brought to you by AMAC, Association of Mature American Citizens.
Christmas.
Okay, so just there's Santa, everybody. Now, Colin is telling me, our wonderful director says he's just past Papua New Guinea, so he should get here, well, obviously, sometime this evening. Beautiful. Santa making his way. And Santa is legal, by the way, just an FYI, but that's a separate issue. But welcome back, everybody, to this Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. We're going to have a lot more to discuss, especially about Venezuela. It is a big deal. That's coming up in a bit. First, T-Bates standing by with the latest headlines from the Real America's Voice newsroom, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
The U.S. Supreme Court put its version of coal in the Trump administration's stocking Tuesday by refusing to allow the president to send National Guard troops to the Chicago area as part of the commander-in-chief's use of guardsmen to secure American cities and federal property. With Tuesday's ruling, the justices let a lower court judge's ruling stand, blocking the deployment of hundreds of National Guard troops. The Justice Department was hoping that their deployment would withstand and legal challenges by Illinois and local officials. The High Court says, quote, at this preliminary stage, the government has failed to identify a source of authority that would allow the military to execute the laws in Illinois. Conservative Justices Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, and Neil Gorsuch dissented with the order. Well, this Christmas holiday is off to a tragic start in Pennsylvania as an explosion at this Philadelphia area nursing home has at least 2 people dead. Rescue officials say the number of fatalities could increase because several people still haven't been located and are thought to be trapped under rubble. The explosion collapsed part of the building and sent fire shooting out of the wreckage. Firefighters say as they rushed to save lives, there was a second explosion.
Fire department personnel immediately went into a rescue mode. They pulled many residents out of the building via windows, doors, stuck in stairwells, stuck in elevator shafts. Within approximately 15 to 30 seconds of us exiting the building, knowing there was a heavy odor of natural gas around us, there was another explosion and fire.
All of this happened as utility crews were on site looking for a gas leak. At this point, officials do believe that leak sparked the explosion. A popular last-minute Christmas gift this year may very well end up being a stack of Powerball tickets. Tonight's drawing is worth $1.7 billion, marking the U.S.'s 4th largest jackpot on record. The haul is up for grabs after 46 consecutive draws without someone getting all 6 numbers. Big question, will 47 be the lucky drawing? It's been a very good number for the country so far. Powerball played in 45 states along with Washington, D.C., Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Alabama, Alaska, Hawaii, Nevada, and Utah don't play the game, though. The cash value for today's $1.7 billion jackpot, is $781.3 million. Good luck to you. That's a quick check of your headlines. Now let's get a quick check of your forecast. Weather Nation meteorologist Tracy Anthony standing by. By the way, at the bottom of your screen, you see that QR code. Go ahead and scan it and join our friends over at Weather Nation. Tracy, good morning to you. Merry Christmas. The focus, however, not such a Merry Christmas out west.
Yeah, you know, Adrian and I are in here today because of the potential for flooding around the LA metro area. So wanted to show you the country here quick. First, we do have some dense fog advisories, but the central plain's going to stay dry, and we're talking about record heat. So for the Southwest, especially California, this is where we're going to have the big problems here for the day today. LA in particular. So we have a high risk excessive rainfall outlook, and 80% of flood damage happens on these high risk days. So they're not issued very often, but they need to be taken very seriously. We already have some flood warnings or flash flood warnings in place. This is for Ventura County, California. That means flooding is already occurring. So we are talking rainfall rates of 1.5 inches per hour. And if you remember last year, earlier this year, where we had a ton of wildfires across the LA metro area and to the north, these are the areas that are most susceptible to landslides, mudslides, falling rock. And with all the travelers getting out on the road for Christmas, it's a little concerning that we are going to be inundated with this much rain here over the course of the next couple of days. This moisture will stick around through Friday. So, Terrence, we are going to keep a close eye on California here the next couple of days. The silver lining is the rest of the country going to be calm, quiet, and 20 to 30 degrees above average.
I'll take silver linings every day and twice on Sunday. Tracy, always good to see you. Thanks so much. We'll check back with you next hour.
Yeah.
All right. Also, want to send a special thanks to all of those of you who are watching us on Samsung TV, watching this show, also watching Weather Nation. You can tune into Weather Nation on Samsung TV on channel 1135. Make sure you do that. Thanks again for your tuning in. Up next, President Trump versus Venezuela, as the Trump administration is still pursuing a 3rd oil tanker near that country. So what's the ultimate goal here? We'll have the updates for you. First, a quick look at this day in history. On Christmas Eve in 1923, the President Calvin Coolidge lights the first national Christmas tree. This was the first tree to be decorated with electric lights, and it was 48 feet tall. The balsam fir from Vermont, where Coolidge was from, had several musical groups perform at the event where it was lit. This, of course, was a historic moment. We'll have more of this special Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise coming your way in 2 minutes.
My name is Specialist Teodoro Guerra. I'm here deployed in Poland, and I want to give a special shout out to my family back home. You know, happy holidays, and go Cowboys.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAV Angel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAV Angel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bells ring. Snowing and blowing.
New York, New York. It's a bit of a sinful city, quite frankly. Having said that, Santa will make an appearance. It might be quick, but he'll be there. Don't worry. Just kidding. Well, not really just kidding on the sinful part, but I grew up there, so I love New York, honestly. Maybe not under Mom Donnie. Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. Merry Christmas, everybody. The pressure on Venezuela, it's intensifying. President Trump confirming that the U.S. continues to track oil shipments tied to the Maduro regime, which, of course, is the dictator's main source of cash. A heavy U.S. naval presence. It's in the Caribbean. It's been there for a while. It's part of a strategy to cut off the oil, money, choke narco-terror operations, and suffocate the regime. That's pretty clear. Joining us now is Jonathan Gilliam, former FBI special agent and Navy SEAL, and a great patriot to our country. Jonathan, thanks for being here. So how much runway does Maduro have left? I mean, is regime change inevitable here? How do you see it? Good morning.
Good morning and Merry Christmas to y'all.
Merry Christmas.
I'm not exactly sure what's going to happen next because, Maduro, he's a snake in the grass, and he's going to try to play like a lot of these people do that are in world power when it comes to dealing with President Trump. I think he's going to try to play his cards, and his cards are China and Russia. And he believes that, like every world leader out there, that he's much more powerful than he really is. I was in Venezuela about 9 years ago, I believe it was, with Vice Media. I was on a protection detail, and it was probably one of the the most dangerous feeling places I've ever been. It was just, there was no hope in that country. We went through barrios where on average 25 murders a week happen. And they go unsolved. Over 25,000 murders a year. So it's a very dangerous place. It's a very poor place. You have very rich and you have very poor, no middle class. And what allows the rich to be rich is oil. And they really do praise themselves and pat themselves on the back for that oil. So he believes he's in a better position than he's actually in, and he's going to play cards that he has with China and Russia, who provide a lot of their infrastructure. It was like being on a Chinese military base when you go into the cities in Venezuela. So they have a strong hand down there. China does, and Russia does with their defense. So. I believe that's what's going to happen first. Now, where it goes from there we haven't seen anything like this recently outside of the Middle East, so it's going to be interesting. But I will tell you this: having served in Central South America as a Navy SEAL, I know the presence that our Navy has down there and the strength that they have. And this is just a wake-up yawn in the morning. This is not a flex that's happening right now. If Maduro wants to see the flex, it will not be pretty.
Wow. Jonathan, Israel signaling a new phase with Iran. Netanyahu set to brief President Trump, Iran moving to rebuild its missile program and damaged defenses. From a military strategy standpoint, though, Jonathan, do you let Iran rebuild, or do you move now before the window closes?
You have to think of Hamas and Hezbollah as good examples of how to deal with Iran. I think Israel, despite what Candace Owens may say, Israel is a powerhouse in the Middle East, and they're free, and they have been bullied by Iran, Hamas, and Hezbollah, which you got to remember, Hamas and Hezbollah are Iran. And how was that effectively dealt with? Israel pretty much eliminated Hamas, and to some extent, they pushed Hezbollah completely back and crippled them. And then they went directly to the head of the snake and started attacking Iran. And what we found was that Iran is a paper tiger when it comes to conventional warfare. They're a snake, definitely, when it comes to, or a tiger when it comes to terrorism, when it comes to propaganda. As you can see with all these leftist protesters in the United States being influenced by the Palestinian cause, that is all Iranian propaganda and intelligence services. They're very good at that. But if we allow Israel to build back up, what we're going to do is see the same thing that happened with Israel in dealing with Hamas and Hezbollah over the years, where they would pound them and then back up. They would build back up, then they would pound them. And this was a series of things that they went through. That's the way the regime works in Iran. And if you want to eliminate them, if you want to hurt them, you got to eliminate them.
Really quickly before we let you go, I want to talk a bit about Russia. Poland has scrambled fighter jets again after Russia attacked near its border. How is all of this ultimately going to play out? And do you see this as posturing from Russia, or is Russia signaling that it might try to take its fight a little bit further west?
Well, I don't think, based on what I've seen, that Vladimir Putin is interested in going into too much further into the West. I don't believe he wants to cross over into that area. I think he's using, such as I was talking about Venezuela a minute ago, I think that Putin is a trained KGB agent. And he knows, and you can see the signs. You can go back now and look at all the maneuvers he's been doing throughout this entire event or campaign for him, and he's thinking tactically. And so he's trying to put himself in a position when they finally come to the table, he's going to get what he wants. And one of the ways he can do that is by consistently keeping NATO in a heightened state of alert. And so when they finally are able to come to the table and he says, okay, this is where it stops, then everyone else will relax and he'll probably get a lot of what he wants. And so that's my opinion. That's what I see him doing, is he's playing a game while everybody else is using the Ukraine to move monies around or to get on the campaign trail, Vladimir Putin is slowly and consistently playing tactics to get what he wants. That's the way I see it, and I think if you look back, you'll see the proof of that.
Jonathan Gilliam, great to have you here, and a real very Merry Christmas to you, sir. Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Hopefully one day I'll come on and talk about bunnies and sunshine and not death and destruction, but Merry Christmas.
Right. That's right. Good point. All right, Jonathan. Appreciate it.
All right.
Coming up, faith and art, redemption, and remembering Charlie Kirk. It's a story behind One Nation Under God. Wait till you hear this. We're back in a moment.
I'm PFC Charles Harper, currently deployed in Poland. I want to give a special shout out to my family back home. Happy holidays. Go Detroit Lions.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAV Angel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAV Angel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
You better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list, checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty and nice. Santa Claus is coming.
All right, everybody, Merry Christmas. Welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us. It is time now for today's health news, sponsored by the Wellness Company Under the Microscope today. A breaking development for weight loss drugs. The FDA has approved a new pill that will help treat obesity. The drug is made by Novo Nordisk and uses the same medicine found in popular weight loss shots we all know about, like Wegovy, Ozempic, Mounjaro, those guys. But this version is taken as a daily pill. So no injections for those of you who are a little needle squeamish. Studies show patients lost significant weight over time, with some also seeing heart health benefits. The company plans to release the pill in the U.S. next year, as early as January, and says it could be more affordable than some of the others, too. So for many, that in and of itself is a Christmas gift. Doctors have warned this year's flu season was going to be a rough one, and now even mainstream media outlets reporting that a new, more virulent, severe flu strain is spreading fast here in the U.S. Here's the kicker, though. The already ineffective flu vaccine, even less effective against this new strain. What the mainstream media will not tell you, though, is that Dr. Peter McCullough warned about this weeks ago, and that's why we all trust the wellness company's two-step approach. Step 1, prevention through immune defense, nasal and throat sprays used daily to help support your body's first line of defense right where viruses enter. And Step 2, early treatment through the Contagion Emergency Kit. These are physician-prescribed antiviral options so treatment can start early. If you happen to be coming down with the flu and you're not stuck in long lines or shelling out big money at urgent care, who wants to be doing that over the holidays? Get prepared now at twc.health/RAV. Use the promo code RAV. That'll save you 10%. That's twc.health/RAV. Go ahead and get this flu season kicked off right where you are protected with the wellness company's immune defense sprays and Contagion Emergency Kit. Use your promo code, though. You know what it is. It's RAV. That'll save you 10%. All right, we are going over now to the world of art. Christian artist Julia Rose using it to show patriotism and faith. Rose has produced these new pieces of Charlie Kirk in his memory. The first one shows Charlie with his Bible, and the painting is called Turning Point. And then there's this one called American Martyr. Julia's also put her faith into her work. And finally, another one was Let's Make Heaven Crowded, which was done for Erica Kirk personally. For more, let's bring in the woman behind these works, Christian artist and the founder of Believer Christian Art, Julia Rose. Also joining us, the founder of Townsend Consulting and regenerative lifestyle architect, David Townsend. Julia, very inspirational that you decided to do this. How did you get the attention of the Turning Point people to be able to present these?
Well, we have another painting in the studio called One Nation Under God, and Charlie Kirk is in that painting. They received one of the limited edition G-Clays a couple of months ago, and one of the board members purchased that for Turning Point. He already had that, and he commissioned me to do the first painting called Turning Point, which I presented at the SAS meeting in July, where Charlie was able to see that and read the inspiration story behind it, which turned out to be a prophetic word about him as a defender of the faith and how Turning Point represents repentance, turning away from sin and towards God.
And David, tell us about your involvement.
Yeah, so Julia is a dear friend of mine, and I'm very passionate about what she's doing here. And from what I understand, this is actually the first, or one of the first paintings that Charlie ever saw of him being depicted as a believer of faith and a believer of God. So I'm a strong believer of God, and I think what she's doing here is turning people towards that faith and that background, and working as well with Biohack Yourself Media has been a huge honor of mine to be able to restore faith in our country during America's health crisis, as you were just sharing about before.
Yeah, and Julia, what do you make of this sort of rebirth of faith and for a lot of people after Charlie? How has that inspired your art?
Well, first, I was just saved, and my first political rally I ever attended was a Charlie Kirk rally. I'm from Illinois originally, escaped to Florida, land of the free.
Missouri,
I'm grateful to be here.
Midwest.
Yes. So my awakening started during the pandemic, and Charlie and President Trump played a role in that, strangely. And I saw evil at work, and it turned me towards God. And I think that happened with a lot of people, and including what happened to Charlie. I've spoke to many young people, and I'm inspired by stories. I had a young man wait over an hour at a bookstore event I was doing to speak with me and share that he had fallen away from his faith, but that Charlie Kirk inspired him to be a better man. He was only 24 years old and had 2 construction-related businesses. So an entrepreneurial spirit and a patriot, but had fallen away from faith. And Charlie's story of martyrdom and the way he lived his life, and the fact that Charlie used every opportunity to glorify the name of Jesus Christ was and is inspiring. And that young man, I'm basically twice his age, almost exactly, and I learned so much from him. I have my little tent, and I speak in the public square as well. I express my faith through poetry and paint, and I'm attacked often, kicked out of national juried art shows, ostracized by the art community.
Yes.
Yeah, and Charlie taught me how to deal with those, with that hatred, with love and truth, not backing off from truth, but also respecting them with love. I have a story, if you like, I can share about that most recently.
Well, we have about 30 seconds left. So I just wanted to ask you if you want to tell us what's next for you.
Well, I do have a painting I think I'm going to start working on in terms of for the Turning Point organization, where it's going to be Charlie entering heaven. And just like this painting, One Nation Under God is interactive, and each person in there tells a story through a website. This painting will be Charlie being welcomed to heaven with the saints before him, from Adam and Eve to Noah and King David, and then people like Rush Limbaugh and Billy Graham, who Charlie, I believe, is a combination of the best of the both of them, both a patriot and an evangelist.
Oh, and this painting that we're showing right now, my producer's telling me has the Zen Master in it. That is very cool, very special. And LJ, and I can't see that far. I need.
We've got Julio Gonzalez, Duke Tanner. We've got the founders of Biohack Yourself, beautiful couple who also defend faith and health and wellness.
Okay. Well, wonderful. Well, we will look for more great things from you. I hope that you both have a beautiful Christmas, and I hope that you can come back soon and tell us more about what you're doing.
Thank you so much. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for bringing Christ back to Christmas.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, you guys, still ahead on American Sunrise, Santa Claus picked up another job this holiday season. Find out what it is. That's next, as the special Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise carries right on.
Was a jolly happy soul.
Hey, the specials, no serious neighbors. I'm currently deployed in Poland right now. I just want to give a special shout out to my family back at home, and happy holidays. Go Vikings.
He was made of snow, but the children know that he came to life one day. There must have been some magic in that.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch Season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAV Angel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAV Angel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Welcome back to this special Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise. I'm Terrence Bates. We appreciate you starting your morning with us. Coffee pods are really easy, but most of them, well, they're just caffeine and not much else. Rejuvenate pods are built differently, though. They are clean pods that are infused with CAAKG. It's a compound linked to longevity, metabolism, and deep cellular energy. It's the easiest way to get better focus, smoother energy, and long-term benefits without changing your routine. Here at Real America's Voice, we choose them because they match the lifestyle so many of us want. We're talking more energy, more clarity, and more intention in how we start our days. If you're going to drink coffee anyway, why not make it one that actually supports the life that you're building? Head on over to 1775coffee.com/Rav and try Rejuvenate Pods today. Don't just drink coffee, rejuvenate. Now that we're caffeinated, it's time to stay awake, not woke. And who's awake today? Well, it would be Santa Claus. ICE has released a controversial holiday-themed AI video of Santa as an ICE agent rounding up undocumented immigrants and loading them onto ICE Air for deportation. The clip posted on social media warns illegal immigrants to avoid ICE Air and Santa's naughty list, and it urges them to self-deport using the CBP Home app. It comes as Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem announced a $3,000 Home for the Holidays incentive for voluntary departure by December 31st. Here's some of the video. All right, let's bring in Dr. Gina and David for their thoughts on this. David, ICE Air, go.
ICE Air, right, the new airline. By the way, a lot of people naughty on that list that Santa is checking out, for sure. Look, I was doing some research before the show. In 2025, since Trump has taken office, 1.9 million people have self-deported, just saying, you know what, Trump's president, I'm out. So that's 1.9. 600,000 have been rounded up by ICE in 2025. So that comes to about 2.5 million people have been deported out of this country. That's about 7,000 a day, by the way. Under the Biden administration, 600,000 people were deported by ICE in 4 years. So think about that. 600,000 in 1 year deported by ICE with the Trump administration. 600,000 in 4 years by the Biden administration, and that's high, by the way, Gina. The first year under Biden, only 25,000 people were deported compared to 600,000 by the Trump administration.
Yeah, it's such mental gymnastics to even get your head around what goes through these people's minds. I was thinking about this the other day. You know how they always say, oh, well, you know, they're deporting families and people that have been here and established careers. They still came illegally. Terrence, I have a feeling that if someone took up residence in your home this afternoon and it was not okay with you, they were uninvited, if they were really nice in a couple of years and still eating your food and you're still paying your bills and they're not supposed to be there and they're not part of your family and they didn't earn being there, I have a feeling no matter how lovely they were, you would still want them out of your house. That is the right of the American citizen. And thank God we are riding that ship. And Terrence, just to pick up on what you always say, we have got to find a way to make sure that all of this is going to carry over into whatever horrible administrations might occur in our future. That has to be a big, big priority we don't hear a lot about.
No, absolutely. You made it really personal, though. I had PTSD there for a minute. I was twitching just thinking about somebody taking over my house. I was like, oh,
but I mean, isn't that logical?
No, absolutely. It makes sense. I fully get where you were going. It absolutely makes sense. And it makes it real for many people because for some people, I think, and this is the point that you were trying to make, Dr. Gina, oh, it's a bigger thing. It's not necessarily my neighborhood. Oh, they're just here. They're taking up our resources, but it doesn't really impact me. Well, it does. And if you really kind of break it down to the micro scale and think of it as this is your home and someone has invaded, and that's the term that obviously we hear used a lot, invaded your home, how would you feel about that and what kind of pushback would you present? So I think that's the point that you were trying to make, Dr. Gina.
Yeah, and maybe that's why we call it the home of the brave. is because it is really only the brave who are going to do anything about protecting their home.
Wow, absolutely. That was deep. Like, that was a little too deep. Dr. G, it's Christmas Eve. We're supposed to have fun there. We're supposed to have fun today. You got all deep on us, Dr. G. Coming up, as I just mentioned, today is Christmas Eve. So how can people show their faith and celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior? We'll ask a faith leader next here on American Sunrise.
And the children say he could laugh and play just the same as you and
Hi everyone, my name is Staff Sergeant Jamel Franklin, currently deployed here in Poland. I would like to give a special happy holidays message to my wife and kids back home. Go Cowboys.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Silver and gold, silver and gold. Everyone wishes for silver and gold.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
God bless the USA.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth.
Welcome back to our special Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise. It's now time for our moment of faith, which is brought to us by Lee Greenwood and the God Bless the USA Bible. In focus today, a Christmas Eve message. On a night that's filled with light, the Christmas Eve story reminds us that hope was born in humility, truth arrived without fanfare, and faith changed the world not through power, but through promise. As we prepare our hearts for Christmas morning, the question is very simple. How do we carry that message of hope, courage, and conviction into the days ahead? Joining me now is C.L. Bryant. He is a pastor, filmmaker, and author. Pastor Bryant, always good to see you. Let's start here. What does Christmas Eve still call us to remember as we move even into the new year?
It calls us to remember, Terrence, and thank you so much for having us on. Merry Christmas to you all. It calls us to remember the life that God has given to us and the life that we must choose in this life. We all have that choice. And that's what Christmas Eve is all about, is re-examining our choices. And it actually comes to mind a passage from the Old Testament, Deuteronomy 30 and 19, where God commands Moses to write these words to the people so that they will never forget that he lays out before them their lives, and he lays out before them the choices that come in those lives. And he says to them in that passage, choose life. And it is so good and invigorating, hopeful even, to see young people that I've seen on the show today who are choosing life. And I see America turning back toward choosing life. Charlie was a friend of mine, knew him since he was 18 years of age and lost contact with him, but we knew that Charlie would certainly become something that would be magnificent, and God has raised him up, and he chose life. And that's what Christmas Eve is all about. And this particular Christmas Eve is one I think, Terrence, is even more prominent and pronounced than the last one, because then Charlie was with us. And I do believe that the president had not been shot at that point in time. And America had a chance to choose life. And that's what we're doing. And I thank God that our young people are turning back toward choosing that, as the scripture says, so that our seed may be blessed.
Amen. Pastor Bryant, it is always good to see you, sir. I wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas and look forward to talking to you in the new year.
Merry Christmas to you and Happy New Year to all.
Thank you so much. We're back with the second hour of our Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise in 2 minutes.
Hey, it's Sergeant Pittman of 3rd Infantry Division, currently deployed here in Poland. I want to give a special shout out to all my friends and family back home. Go Commanders, Merry Christmas. Praise hell.
Introducing the limited edition God Bless the USA Bible, inspired by Lee Greenwood's hit song and the most recognized patriotic anthem in America, God Bless the USA. The God Bless the USA large print leather-bound King James Bible also contains America's founding documents, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, and the Pledge of Allegiance, along with a handwritten chorus to Lee Greenwood's song, God Bless the USA. With its large print and slim design, this Bible invites you to explore God's Word anywhere, anytime. The God Bless the USA Bible makes the perfect gift and cherished family heirloom keepsake to pass on to future generations. Designed for an easy reading experience in the trusted King James Version translation, this large print Bible is perfect to take to church, Bible study, work, and for traveling. Order yours today at GodBlessTheUSABible.com.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rab. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Coming up on the second hour of our special Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise, President Trump rejected at the Supreme Court. The High Court blocks the administration from sending the National Guard to Chicago. We're going to talk about what it means and how the White House is responding just ahead. Plus, President Trump pushing back. 47 has condemned the New York Times as a threat to national security following reports on his alleged proximity to disgraced sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. We're going to have the latest on that straight ahead. And later, Hunter Biden dishing the dirt. The disgraced former first son openly rebukes his father's key policy decisions during a recent podcast interview. We're going to show you what he had to say later in the hour. Those stories and so much more as the second hour of this special Christmas Eve edition of American Sunrise starts right now. Good morning, America.
Welcome to American Sunrise.
Whether it's culture,
we have breaking news to share with you.
Politics.
President Trump is joining us live now from Florida.
We've got you covered.
This is what it looks like to be a patriot.
We have to protect the American family.
The American dream is still alive.
I'm David Brody.
I'm Terrence.
And I'm Dr. Gina.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second hour of American Sunrise. I'm David Brody, coming to you from D.C. Let's bring in Dr. G in West Palm and T. Bates in our Denver newsroom. Good morning to both of you. Gene, I'm not quite sure where Santa is at this hour, but he's working. He's working hard.
Terrence brought up, I can't say this because I'll ruin a Christmas present. Never mind. He brought up, I wanted to talk about what he was getting his wife for Christmas, but that would be uncool because she's probably watching. But I just have to say, Tamara, if you are watching, your husband is getting you one of my favorite things in the whole entire world, and you're going to love it. Cole. Yeah, no, it's a lovely gift, and it's very useful, and our viewers can find out after Christmas when we talk about it.
Yes.
Because I'm not going to ruin it. But no, we love the NORAD.
Dr. Judy, you're hilarious. That's so funny.
I can't believe I almost blew that. Wow. But the NORAD Christmas with my kids when they were little, that was a whole thing. I mean, I had to sit and watch that. Do you guys even know what I'm talking about? You all
see the NORAD?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
Big thing. And my Sammy, he's all in. You guys, when you adopt a child with Down syndrome, you have Santa in your life forever. It's kind of cool.
Yes. Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
And there's Santa on the screen.
Hey, quickly, guys, traditions, Christmas Eve traditions. David, go.
Well, this year is going to be a little bit different. We're actually celebrating Christmas a day or two after Christmas.
Do not say the word enchiladas, David. If you...
No.
Empanadas.
Empanadas, enchiladas. No, we're going to be having chili cheese burritos. No, we won't. No, just playing around. No, we have it's a whole big 2-day wonderful celebration, breakfast and brunch and games and movies and more food. And then, it's a great time. What about you guys?
That's awesome. Dr. G?
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I'm adjusting to adulthood with my children. Yeah. So I have one son who's already gone to Ohio to be with his fiance. I have another son who has and I'm adjusting, and I don't like it. I'm not going to lie. Like I guess being an only child of two only children, I only ever had anywhere to go. And so I was always with my parents, always with my grandparents. There was no division there. It's really hard for me. And so I'm learning to share my children, but our traditions are really a lot like yours, David. Aside from the empanadas, we do a lot of games, and I've tried to come up with some creative games. I think I told you guys we're doing a Polaroid party this year, so I'm especially excited about that.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited for both of
What's
you.
yours?
My parents are in town. Our traditions kind of change from year to year as the kids get older. The traditions, I guess, kind of shift a little bit. And so since last year, our tradition was to just have binge watch Christmas movies. And my youngest started last night. She watched, I think, all of the Home Alones. And then we picked up my parents from the airport. And so it's just good to have them in. I was telling you guys earlier that even in my own house, my dad is still bossing me around and still being dad.
Oh, that's
it was like
hilarious.
10:30 last night, and we were just up chit-chatting. He was like, go to bed. You got to go to work tomorrow morning. Go to bed. And I was like, really? You going to do me like that in my house? Anyway, let's get a quick check of your forecast really quickly. Our friends over at Weather Nation keeping an eye on the skies for us, particularly out west. Tracy Anthony joining us. Tracy?
I'm here.
Tracy, good morning. You're there. I'm sorry. I was seeing you on the screen. I was like, I see her making her way to the screen. Hey, Tracy, good morning. Merry Christmas to you.
Hey, good morning. Merry Christmas. You know, most of us across the country, pretty quiet weather. Waking up to some fog across the Central Plains, but Terrence, the real big story is out west. Areas like California, we have an atmospheric river that's coming on shore, and it's just a surge of moisture. So from the Bay Area all the way down through LA, we are expecting 4 to 7 inches of rain over the next day and a half. And that has caused a high risk day for excessive rain. And basically what that means is we could have flash flooding, river flooding, but this area in particular has been impacted very hard with the wildfires earlier this year. So those burn-scarred areas become extremely susceptible to that flooding. And with landslides, mudslides, and flooding being a big concern, it's just a big travel day. So prolonged periods of rain over the next 3 days, and that's going to include Christmas, is going to cause some major issues. So evacuation warnings around the Sunset and Palisades burn scars already in place today. So if you know anyone in this area, this could be the wettest Christmas for Los Angeles on record. All we have to do is get over about 3.5 inches of rain. So definitely a lot going on. The other big story across the country is the warm temperatures. We will have a big cool down though before 2026 starts, but over a dozen states could have record high temperatures. And then thought this was kind of fun. Hey, did you know there's a Christmas Florida or a Rudolph Wisconsin? That's where they're going to have the cooler air. The rest of us going to be nice and toasty, Terrence.
By the way, Santa Claus, Indiana, I've been there. There's an amusement park there. Guess what it's called?
North Pole.
No, Holiday World.
Okay, I've never heard of it. Close.
It's called a Holiday World. Go fact check me. Go look it up. Holiday World in Santa Claus, Indiana. I've been there. Some pretty good roller coasters there. Tracy, good to see you. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Appreciate you.
You as well. I'm going to go check it out right now.
Okay, all right, you fact check me, I'm telling you. All right, folks, once again, we appreciate you watching us, particularly watching our friends over on Weather Nation on Samsung TV. Make sure you stay tuned, and thanks again for all of those of you who are watching us. Click that QR code there at the bottom and always stay connected with our friends over at Weather Nation. All right, let's get you over to David now. David, good morning.
Good morning. I've been to the North Pole, by the way, North Pole, Alaska. That is true. Not the actual North Pole, but there you go. Yeah. All right.
Well, there you go.
Trivia.
We're a well-traveled group, aren't we?
Oh, that's right. That New Jersey. That's where I've been. All right. The U.S. Supreme Court has refused to lift a lower court order that blocked President Trump from deploying National Guard troops to the Chicago area. It's a move sought by the Justice Department as the case plays out. Illinois officials and local leaders had sued to stop the federalization of the Guard, arguing that the troops should not be used to back up immigration enforcement in Democrat-led jurisdictions. Well, joining us now with analysis is RAV White House Chief Correspondent Brian Glenn. Brian, obviously, Merry Christmas to you, first of all.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Hey, look, this is a significant setback for the administration. I mean, essentially, the Supreme Court is saying that the White House didn't meet the legal burden to prove that they couldn't execute the laws of the land without federal military intervention. I'm curious to get your take on it and what the White House might be saying this morning.
Well, this is a temporary setback, but, if you talk to many
in the MAGA base, and I think we all think we have a kind of a pulse on what the base feels about this, and maybe people in Chicago feel about this. They want the National Guard troops in their community, cleaning up crime and getting rid of some of the worst in our society that causes most of the problems. And we've seen what it's done in Memphis. We've seen what it's done in D.C. With National Guard on the ground, cleaning up the streets, maybe being a big deterrence of anyone else coming around and wanting to break the law. But, let's see. I know that White House is certainly doesn't agree with this decision, but I think that we could see these troops moving in anyway, as you got a governor there that just refuses to acknowledge that he's got some cities that are out of control and some of the highest murder rates in the country. So from a common sense standpoint, David, this makes zero sense. But I guess in the law, the letter of the law, I guess they have to follow it, but even though we don't necessarily agree with it.
Brian, President Trump is putting the New York Times on his naughty list. This following their reports on Jeffrey Epstein this week. Here's some of a Truth Social post from 47. He writes, "The failing New York Times and their lies and purposeful misrepresentations is a serious threat to the national security of our nation. Their radical left unhinged behavior, writing fake articles and opinions in a never-ending way, must be dealt with and stopped. They are a true enemy of the people. Thank you for your attention to this matter," he writes. What do you think this is going to ultimately, or how do you think this will ultimately end? Will there be another lawsuit against the New York Times?
Yeah.
Will they be on the outside looking in? How will the administration handle the New York Times and its reporting?
Yeah, this is an ongoing battle. If you remember, Terrence, back in 2016, when he kind of took on the fake news, as he likes to call it, New York Times has been front and center, often featured on the new website that the White House has put out, as far as some of the media outlets that refuse to tell the whole entire story, or quite frankly, make up their own story. I do anticipate the Trump administration refiling this again. It was kicked out first. It was too lengthy. Needed to be shortened a little bit more precise on what they were claiming. But President Trump often calling out the New York Times for inaccurately reporting on issues that could potentially, drive this country into some type of chaos. So I understand where he's coming from, and he does describe the fake news media as being the enemy of the state. This is just a laundry list of media outlets that have not accurately reported on the president. And I think worse is reported stuff that's completely false. It's one thing to leave the second half of the story out. It's another thing just to make up stuff. And I think apparently that's what President Trump is claiming the New York Times does.
Absolutely. Bah humbug to the New York Times.
Yeah.
Brian, Glenn, Merry Christmas to you, and thank you for everything you've done for Real America's Voice this year, and our show specifically.
No, I was sitting here. Well, I was here sitting. I know we're running short on time. I was here thinking about listening to Crosstalk here, and I'm just very appreciative to call you guys a friend and a coworker. And sincerely, Merry Christmas to you and your entire family, and to our RAV viewers. I pray for peace within your family and coming up next year with everyone.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
You too.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Bless. Love you back. We do.
And how's this for a transition? Let's talk about Greta Thunberg.
Oh.
Greta Thunberg on Christmas Eve? Really? What doesn't go together in that equation? Oh, I know, her. She's been arrested in London. The professional protester detained after publicly supporting a banned group under the UK's terrorism laws. Boy, her and her story and the flotilla and the tortilla and all that, back in a moment.
Hey, it's Sergeant Pittman of 3rd Infantry Division, currently deployed here in Poland. I want to give a special shout out to all my friends and family back home. Go Commanders, Merry Christmas. Raise hell.
Frosty the Snowman was as live as he could be, and the children say he could laugh and play.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf of Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Welcome back, everybody, to American Sunrise. I'm David Brody. Great to have you with us this morning and on Christmas Eve morning specifically. Time now to drain the swamp. We even do it on Christmas Eve. And this morning we are flushing out rambunctious, that's an interesting adjective for her, rambunctious activist Greta Thunberg. The professional protester is in legal trouble in the UK, this time over support for a group labeled a terrorist organization. Greta was arrested Tuesday in central London after attending a demonstration backing Palestine action. It's a group that falls under the UK's Terrorism Act. Police say Thunberg was detained for displaying a placard expressing support for the group just hours after other activists vandalized a building with red paint and hammers during the same protest. Well, Greta, Merry Christmas. You need Jesus. We want to know what you think. Let us know on Rumble or Getter. Hop on, let your voice be heard. All right, coming up, we're heading down to Wall Street for the opening bell and insight into how to hold on to that hard-earned money that you earn every single day. We've got some common sense on that. Back with more American Sunrise in 2 minutes, everybody.
Hi, my name is Staff Sergeant Ross with 112 Cav in Lithuania. Want to wish a Merry Christmas to my mom in Manchester, Iowa, and my wife in Fort Hood, Texas. Merry Christmas.
This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV. This holiday season, Real America's Voice is proud to partner with our friends at Angel Studios for a special giveaway you won't want to miss. As they launch season 2 of their hit series Homestead, we're giving you the chance to win an exclusive Homestead hat absolutely free. Everyone who becomes an Angel Guild member using our link is automatically entered to the contest. When you join, you're supporting meaningful pro-American storytelling, and you're supporting RAV at the same time. Scan the QR code on your screen right now, or text the word RAVAngel to 75802. After you scan or text, make sure you follow the steps provided. When you complete the steps and join the Angel Guild, you'll be automatically entered to win that exclusive Homestead hat, a perfect holiday gift for yourself or someone you love.
Be one of the first 50 people to sign up and win a hat automatically. Hurry while there's still time.
So scan that QR code or text RAVAngel to 75802. Happy holidays from all of us at RAV.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family. When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now.
We're getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. It is set to ring here in about 7 minutes. We'll take it to New York for the opening bell here in short order. I can tell you that it will be an abbreviated day of trading. The markets will close at 1 p.m. on this Christmas Eve, but still there's money to be gotten. Here's a look at pre-market trading. Pretty good top to bottom, all green, just like my commute into work. All green. Hopefully it stays that way through 1 o'clock this afternoon when the markets close. Again, we'll take you to New York for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange here in short order. First, though, let's get you out to David Brody. David, good morning.
Good morning, T-Bates. All right, let's do our daily dose of dollars and common sense this morning. And on this Christmas Eve, there's a lot for Americans to unwrap when it comes to the economy. For that, let's bring in Michael Wilkerson, founder of Stonewall Advisors. Michael, Merry Christmas. Thanks for being here. Well, first up, gold and silver. I mean, they've just wrapped up one of their strongest years in decades, both metals hitting record highs in 2025. What do you think's driving that surge? And you wonder if everyday investors should be paying attention. Clearly they should.
I think they absolutely should. A couple of big factors driving it. Probably the most important is that central banks around the world are buying massive amounts of gold. That's been true for several years now. But as countries have started to think about whether they have faith and confidence in the U.S. dollar, instead of using dollars and treasuries as foreign reserves, they're accumulating gold. That has a massive impact on the price overall. And that sentiment has extended to investors around the world who see gold as a safe haven in times of inflation. And we've seen over the last few years that there's a lot of concern around governments, including our own, running large deficits, accumulating debt, and they look at silver, investors look at silver and gold as a way to hedge the risk that their dollar will continue to be worth less and less in purchasing power.
Yeah. Michael, those last-minute shopping deals, and at least the shopping at the malls. I say the malls, what is it, 1987? But anyhow, the point is it's continuing ahead of Christmas. Consumers are spending, but they are spending very carefully. They're hunting for deals, stretching every dollar. What do you think? I mean, does this look like a healthy consumer market or one feeling the pressure? What's your sense of that? Obviously, we'll get the numbers after Christmas, but what's your sense going in?
My sense is that consumers are treading water. You know, we've seen credit card reports that sales are up around 4% year to date. When you factor in inflation that's been running at least officially at 3%, in reality probably higher, that basically says that there's been no real growth in consumer spending. What I'm concerned about is that credit card debt is up almost 6% from a year ago. So what spending is going on, unfortunately, consumers are putting on more debt to credit cards, and that's probably not healthy over the long run for sure.
Yeah. By the way, we saw those numbers yesterday, 4.3 GDP growth, better than expected, and everybody's, the Trump administration is making a big deal about it. But that's obviously going to affect interest rates, I'm assuming. So much for interest rate cuts, right? I mean, how does that balance out? I'm trying to understand a little bit of that.
Very strong growth figure. You know, we had mixed signals coming out of the labor market, some good signals, some bad. I think the Fed is on track to reduce rates at least one more time through this cycle, maybe more. But you're right. The fact that the economy is growing pretty strongly raises concern that if they lower rates too much too fast, inflation will return. On the other hand, the government has so much debt that it needs to get that cost of borrowing down so that it can continue to borrow and continue to move forward.
All right, so Michael, let me ask you about this White House idea. They're floating the idea of these $2,000 checks funded by tariff revenue. We've heard different sorts of figures, but 2,000 is one of them. It's going to require congressional approval. How realistic is this, and what does it mean for the economy if it happens?
Well, this is simply a transfer from one form to another. You know, the other way to do this would be to reduce taxes. Who doesn't like free money? So this is something that everybody would be on board for. It's politically very easy to do. The challenge becomes this is going to cost, even if you assume a $100,000 cap, about $450 billion, according to some estimates. Now, this past fiscal year for the government that just ended, the government brought in about $195 billion in tariff revenue. Treasury Secretary Bessent says that number could go up to $500 billion over the course of this year. So the question is, are we using all of the tariff revenue in order to give this rebate, or can we find a way to get to the real heart of the problem, which is to reduce government spending, lower taxes, and cut regulation? That's the real solution over the long run.
Yeah, let me ask you a straight up question about, and it's a bit political because it has to do with the midterms coming up. And, the Trump administration wants to make sure people out there are feeling better about prices, that affordability question. What is your sense going into not just the new year, but as we get into Q1 and Q2, especially after Q2 around June 30th? Is there a sense that this can pick up? What are the chances of that? Because let's be honest, the White House is relying on strong economic numbers after Q2 regarding the Big Beautiful Bill that's now the Big Beautiful Law. I mean, how realistic of an expectation is that? We got about 30 seconds or so.
So government statistics are one thing. Good GDP numbers, good employment numbers. Consumers don't measure statistics, they measure their pocketbook. And we need to get to a place where purchasing power is restored. In other words, we need to have real wages catch up, and they're starting to, with the inflation that's run for the past 3 or 4 years. If consumers actually start earning more, if the economy strengthens, and we've got some headwinds because of AI and other things that are putting pressure on employment. So I think it's a challenge. It is one of the major issues that the Trump administration faces, is to get people feeling good again about their purchasing power and affordability.
No doubt about it. Michael Wilkerson, have a great Christmas. Thanks for being here on Christmas Eve. Appreciate it. All right. Heading back to Terrence. Did I just say Terrence? Terrence in Denver. It's like Mowage. Anyhow, the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange, sponsored by AMAC.
The Association of Mature American Citizens is the conservative voice for Americans 50 and older. AMAC is fighting for the values that you hold dear. Join today. Together, we can write the course of America.
All right, we are getting ready for the opening bell at the New York Stock Exchange. Again, today is going to be an abbreviated day of trading as the markets are set to close at 1 o'clock since it is Christmas Eve. The applause is underway, which means we are moments away from hearing the opening bell, and then the scurry on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange as those first trades of the day get in. This is the New York Stock Exchange trading floor operations team that is giving us the applause and at the podium today. Thanks to them for all they do in terms of keeping the markets open. You just heard it, ladies and gentlemen, the markets are now officially open, and here's how things are looking at the moment. We may see some changes. We refresh this board here, but the top of the board at the moment is in the red. And you may remember literally about 7 minutes ago in pre-market trading, everything was looking positive, not so much at the moment, but we'll of course continue to monitor it all for you throughout the day. And when I say throughout the day, I mean till 1 p.m. Eastern, because that is when the markets will ultimately close today. Well, here's something to consider, folks. Gold is up around 40% this year. It's not speculation, that's reality. And if a portion of your savings isn't diversified into gold, well, you may be missing the boat. Here are the facts. Inflation is still way too high, the US dollar is still too weak, and the government debt is insurmountable. That's why central banks are flocking to gold these days. In fact, they are the ones that are driving prices up to record highs like what we're seeing today. It's not too late to buy gold from the Birch Gold Group, though. You can get in the door now. The Birch Gold Group will help you convert an existing IRA or a 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. You don't pay a dime out of pocket. All you have to do is text the word America to the number 989898 and claim your free information kit. There's no obligation here, just useful information. The best indicator of the future is the past, and gold has historically been a safe haven for millennia. So there's really not much else to say other than to text the word America to the number 989898 right now and claim your free information kit on gold. Text America to the number 989898 right now and protect your future today with the Birch Gold Group. Still to come here on American Sunrise, the J6 Choir has released its new single, and it's getting quite the reaction. We're talking all about it after the break. First, though, a special holiday shout-out from one of our service members.
Hi, I'm Lieutenant Donnelly from 112 Cav down here in Lithuania. I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas. I love you, Mom.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
right, welcome back to American Sunrise. I'm Dr. G. Thanks for joining us this morning. We invite you to hop in our conversation over on Getter and Rumble. It is time now to take the political pulse of America. The beat today, the J6 Prison Choir has dropped a new single called Anthem of the Free, released on the 19th of December. You guys, it's climbing to the top of the iTunes chart, ranking top 10 among the new songs this month, even beat Mariah Carey for a couple of days. The track is part of a larger project launched by Real America's Voice, and it's a new platform that is aimed at promoting patriotic, America First voices through music. This is the coolest thing ever. The release comes as the group, made up of January 6 prisoners and friends, continues to make headlines years after the Capitol attack, building on earlier efforts to reframe their story through music. Here's a special offer we have for RAV viewers to support this incredible moment. Take a look.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
And J6PC stands for J6 Prison Choir, not politically correct. I just wanted to make sure I clarify that. But for more, let's welcome two of the people largely responsible for the beautiful day that we recorded this song. The largest, by the way, gathering of the J6ers, I believe ever, if I'm not mistaken. That is the hosts of the illustrious Cowboy Logic right here at RAV. Donna Fiducia, Don Nguyen. Good morning to both of you.
Has to wear his mascot.
Terrence, you have influenced me with your ascot.
But you do it better, Don. I must admit, I'm almost going to take mine off because you made it look much better.
No.
Actually, that's a shop rag. That's actually a shop
rag. It's the only thing that I could find.
Oh, that's so fantastic.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, should we actually have an interview, or are we just going to...
No.
Okay.
No, well,
we're going to do whatever you want to do.
Yes. All right. Well, listen, first of all, Merry Christmas to you guys.
Yes, Merry Christmas.
This
Yes,
was
to you
such
all.
a special day we recorded this. And Don and Donna, it wouldn't have happened without you. Rob had everyone to the studio. We were down at another studio recording. It was just a beautiful day. You were so sweet, Donna. I wouldn't say you invited me to be part of it. You more like dragged me to be.
You're going,
I was
J6.
so
You said,
honored.
yes, you are a J6er.
Yeah, well,
you were there.
I will never accept that title. But I was blessed. And Donna, I just noticed the special relationship that you and Don have with each and every one of them. And what a beautiful day. Talk about how these relationships have affected your faith, your life, and especially this Christmas.
You know, no, you start. Don really, he has been...
Fiducia's speechless.
Well, I am, because he has watched probably, except for some of the Jan 6ers that were incarcerated, so much of this video, and it's an absolute 180, you know, all the body cam footage, everything. It's an absolute 180 from what the mainstream media has been feeding us for the last 5 years. And I call it the 5-year plan. It's J6, it's COVID, did. It's the Russia hoax. Well, that took actually 10 years almost to come out. And then it's like, oops, sorry, we ruined your life, but, just move on. Well, we can't do that. And our show actually this weekend is going to show how this horrible thing that happened, an attack of the American government on common citizens that were just doing their patriotic duty, really has affected all of them still. Their lives are just ruined in most cases. And it's not funny, but it is a situation that needs to be exposed.
You guys want me to answer your question now?
Uh-oh.
Sure.
All right. To answer your question, Dr. Gina, over the last 4.5, almost 5 years, we have gone from strangers with these J6ers to having so many phone conversations, so many emails back and forth on either the jail email up in D.C. or core links. That right there is in D.C. That's just outside the main room. That's the telephones where they would call and sing the national anthem to Mickey out on the corner, or to our show where they would call in and sing the national anthem. What we have learned specifically about faith is this. Any of the men and women that were incarcerated because of J6, their faith is what got them through it. Period, full stop. They appreciated the mail. They appreciated the support they got from Cowboy Logic and Rab viewers. But faith is what got them through it. When they were in the hole for weeks and weeks and weeks and months on end, that's all they had.
Yeah.
Everything was stripped from them.
Yeah.
And what's amazing is that in these conversations, and we've had hundreds and hundreds of interviews and more conversations, Christ, God, their faith is always what they talk about. It's what they got. It's what got them through it.
Yeah.
Period.
And they all still 100% back Donald Trump. They still say the 2020 election was stolen, and we're starting to see that it was finally coming out. And the bigger thing is, though, is we're learning the difference between a full pardon and a commutation.
Yep.
And if you're only commuted because the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys were targeted still, and they've only, for the most part, been just commuted, you're still a felon. You still can't own a gun. You still can't vote.
You still can't get your military benefits.
Military benefits. Joe Biggs.
Yeah. He's got 2 Purple Hearts and he still can't have his military benefits, which means his daughter doesn't have benefits as well.
Yeah. And the media is just not going to report any of this.
They're not. No, they're not.
I'm curious about the musical aspect to this, because music is so powerful, and the launch of Real America's music just goes hand in hand on all of this. So I'm curious to get your take on that. And of course, do you think, what are the chances of Liz Cheney downloading this for Christmas, by the way?
Zilch.
Wonder if you
zero, nada.
Pay it forward. I wonder if our viewers can buy Liz a copy of this. Musically. Well, they started singing the national anthem in prison in D.C. way early in the game, okay? And they did it for morale themselves, but also in defiance of the jail, because the D.C. jail was giving them a bunch of crap about doing it. And so they said, hey, you can give us crap all day long. We're going to sing this national anthem. And we decided that, I don't even remember the year of this, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, but
over 3 years. We
probably late 22, early 23. We were covering a Trump rally in Georgia, and We tried to get the Trump rally, our coverage with Rav, to open up with them singing the national anthem. So we're on the phone to the jail. They're trying to communicate back and forth with Denver, and it wasn't working out because the jail actually shut off the phones because they listen.
Yeah.
They listened to the call.
One of the Jan Sixers, James McGrew, his mom, Leslie, and we talked with her back and forth, and he got the phone, and he said right at 3 o'clock when the Trump rally was going to start that they were going to all get together and sing. Well, the jail found that out and turned off their phones. Yeah. So we recorded it later on, and that's the rough recording that we used first. And then we got them to record it again by actually going to various places inside the jail that sounded the best. And Don put that all together, and that's what you see at the end of our show with the Cowboys riding into the sunset, is that J6 prison choir. And
yeah, here's a little inside baseball on the first national anthem. All right. I can't hear, so.
Oh, okay. Well, you got 30 seconds.
Oh, it was recorded in Kelly Meg's cell. That's where the first national anthem was recorded. And then we were able to get everybody down to Florida, and all these different people that couldn't participate in that one could participate, including our beautiful Dr. G.
And we have a special that's going to be on from 8 to 10 tonight and tomorrow night. So we hope you watch our J6 special.
Absolutely.
I like how Donna's giving time cues. Donna's
You guys,
giving time cues.
I know, that's adorable.
Goes back to my 30 years in the business. I heard
you got 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm used to a time clock.
I want to know what happened to the snow in the background, but you're going to have to tell them that at the barn party because we are completely...
It's 70 degrees here today.
Oh, I loved the snow. But I love your decorations, and I love you guys. I'll tell you, a life-changing... This song is life-changing on so many levels, and a lot of that is because of you guys, Zen Master, and so many who've been involved for so long, and of course are amazing, the spirit of our J6ers, those living and those that aren't with us anymore.
Download the song. We love it.
They are some wonderful people that have been wronged.
That's
Merry Christmas to you all.
Christmas.
We love you guys.
Love you, John and Donna. Anthem of the Free. You can scan the QR code right there. Download it right now. It makes such a difference. Coming up, Hunter Biden just revealed what he really thinks about his father's legacy in the White House, and it's not what you might think. Let's just say that. That story next, right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Specialist David Osuna, currently deployed in Poland. I want to say happy holidays to my wife, family, and friends. Go Cowboys.
The most
The radical left knows exactly what they're doing. They want to steal the election. We're going to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
Events in Washington have taken a violent and tumultuous turn.
January 6th wasn't just a moment in history. For thousands of Americans, it was the moment their voices were taken.
It's insurrection.
They were persecuted, hunted.
Seditious conspiracy.
But behind prison walls, something unexpected happened. They found their voice again.
Started singing the national anthem.
We took it up to him at Mar-a-Lago. He goes, I'll put my voice on it.
Our supporters made this go platinum.
Real America's Voice is telling the real story of January 6th, like you've never seen it before.
Everybody, this must be peaceful.
This is not the story you were shown.
I take responsibility.
This is the story they lived.
Government entrapment scheme that this actually was.
The J6 Patriots are no longer staying silent. They are speaking. They are standing. And they are telling the truth.
You can't kill us. You can't beat us.
They tried to silence them. Instead, they woke up an entire nation. The Sleeping Giant.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
Let's spill some tea.
Let's Spill Some Tea is fueled by Artillery Tea Company. It's the only America-first, veteran-owned tea brand out there. The mission is to maximize flavor with whole leaf blends and chemical-free tea bags. There's no junk here, just real tea. The tactical advantage is that each bag brews not just once, but twice. Head on over to artillerytco.com and use the code RAV for 10% off of your first order. That's artillerytco.com. It's premium tea that's mission-driven and brewed for the brave. All right, let's get right into what's in the cup today. And we are talking about Hunter Biden turning on his dad. In a stunning podcast interview, Hunter called his father's presidency an obvious effing failure. He blasted both the border crisis and the botched Afghanistan withdrawal.
What do you think some of those failures were?
I think one of the failures was the way in which they executed the withdrawal from Afghanistan. I think it was an obvious failure. I think 13 Marines are dead. I think that there was a better way to do it. And I think that, and I can blame it on his generals. I can blame it on the people, the way in which we did it. But my dad always knew this also, is that the buck stops with him.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug. The former president's own son there saying the quiet part out loud. That's more than just spilling some tea right there. He let it all out as a family feud apparently now going public. Can't wait to hear your thoughts on all of this. Let us know on Getter, Rumble, YouTube. I'm going to hop in the chat momentarily to see what each and every one of you has to say. Looking forward to your thoughts. Still to come here on American Sunrise, though, bakers from across the country came together for a sweet record-breaking attempt, and nearly 74,000 cookies later, they may have done it. That's next after this break. First, though, another holiday shout-out from one of our many service members serving near and abroad.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Andrew Kent with U.S. Army, NATO, and Sandbach, Germany. I'd like to wish a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday to my family in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Happy Holidays.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience.
Merry Christmas, everyone. This is Sergeant Martin Butler from the USAG Black Sea. I want to wish you, your family, a Merry Christmas and Godspeed, and we're there for you.
Next year, all our troubles will be ours.
Do you want to sing, T? We'll let you if you want to sing.
You know, I was considering it, Dr. Gina, but my Christmas gift to you guys is that I won't.
No, your Christmas gift to us is the ascot. Thank you for that.
That is true. That is true. And I don't think I'll ever unsee Don's shop rag ascot. That was pretty fantastic. All right, you guys, it is time for our sunny side up in the pan today, the world's largest cookie exchange. Nothing says Christmas quite like cookies, and this year the holiday spirit was baked into history. The Washington County Fairgrounds turned into a cookie lover's dream as bakers from across the country came together for an attempt at the world's largest cookie exchange. The event was organized by Laura Magoni and the Wedding Cookie Table community. This is a group no stranger to record breaking in all the name of fun and friendly competition and holiday cheer. By the end of the day, get this, David, you're going to get hungry. Nearly 74,000 cookies were exchanged, and one sweet new record may just have been set. But Magoni says she isn't done yet. Take a look.
So we have to wait and see if anybody decides to challenge this record, and whether someone else does or does not. My group wants to do this again next year. They told me they want to do it every year. So we have to see.
So do you guys make Christmas cookies? Because that's a big tradition in a lot of families.
We don't. We have family members that do, but we personally don't. No.
So we make Christmas cookies, but not you know, to be decorative and all that, just because we all have sweet teeth, I guess, in my household. And most of our Christmas cookies end up being chocolate chip, which I'm not so sure actually is a Christmas cookie. So
no, that's not a Christmas cookie.
It's okay, Terrence. I don't think there are rules on that. Yeah, no, I always wanted to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Gina.
Yeah.
David Bahumbug.
Yeah.
Chocolate cookie. Really, David? That's how you gonna play me on Christmas Eve?
Yeah. I always wanted to be one of those moms that made Christmas cookies. Thing was, it wasn't a tradition in my mother or my grandmother's household, so we just never did it. But I have aspired to, and there have been years where I have, and we are pretty good about doing the gingerbread village thing. We usually make like 10,000, it's like a gingerbread neighborhood, and my whole table becomes frosting, and no one eats them. I don't really know why anyone does that, but we do it.
That's awesome. Hey, just a quick reminder about Christmas. Well, let's start with the bad news, which is we're going to be around a lot of sinners, you know, as in every single one of us is a sinner.
Yeah.
And we're saved by grace, those that believe in Jesus Christ. But we celebrate the sinless one. Yeah. And so as we gather with family, let's remember that, you know, that we're surrounded by a bunch of sinners, but the most important thing is to remember the reason for the season, and that is to celebrate the sinless one, Jesus Christ.
100%. That is so important, you know, and I think there can be a lot of stress and pressure put on people around Christmas to perform certain activities, whether it's the gift buying or the wrapping or the cooking or the whatever. And just to give ourselves the grace that Christ died for, I think is so important, and to remember that he really is the reason for the season, and that all battles are spiritual. They are
Amen.
spiritual. They are not flesh and blood. He that is in us is greater than he that is in the world. Merry Christmas, everybody. We love you guys. War Room is up next. Go boldly now. Live the truth. We'll see you after Christmas. And we'll see you Christmas.
See you, folks.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Next year all our troubles will be up.
It's Wednesday, 24 December in the year of our Lord 2025. It's Christmas Eve, and this is our Christmas Eve special. We are live both in Bethlehem and at the Vatican throughout the morning. And we want to thank our Denver crew. Great open there, guys, and our team here at the War Room, Real America's Voice Denver operation. Our guys, fantastic. Also, we've got Jason Jones and his team in Bethlehem. We'll be going there momentarily. We have Ben Harnwell in inclement weather at St. Peter's Square. We're going to Ben. Also, I think that Sabin Howard and Tracy Slayton are actually also in Rome, if we can't get them today, with an interview. The great sculptor, Sabin Howard, is there. If we can't get him today, we're going to get him over the next couple of days on the holiday weekend. Dave Bratt is with me, though. Dave, it's Christmas Eve. We're trying to set politics aside. We're still going to be talking about the news, trying to set politics aside, although there is breaking news last night out of Georgia, where the judge down there has ordered the start of these ballots that were, I guess, illegitimately not counted. We'll get to the bottom of all of it over the next couple of days, but big breaking news out of Georgia. Also, the Supreme Court not allowing President Trump to federalize the National Guard and send them into Chicago, although President Trump ordered late last night the National Guard federalized into New Orleans. Dave Bratt, it is Christmas Eve. You're our resident theologian. You have Bratt, you got a PhD in theology from Princeton Seminary?
Yeah, master's in divinity, 3 years. I was going to be an academic and teach systematic theology. And people say, why didn't you do that? And I said, I did. I said, I want to explain God's work in the economy. So when I went on to study systematic economics, which is very much linked to the Western tradition, it all happened at the same time, right? The opening of James Madison and Adam Smith, it's all 1776. And that's just the epitome of Western civilization, all coming together right there. The last century was a century of evil's climb. In the United States and around the world, mass slaughter in wars in the 100 million category. And that comes with the decline of the church. I feel there is an ascendancy now going on. The young people are returning to the truth. To have St. Peter's in the background on the War Room says about all you need to see, right? Thank God.
Yeah, so really, it's just serendipity that Jason Jones is really taking the entire Christmas and New Year's period to be in Israel, and actually was going to be in Bethlehem. And it's always, as you know, there's not as many pilgrims since they've had a pretty brutal conflict there for the last couple of years. There's not as many pilgrims, Dave, as normal. You know, it also shows you the reason we want to juxtapose. It shows you the difference, which a lot of people are spending focus now on the early on early Christianity, right? The primitive church of those first years or first century, where the Bethlehem kind of represents in Jerusalem. I think Jerusalem is only 9 miles away. That it shows you from the Jewish Christianity, which was really the first what the apostolic age was, the first 3, 5, 7, 8 years, to the Church of the Gentiles, which was Rome and was always St. Paul's goal, and then later St. Peter's, to take the word of the risen Christ to the Gentiles, sir.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We've got one of the world's superstars at Liberty University, a friend of mine. He's up in age beyond me and probably you, and just unbelievable guy, Gary Habermas, who's writing a 4-volume tome right now on proof of the resurrection, and it's proof. He's got the unreligious saying, yes, there's more proof of the resurrection of Christ than there is against it, historically speaking, given the historical documents. And he's also done massive research. You can go Google him on the early church creeds. And the earlier, the stronger they were, and the shorter, the stronger they were. They're the kind of the fragments that led even to the writing of the Gospels. But just simple formulations in go Google early creeds, CREEDS, right? Christ is Lord, right? And these simple little things, they're not so simple. And very early on, 40 AD, they're circulating all around. That leads to the writing of the canon, and then to the early creeds, where the Catholics were absolutely central with the Nicene Creed and Nicaea. And, folks, go take a peek around the map, right? All these great councils were right around Israel, Greece, Ephesus, Thessalonica, all these books of the Bible. If you don't know that stuff, it's a fascinating. Go Google St. Paul's tours. It's a great way to really see the link between the truth of God incarnate in Jesus coming to earth to save us from our sin. If you got another way to get out of sin, please let me know. I haven't heard of anything. And but it juxtaposes that in history.
It was like at AmFest. It's one of the reasons I gave the speech. I said, look, there's all this, toing and froing, and who's going to be in and who's going to be out, and people fighting and, saying things about each other. And I said, man, this is nothing. This is junior high school compared to the early church. Early church.
Yes.
If you look at these councils, they were, it was intense. It was very intense. I mean, one of the biggest, fights they had was right after Christ was crucified and then rose from the dead. Was this whole thing about do you have to be Jewish first? Do you have to embrace the old covenant to be part of the new covenant? And remember, up until 36, I think it was 3 or 4 years, till the church in Jerusalem came together for that conference, you had to be Jewish to then convert to Christianity. It was only, I think, in 3 years afterwards, and they had this conference. And one of the reasons is that, James was in charge of the church in Jerusalem, and it just wasn't getting traction. They weren't converting a ton of people to Christianity. That's why St. Paul, Paul of Tarsus, when he came on and really took the church to the Gentiles and became kind of the leaders of the church of the Gentiles, whether it was in Turkey, whether it was in other parts of the Middle East, but particularly Rome. I mean, it was very evident he wanted to go play the big rooms. He wanted to take this to where the empire, the center of the empire, right? Obviously, Rome at that time, not just the most important city on earth, but if you look back in history, one of the most important cities in the history of the world, and still carries a lot of that power today, Dave Brett.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've referred people to Alistair McIntyre, MacIntyre, Alistair McIntyre. I think he had a upbringing on the Marxist left, and then he converted over to Aristotle. But he's written a book called The Brief History of Ethics, which is much more than a brief history of ethics. But the juxtaposition of Rome, right, with the crucifixions, the barbarity, the Roman legions, they could do to you at any time what they wanted to, mega empire, right? And into the middle of that empire comes a man named Jesus, who offers these people who are beaten down love from God the Father. God, your Father, loves you. I'm here to testify to that. John the Baptist preceded me. And Jesus said the key is love God the Father, right? Don't forget that part, right? This modern love stuff with, emotion and all these adjectives, that are modernist that began 100 years ago. Love God, right? And that's the first commandment also in the Hebrew text. And then love your neighbor as yourself. And out of that, Constantine, the Roman Empire's Christian by about 325. And Constantine says, in this sign of the Christian flag, we conquer. But you see, when we conquer, and the U.S. is the epitome of this, is the highest of the heights. We offer minority rights to all. We have rights to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of religion, freedom of gathering. And the rest of the world does not know that because it's rooted in Christianity, right? There's a few countries that follow all the United Nations charter with respect to human rights, but that's our gift to the world. Now, unfortunately, others and other religions who do not believe that love is the central command, nor do they believe that there's a loving Father in heaven in several traditions out there. They don't have a human rights tradition at all. And speaking of Islam, most concretely, Allah is so transcendent that there is not this fatherly love for you. And they do not have a human rights record. They had very smart people back at about 1300, right? Averroes, Avicenna, with Maimonides in the Jewish side, with Aquinas, having great debates. But since then, it's the West that developed Oxford and Cambridge and Harvard and all the great Christian universities. And where are the Islamic scholars and thinkers in universities? That's a sign.
Dave, hang on. I know you got to bounce, but I do want to hold you for another segment. We're going to go live as soon as we get set up. I believe we were a little delayed in Bethlehem because of the Muslim call to prayer. I'm not making this up. The Muslim call to prayer. Jason Jones is in the heart of Bethlehem, right next to Manger Square. We've got Ben Harnwell is getting set up in inclement weather at St. Peter's Square. Dave Bratt's with us. We're going to talk about Christmas Eve in the place where it all started in Bethlehem, in Israel, and at the Vatican today. And we're going to hopefully saturate this show with some of the incredible music of the Christmas season. Short commercial break. You're in the War Room. It's our Christmas Eve special. We'll be back in a moment.
Christ on Christmas Day in the morn. Oh, the rising of the sun and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing in the choir.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Welcome back to our coverage. We're live here on Christmas Eve, the Christmas Eve special on the War Room. Dave Brat is riding shotgun with me for a while. I want to go to live to Bethlehem. Jason Jones, you know Jason from all these years. Jason, you've really been in some of the toughest places, whether it was in Iraq with the Kurds. You have dedicated a huge part of your life. In fact, I think now all of it. I've known you. You were a close friend of Andrew Breitbart's, but you've dedicated your life to really protecting Christians, whether it's in sub-Saharan Africa or the Desert Church, which has essentially been eviscerated. You've been in some of the toughest spots ever, and you've been covering this kind of war for many, many years. Give me your perspective. Where are we today? What is the shot you've got? Explain a little bit about Bethlehem, because I'm sure most of our audience has never had an opportunity to be there and probably know very little about the geography or actually what is historical Bethlehem. Like, how close is it to Jerusalem? Where does it sit on the map, sir?
I'm looking at you right now on the screen, and to share
Yeah,
Bethlehem
Steve, first
with
of all,
your
Merry
audience,
Green, and to share
Bethlehem is walking distance to Jerusalem, and it's quite a privilege to be right over my shoulder. If you look over to the left, you see the Church of the Nativity. You can actually see the door into the church, and you can also see the Christmas tree here in Bethlehem. And you mentioned that I've served the persecuted church around the world. And it is quite a tragedy that these first century Christian communities have been facing ethnic cleansing and genocide, whether it's the Christians in Iraq, Syria, just yesterday in India, Christian community that the gospel was brought there by the Apostle Thomas, St. Thomas, the doubting apostle, suffering brutal attacks. We see in Egypt, the first century Christian communities facing existential peril. So it is a privilege for me to be here at the birthplace of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. To my right is the very road that the Blessed Virgin Mary and St. Joseph walked along looking for a room at the inn.
What is... where is, explain to the audience, Bethlehem in the occupied territories, part of Israel? Because, correct me if I'm wrong, we were trying to get this shot up earlier to test, and we really didn't have opportunity to test because the Muslim call to prayer, is the Muslim call to prayer go all over, is it broadcast all over Bethlehem, sir?
Yeah, well, there's a mosque right to my right. So if you can see over my right shoulder, there's a mosque. What's interesting, we're in the West Bank, which is under the Palestinian Authority, and the Christians and the Muslims here in Bethlehem, the Bethlehemites, as they call themselves, have been here together for centuries. In fact, both the Christian and the Muslim communities descend from the people that were here at the time of Jesus. We know in the book of Acts, it says they were Jews, they spoke Arabic, there were Arabs, there were Medes, there were Greeks, there were Egyptians in the upper room at Pentecost. And so when you think of Palestinians, whether they're Muslim or Christians, and then even the Mizrahi Jews, the Arab Jews, they've been here together since the time of Christ. And as we are as human beings, in a way, they're really one genetic family, but three religions.
Islam, though, didn't come to this area to what, 600, 700 AD? I mean, at the time of Christ, it was essentially Jews or Arabs that believed one of these, Mithras or one of these other pagan cults, and then a small group of Christians, correct?
Yeah, correct. This was Christian. And of course, we also had the Arian heresy, and then Arianism swept across North Africa and the Middle East. And in many ways, I see Islam as a continuation of the Arian heresy. And so many of those Palestinian Christians became Muslim. But they see themselves as one community, one family. That I was on, out today for the parade as scouts came from all over the West Bank, and Cardinal Pizzaballa came and gave a very powerful speech. But there were Christians and Muslims, and I interviewed dozens of people, and they all said that their favorite day of the year here in Bethlehem is Christmas. And Muslims, of course, see Jesus is a prophet.
Yeah. Right. Let me. What do we have? Are pilgrims starting to return at all? Are tourists starting to return at all? I know obviously after October 7th, everything was shut down for a couple of years. Is there any beginning of even allowing people in, whether they have the courage enough to go or they feel that there's enough safety? But where do we stand with? Because I remember years ago you would do these, broadcast TV or BBC would pick it up at midnight mass. And it was pretty packed. Manger Square was packed and pretty robust international crowd. Tell the audience what's happening now. Are there pilgrims starting to come back? Are there tourists starting to come back?
They're trickling in. Most of the pilgrims were migrant workers, whether Indians or Filipinos that work in Israel. But still, it's a trickle. I maybe saw a handful of Americans or maybe 20 or 30 Americans here that I've seen. And so it's quite sorrowful, but it is extremely safe. I was here last Christmas, and I was the only person who was not from Bethlehem in Bethlehem. And it was quite sorrowful to be the very place of the nativity, the very place where Christ was born. And I was able to pray for hours alone. And it was safe, but people had fear. But there's no fear. Come to Bethlehem. Come to the West Bank. It's beautiful. It's safe. I feel too at home. I am a little embarrassed at how home I feel here, but I'm really committed to coming as many Christmases as I can. And I have two of my sons here now. I'm bringing my entire family here for Easter, and they're longing for pilgrims. Their economy desperately needs pilgrims to return. I interviewed the mayor yesterday and today the director of tourism. And they're really eager to see the return of pilgrims to the Holy Land and to Bethlehem.
Because that's basically their income is almost, I take it, 100% or close to 100% predicated upon tourists or things that they make. They sell to tourists or sell internationally online, but all predicated on pilgrims coming and actually seeing these holy sites.
I mean, definitely it's a huge part of their economy, but it's also their cultural identity. They're very proud of Bethlehem. They want to share it with the world. They long for pilgrims to come here. And to me, it's quite a tragedy that the most important site for Christians, there's 1 billion of us, that maybe less than 100 had the initiative or the courage to come here this year. Or maybe it's, maybe I don't want to go there, but I don't understand. Please come here. Please come to the Holy Land. Come to Bethlehem. And, when you come here, I look at our faith, Steve. I'm so grateful to be a Christian. I'm so grateful to be a Catholic. The Romans believed that they descended from the Trojans, and they never wanted to see what happened to Troy happen again. They became obsessed with building roads. Their mission was to build roads. The Greeks, Socrates, gave us the concept of logos. And then the Jews were promised the savior of the world, the Messiah. You had Jews walking Roman roads using Greek language to share the world the truth about God. But the second person of the Trinity, the Logos, became man right over my shoulder. And it was the fullness of time in the perfect place. It's right over my left shoulder. And you really want to come here and experience this.
Fantastic. I tell you what, Jason, hang on. We have a bunch of guests that you've helped book today. We're going to go between Bethlehem and the Vatican. Ben Harnwell. The weather in Bethlehem looks terrific. In Rome, not so much. It's a very inclement, but our intrepid, indefatigable Ben Harnwell is setting up. Dave Bratt's riding shotgun with me. We're going to have a combination of tremendous photography, great interviews, and, of course, Christmas music. We're going to take leave now for a short commercial break. We're going to return. Dave Bratt, Jason Jones, Ben Harnwell, Stephen K. Bannon. Christmas Eve special in the War Room.
Thy
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts.
Welcome back. We're going to put the playlist up later so that you can get access to all this music. Also, don't forget, was it the J6 Prison Chorus or Choir on there? And if you go iPhone or iTunes, I guess it is, and purchase that, I think it's $1 something. The J6 Prison Choir releasing their new song, Anthem of the Free. We've taken it up to #1. I think it's still #1 in rap. And it's we're trying to drive that to #1 in the country again. So if you get a chance to do that, maybe give that as a Christmas present. Birch Gold, I want to thank Birch Gold. Gold this morning, I think an all-time high, $4,500. Silver broke 70. Where'd you hear that first? It's not about the price today of those. What do you call them? Precious metals. Think about it. Today we're spending time in Bethlehem, really talking about an event that happened over 2,000 years ago. And in Rome, which has been the center of the world for even before the 2000, at least the material world before 2000. Go back in that time, you can see why gold was a hedge in times of financial turbulence in those times. Find out about that. Find out about the U.S. dollar. Do it all. Do it over the holiday weekend, this holiday period. You're going to have maybe some spare time on your hands by yourself. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, End of the Dollar Empire. Make sure you get it, study it, read it, make sure that you, most importantly, understand it, and then talk to Philip Patrick and the team. Dave Bratt, I want to thank you for doing this coverage. I know you've got family obligations. We try to do this every year. Give me your thoughts. We're going to lose you now, but give me your thoughts before you take off. In fact, in Catholicism, obviously the Vatican and Bethlehem and Nazareth, Jerusalem are very important. I think you're going to South Bend, Indiana, the home of Notre Dame, which is also very important to Catholics. Very, very important to Catholics, particularly back years ago when it was a Catholic university. Give us your closing thoughts, sir.
Yeah, well, just Merry Christmas to everyone. You know, when I do the politics, I say all thought are my own. But, I speak on behalf of Liberty University with the good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I just want to leave everyone with one wonderful idea I learned about in seminary. It's called the Wonderful Exchange. And so that is God Almighty, the all-powerful, all-perfect creator of the universe, came to earth and humbled himself. God Almighty, the creator, came in the form of a baby in the second person of the Trinity. Why? To redeem us from our sin and from ourselves, right? And so I want everybody to reflect, right? The gifts and all that, that's a neat celebration, but there's a darker side, right? It's the sin and the worldview and human nature. That's why God had to come to earth. And so we see through a glass dimly now at the light that shines in the world that has overcome the darkness, but we still have work to do. And so the wonderful exchange is God came and suffered on the cross, died, was buried, resurrected from the dead for our sins so that we can have a wonderful life, right? And so that's the great, wonderful exchange. God exchanged places with us, took upon himself what we should pay for justice. He took it on and set us free so we can have life abundantly. That is Christmas. And boy, what a gift. So reflect. If you're not thankful after reflection on that, and then, just in closing, we're all made in the image of God. And what does that mean? If we're supposed to be humble, but you think that through carefully. Jesus said, if you have faith of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. You can say to that mountain, move. On this show, on the War Room, daily, Steve and others say, move to that mountain, and that mountain has moved through your faith. And so I just call everybody on this great Christmas celebration day, fully reflect on the power God has given you. In faith, you have tremendous power. It should be used to build the kingdom of God. But you have tremendous power that's been given to you by God Almighty. And so I just want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. God bless you, Steve, for what you're doing.
Thank you, Dave. Merry Christmas. Just one question. The Puritans, pretty hardcore. I think the Puritans and the Pilgrims actually banned Christmas celebrations because they thought they were getting too festive. Many of these traditions coming from England. They banned, in Boston, I think they banned it from like 1670 to 1690, roughly. They banned Christmas. Now, I think you're a Calvinist, right? Pretty hardcore.
Yes.
Pretty austere. Did you guys, as a kid, do the traditional Christmas celebration, or was it considered too much frivolity?
Well, Steve, I think the Calvinists, they believe in the No, we celebrated Christmas, but my dad was a Dutch Calvinist theologian, missed his calling, became a medical doctor, retired and went to seminary. So yeah, Christmas, we got plenty of reading lists and study and faith and Bible and prayer, along with, a nice 10-speed bike when you're 12 years old or something.
Yeah. That's great. Dave Bratt, our resident Calvinist. Sir, social media, where do people track you over the holiday weekend?
Yeah, just Brad Economics on Getter and X, and I'm a Calvinist, but I'm also Catholic with a small C, and we got a lot. The creeds, everybody go look at the creeds. It's a unity, right? Every tradition has its weaknesses and its strengths, and so just everybody go out and get the deep meaning today, right? In between the presents and the eggnog and whatever, go get the deeper meaning of Christmas. God bless you all. Merry Christmas, Dave. We're very happy and comfortable with that. The decision-making unit in the Bratt household is Catholic, right? So we'll leave it at that. Right, Dave Bratt, right. Merry Christmas, sir. Merry Christmas, you and the family. Merry Christmas, Steve. God bless. We've got Jason Jones in Bethlehem. We're going to go now. We got Ben Harnwell in inclement weather at the Vatican, right at St. Peter's Square. Ben Harnwell, sir, Merry Christmas, and thank you for doing this as we try to do it every year on Christmas Eve, sir.
Steve, good morning to you. Well, I didn't know about you, but I'm dreaming of a wet, grey, dreary Christmas, just like the ones I used to know. And God has heard my prayers, and that's what we have. Torrential rain all day here in Rome. That's why I've got a slightly different shot from the one I normally have, which is a couple of 100 yards up there. But you do have the Vatican in my background. Why? Because this evening at 10 o'clock, Pope Leo will be celebrating the Christmas Mass. The beautiful, famous candlelit liturgy that's taking place over my shoulder later on this evening.
Yeah, talk to me about that. It's done. It's on American TV. NBC, I think, has done it for decades. Talk to us about what we refer to as midnight mass. It starts at 10 p.m. It's always, and I guess today, normally we do this shot with you at this time on an annual basis, and it's pretty packed. The weather, I understand, has been torrential rain in Rome for a couple of days.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad, but it accelerated actually from around 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. It's actually been terrible. The whole of central Italy, it's been torrential rain non-stop. I think that might explain somewhat the lack of the milling crowds that one might have expected. But there we go. That's the weather, which is in God's good hands. How do you actually get into midnight mass for those who have never been there at the Vatican? Do you have to get a ticket in advance? I mean, it's standing room only as it's packed. How's one actually get in to go? You just can't show up, can you? Some people can. They normally keep, I think, a few spaces free, but you can get the tickets normally through your nunciature, your papal embassy in your city, or directly from the pontifical household here that dole out the tickets in advance. It's not, look, you just got to organize yourself for these things. Not, if you know what you're doing and you have the time to do it, then you can do it. It's not, this isn't one of those things like, for example, I don't know, a conclave when new cardinals are made, where it's more difficult to get into. They still somewhat have the spirit of the universal spirit of Christmas here at the Vatican, at least for Christmas.
You know, Paris is known as the city of Christmas, the city of light. It's actually very beautiful during this time of year. Although, as you know, Paris is not particularly religious. There are some very religious people there, and some amazing Catholic churches and Christian churches. But and in London's a Christmas city. What is Rome like during the Christmas period?
Funnily enough, it's not as ostentatious with all the Christmas lights, say, for example, as London, which would be, you'd have Piccadilly and Oxford Street. But then they're more like sort of festive lights now. There's very little spirit of Christmas there in the UK. That's very different here from Rome. It's not as upfront in your face
with all the lights on lampposts and what have you. But there is more of an attitude that Christmas is a Christian festival. That's probably because, unlike London and Paris, which are great, famous, world-class Islamic cities these days, Rome is still, as the capital of Italy, a Christian country, a culturally Christian country, and also practicing to some degree.
Ben, hang on for a second. We've got Ben Harnwell at the Vatican in St. Peter's Square. We've got Jason Jones at Manger Square in Bethlehem. We're going to return, leave you with some great music. We're going to be back in the War Room for our Christmas Eve special. Just a moment.
Bring me flesh and bring me wine, bring me pine logs hither, thou and I will sing in time when we bear them thither. Asian monarch, forth they went together, through the rude winds wild lament, and the bitter weather.
Sire, the night is darker now, and the wind blows stronger. Fails my heart, I know not how, I can go no longer.
Mark my footsteps, good my page, tread thou in them boldly. Thou shalt find the winter's rage, freeze thy bloodless holy. In his master's steps he trod, where the snow lay tinted. Each was in the very sod which the saint had printed. Therefore, Christian men, be sure, well and possessing, ye who now will bless the poor, shall yourselves find blessing.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie.
Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent.
It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would we trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. and we are just getting started.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts.
You're in the War Room, our special Christmas Eve special, our coverage from both Bethlehem and the Vatican. Going to go now to Jason Jones. Jason, you've been fighting to protect the persecuted Christians now since I've known you. When I first met you with Andrew Breitbart, you were a very, very close friend of his. You're going to have some interview guests we're going to toss to you. Just describing the background, particularly people who are just coming onto the show now. Where are you? What's that beautiful background? Of course, we got some other establishing shots that are just amazing. I want to thank the Real America's Voice crew. It's absolutely, the shots here are gorgeous. Jason Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, well, first of all, Steve, I want to thank you and your sponsors for giving me the privilege to share Bethlehem with your audience. And you're looking at the Church of the Nativity. Steve, when I first met you, it actually wasn't with Andrew. You may not even remember. It was almost 20 years ago. And a mutual friend of ours, a big-time Hollywood producer, said, you got to meet this guy, Steve Bannon. I go, what's his story? He goes, he's an investment banker. I was like, I don't want to meet an investment banker. It's the last thing I want to meet. And he said, no, you got to meet this guy. And I came to his office in Santa Monica, and I was writing a book on the genocides of the 20th century. And you and I spent about an hour talking about the Armenian genocide, and I was really shocked at how much you knew. And I was in the middle of researching this book, but I was shocked how much you knew about the Armenian genocide and how passionate you were about that. Well, so many of those Armenian Christians that were fleeing for their lives were welcomed by the Palestinian community. They were welcomed here. They were welcomed to Jerusalem. They were welcomed into what we call the West Bank. And so there are 3 Christmases, actually, in Bethlehem every year. There's the Catholic Christmas, there's the Orthodox Christmas, and there's the Armenian Christmas. So if you want to come to Bethlehem for a month, you'll actually get to experience Christmas 3 times.
What are the Jason? Before you go to the interview, what are the differences? Or the differences in obviously in the customs and traditions and in the mass or the religious ceremony? But walk us through, if there's 3 different ones, when do they happen? And tell the audience what's the difference between them.
You know, I have an Orthodox priest that'll be joining us, Father Issa, and I can ask that question to him. But really, they're different liturgical calendars. But what they all have in common is they're apostolic. They all can trace their roots directly back to the apostles. And St. John Paul the Great said that Christianity will not breathe with both lungs again until the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church are once again united. And this is something that Pope Leo has prioritized. And when you're here in Bethlehem, you meet Melkites, which are, the liturgy is very similar to the Orthodox, but they're in communion with Rome. And but I will say, as a Catholic, I see the Orthodox, it's the church. There's the church and there's the Apostolic Church. We see the Blessed Virgin Mary in the same way. We trace our lineage back to the apostles and Jesus Christ in the same way. And I agree with St. John Paul the Great that we will not breathe with both lungs until both church communities are united again.
Amazing. We got about 3 minutes, and I'm going to hold your guest through the break, but why don't you introduce your guest, and let's start the interview.
Okay, so I'm going to, you can see Father Issa. Father Issa, welcome to Steve Bannon's The War Room.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm really glad to see you here among us in Bethlehem.
It's a great privilege for me, but it's an even bigger privilege to share you with Steve Bannon's audience. Now, Steve asked me, what's the difference between the Orthodox community, the Armenian community, and the Catholic Christian community?
We are all Christians, but in the beginning, it begins with Orthodox, because when the first century...
Okay, now we're going to have to arm wrestle. I'm going to say it's the Catholics, Father. Okay, let's... All right, go.
Because in Bethlehem, most of the people were Orthodox in Bethlehem. So that's why we can actually see that people after that established the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate in Jerusalem. And after that, people are becoming or maybe continue their faith with prayers and during that time. And so it continues in Bethlehem. Many people were actually Orthodox, and they changed, they were like Catholics, and many of also Armenian were in this place. So in this place, I mean in Holy Land, it's just with all Christianity faithful that are believers and believe in Jesus Christ and one in Bethlehem.
So now, Father, can you trace not only as a priest your lineage directly to the apostles, but do you descend from the first century Christian community ethnically?
I think yes, because I don't know, maybe because we live here since many years. Like my grandfather actually was born in the same house. It's like had a house old about 200 years, and maybe it's that we come from that time, but I don't know exactly. We're Christians. We were born Christians in Bethlehem, and we raised up as a Greek Orthodox in Nativity Church. I just live close to the church. Nativity Church was just one step.
I know there are many Greek Orthodox watching the show, and so I'm so grateful to share with you that. I know we may be about a minute from a break. Can you give us a Christmas message to the Christians of the United States?
For sure. Actually, I studied upstate New York. I studied in the seminary in Jordanville, Holy Trinity Seminary for the Russians. And so I'm really glad to give this message from Bethlehem to the U.S. And so I'm really happy for this message because it comes from Bethlehem, from the place where Jesus was born. So all the eyes from all over the world. So people actually all over the world celebrate Christmas, but it's really different to celebrate Christmas in Bethlehem because you witness exactly the place where Jesus was born, and you touch the place exactly, and you send the message of peace and love, because at that time when Jesus was born, it was the same difficulties and problems, but still he could give hope and love and peace to everyone. So this message from Bethlehem, we send it to you, and we wish you really a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Okay. Well, I really want to
Jason,
thank you. Yes, Steve.
Jason, just hold our guests. We're going to take a short. This is quick. It's a 2-minute break
Steve,
for the top of the hour.
We're going to hold you through the break.
I want to hold our guests. Yeah. Short commercial break. We're going to turn to Bethlehem with Jason Jones and a number of guests. Also to the Vatican and Ben Harnwell. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would he trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy. It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
every storm, every moment of uncertainty.
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie.
Our Christmas Eve special here in the War Room. It's Wednesday, 24th December, year of Lord 2025. We're going to go live to Bethlehem. Jason Jones. Jason, could you ask the Father, what was Bethlehem like at the time of the birth of Christ? And how's it developed over time? I mean, these stunning images we have of people starting to gather and getting ready for the midnight mass and the celebration of Christ's birth. You've got a mosque there. Can you just walk us back? What was it? If you guys were there, 25 years ago, what would it be like? And what's the evolution of it over time? Jason Jones, the floor is yours.
But to enrich the experience, now we have the Muslim call for prayer for you as background music for this question. So, Father, Steve Bannon asked, you've been here for 2,000 years. By the way, Steve, when he said that they were the first church, I challenged him with an arm wrestling match. Didn't realize he was actually the parish priest for the Church of the Nativity. So I've just added a lot of time to purgatory. But Steve wants to know, what was the community like here 2,000 years ago when the Holy Family was over our left shoulder, my left shoulder, your right shoulder?
Try to make things as frictionless as possible here in the War Room. When they go and call your site 972 Patriot, they're going to talk to, as you guys say, a hillbilly with an East Texas accent, an American citizen. Walk through the process of how you actually, because you say, hey, on the internet there, that beautiful shot, we're on a roof overlooking Manger Square, and of course we've got the priest, one of the priests that are the Orthodox priest for the Church of the Nativity. As soon as we get the shot reset, we're going to go back to it. Let's go to the Vatican and our own Ben Harnwell. Ben, it always, we do the our Christmas season specials, and we have this beautiful music and you have the beautiful images. Somehow, I think a lot of that gets lost during the year, that people don't understand the beautiful art and architecture and music. And of course, that's not to the religious spirit of things, but it's driven, that creative spirit is driven by the religious spirit. Ben Harnwell.
That's right, Stephen. In fact, I could follow off your earlier question about how the difference of Christmas is approached in terms of atmosphere and culture between Rome and then London and Paris. And that's really the point of it. I think here there is still a residue left in Italy. It's a residue, but it's still left. Like Christmas is fundamentally a religious festival, whereas in England it's wholly a sentimental thing, a cultural stroke sentimental thing. There's no focus on Jesus Christ. There's no focus on his nativity. There's no focus on the hope and joy that Christ's birth brings to the world. It's just a purely pagan festival of indulgence in the UK. And one of the reasons is that's because of the absolute implosion of the Church of England, the Anglican Communion, the head of the lead church of the Anglican Communion, over the last century. It's been secularized internally, and now is acting as a secularizing force across wider British society. Don't forget that we unlike the United States, in England, we do have an established church. You have bishops that automatically, by virtue of being bishops of certain dioceses, have seats in the legislature, in the House of Lords, automatically. That is what having an established church is. And it's been a secularizing force. That is why, Steve, many of us, me, you, many of us, are trying our best from the platform that the Holy Spirit has given us to stop the Catholic Church walking in the same secularizing direction, because we don't want sort of Italy, for example, to follow the UK, France, Belgium, the Netherlands. You can list the European countries where the overwhelming religious presence in those countries is Islam. That's the supernatural force that is followed in those countries. And Christianity is sidelined. Now, if you come back to later on this, because I know we're going to talk about the influence that Leo the 14th is having on the church, especially compared to
but hang on before we go there, before we go there, so much of the beautiful music that we're going to play today, and I've played and we'll play over tomorrow. Tomorrow we always do, the War Room always does the combat history of Christmas to show you American patriots and American heroes that actually were in horrific wars, from the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, World War II, Korea. So much of the traditions we have in the United States really come from Victorian England. And if you look at Victorian England, I would argue that leading up to World War I, where it all kind of got destroyed in the trenches of the Western Front, but kind of that Victorian muscular Christianity of the Church of England as far as missionary work goes, because they had a mission and a purpose for evangelization throughout the world. How did we go from a Victorian church that gave us many of the customs and traditions of the religious nature, but also what we think of as historical Christmas, not non-religious nature of Christmas. How did we go from that, basically in the late 19th century, to modern UK today, with the Church of England being completely secularized? In fact, every day I get up, when I read, when I go in to do my religious news, one after the other, more bizarre news comes from the Church of England. How did that happen?
Brilliant question, Steve. But I would answer it by saying, if you showed the Church of England in the 1800s to the Protestant martyrs of the Reformation, they would be horrified, because they would say this is not a Christian church whatsoever. The thing is, the reason why your Christian has sense, has moral force, is because where we are today compared to the Victorian era is even more of a collapse. I would say that 1800 England, Steve, was already well on the way. You had a sense of piety and a Christian morality. But here's the point. You can't nourish that if the supernatural faith that is the foundation for that morality disappears. So this is fundamentally, I would suggest, the problem with the Enlightenment itself, is that it tried to arrive at the same moral foundation that Christianity provided, but without the supernatural framework for it. It was a forced attempt, I think, to arrive at morality using reason alone, and it doesn't work. But that's why God fundamentally is the ultimate arbiter, as he should be. And the reason why when did Gerard Manley Hopkins, who referred to the receding roar, the tide going out, and that's the sense of religious faith in England. That was the Victorian era, right? The issue is
yes,
that since like for 500, since the Reformation, really, the sense of the supernatural origin of Christianity has been like a spring winding down. And what we see today is when the spring is totally expanded and has nothing left to give. If you want to return to a sense of Christian morality, then, and that's not a sense of I'm not talking about judgmentalism. I'm talking about the morality that arises out of Christian ethics. You need to nurture the supernatural belief that Jesus Christ is God, who was born incarnate for the salvation of man, at the bottom of it. Because if you don't have that, then Christian sentiment and Christian morality isn't worth anything. And that's what you see today. We're no longer a post-Christian West. We're a pre-Islamic West. And that's what we're trying to stop.
Wow. Hang on to that, Ben. We're going to come back to you at the Vatican. Powerful. Folks, this is the reason we're doing this event down on 9 January. We'll have more details about 9 January in Texas. Ben Harnwell, it's not, people are worried or complaining that we're in a post-Christian era. He's saying, no, you've missed the point. We're well beyond post-Christian in Europe, in Western Europe. You're pre-Islamic as being the foundational element of that civilization. Ben Harnwell's at the Vatican. Jason Jones, we're going to try to get a technical issue there at Bethlehem. He's got some amazing guests. We're going to get to all of it. We got music of the season and some amazing photography, both at the Vatican and at St. Peter's Square and at Manger Square. Short commercial break. We're going to be back in the warm in just a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Did you ever wonder what truly happened in the COVID-19 pandemic and whether Anthony Fauci would ever be held accountable? I think we all have. Filmmaker Jenner Furst has an upcoming documentary that searches for truth, transparency, and accountability called Thank You, Dr. Fauci.
Governments lie. Anthony Fauci put everyone on the planet at risk without their consent. It's beyond suspicious.
Research caused a pandemic, killed 20 million, and cost $25 trillion. Fauci would prefer a lie.
Public trust, national health, and global security are at stake as this documentary digs through thousands of pages of documents and interviews with former officials and whistleblowers in the most controversial narrative of our time that may also be one of the largest cover-ups in modern public health history.
There was a cover-up.
Why would we trade the Chinese the most advanced biotechnology in the world?
He's a spy.
It's insane.
I don't think this is going to be foolproof. Things are going to slip through.
Fauci knew and lied repeatedly.
Rather than being a partisan hit piece, Thank You, Dr. Fauci is an honest look at the origins of COVID-19 and a potential bioarms race with China. It streams exclusively on Angel Studios app and site starting on October 23rd. And all you need to do is go to angel.com/Rav to stream it. So be ready to watch, question, and share as the quest for truth and accountability continues.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts.
I saw three ships come sailing on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. I saw three ships come sailing on Christmas Day in the morning. And what was in those ships so free on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day? And what was in those ships so free on Christmas Day in the morning? Our Savior Christ and His Lady on Christmas Day, on Christmas Day. Our Savior Christ and His Lady on Christmas Day in the morning.
Welcome back to our coverage. I think we figured out our technical issue in Bethlehem. We're going to go to Jason Jones. Jason, here's, I think, what the audience would like to know is, since our guest is the priest that's head of the Church of the Nativity, can you walk us through what Bethlehem was like at the time of the birth of Christ when a very pregnant Mary showed up with Joseph looking for a place to stay, and the evolution of it as we see today? You've got a square with pilgrims and tourists coming to witness this tonight. You've also got a mosque and in the Church of Nativity, all of it. So just take your time and walk us through this.
All right, thank you, Steve. So Father Isa, Steve would like to know, and the audience would like to know, what was it like when the Holy Family, when the Blessed Mother and Joseph walked down that little road and found no room at the inn? What was Bethlehem like then? And how did it evolve into what it is today with the pilgrims, the church, the mosque over my shoulder. So it's the history of the living stones of the church, right?
Exactly. So when Mary and Joseph came from Nazareth to Bethlehem, it was an old house. Actually, it was barely places that you can see, like houses, small houses, and it's not actually you can live in it. So they found no place as to give birth in it. So they found just in a place which is stable for animals, and that's why they went inside there. But it has a reason for that. So as to God born in a place to be as with the poverty people and to simplicity, to live with simplicity, and that's why the door of the church of Nativity is called humble door. So when we bow inside, as to go inside for the place for the King of the Kings who was born in a place like in a stable of animals. And
so all the other religions, they were pharaohs and emperors.
That's right.
Caesar.
He could born in.
And here's the King of Kings born in a stable.
Exactly, and that's the meaning of that. It's just to live as a simplicity as it is, to live with love and peace, because from nothing that we can be something. So it's in the Bible says, and you, Bethlehem, will not be small. So, and Bethlehem was a small town, and now we can see it actually. All the eyes of all of the world looks in this small city of Bethlehem, and that's where Jesus was born, as to give this love and peace. And so, if we can say, like now, it's same Bethlehem. We can see all the houses. We can see the cave where Jesus was born, and we can see the simplicity people and hospitality people of Bethlehem, that they're still living and continue the message of peace and love until now.
You know, one of the things, Father, that I've noticed in my time working with the Palestinians, whether it's the church in Gaza or here in the West Bank, is there is this magnanimity, there's this charity, this forgiveness, and I've prayed about it. And what is the source of it? And I thought, as Catholics, our theology tells us that grace builds upon our nature. And it dawned on me that grace has been building upon the nature of this Christian community for 2,000 years.
That's right. And that's why we are the living stones. I call the Christians community in Bethlehem the living stones, not the church. The church may be 2,000 years and still exist, but the church doesn't mean anything with the faithful people, the Christians who keep it alive, with the prayers every day, to keep these services and liturgy, and helping people coming from all over the world to visit this place, and also actually to give a blessing and grace from it.
I was an atheist until my late 20s. And when I would hear Christians talk about the good news, the gospel, I thought that's an awful strange expression, good news. But when you look back, what good news is it that the Caesar is not God, the Pharaoh is not God, but I could be a humble peasant, I can be a slave, but I am made in the image of God.
That's right, God, an image of God. That's why we are daily services in the church where Jesus was born, exactly in the spot where the light shined all over the world. We just celebrate masses every day for Christian, like Orthodox, Catholics, and Armenian, and we continue to celebrate this, because in Bethlehem, it's almost like Christians and Muslims living together, and we are united in Bethlehem as one. Like when you see, like last 2 weeks ago, when we lit the Christmas tree, all people together were Christians, Muslims from different backgrounds. They were celebrating Christmas and loving as to see like the love, charity of people, the happiness of them. Like after 2 years, no celebration, no festivities. It's just amazing to find this Bethlehem back again to life.
Can I ask you about St. Joseph? You look at St. Joseph. It's kind of quiet, kind of hidden always. But I looked at him as what a man should be. He had calloused hands. He was Steve, you talked about muscular Christianity. And I think of St. Joseph. He was muscular, but he had calloused hands. He was a carpenter. He was amiable. He was kind. He was gentle. Can you tell us about St. Joseph?
St. Joseph is the best because he took care of Mary when he knew that the one that she's holding in her womb is Jesus Christ. So he never actually know this because he was suspicious about it. But after this, when Gabriel told him that you have to take care of her because this is from God. And that's why he continued actually to take care of this woman that he never actually know before. But this was actually
and it was scandalous.
Exactly.
And embarrassing.
Embarrassing for sure. But this is deep in your heart. Like you think when God just put things like to think wisely, with love, with respect. And this is how he dealt with this.
People must have been looking at him, laughing at him, mocking him.
That's for sure. This is what people actually usually do when you are in the right place and you're doing the best thing. So that's why we have, as a Christians or as a young man, to have to look at Saint Joseph, how he dealt with this issue and how he continued, because he knew he has a vision.
Jason?
And this vision actually...
Jason, what Father just said, I think, is kind of shocking to an American audience, because we followed your work for years, and where we've seen throughout the world is where Islam has helped to eradicate the church, the desert church in the Middle East. Why is it that there seems to be cooperation in Bethlehem, where throughout the rest of the world there's not just not cooperation, there's actually conflict, whether it's in Western Europe and now in the United States, sir?
Yeah, sure. Father, Steve's question was, it's surprising to a lot of American audiences to hear that Muslims and Christians, Bethlehemites, get along together. You're Greek Orthodox. The Greeks were for so many, 650 years, under the control of the Ottomans. But today in the world, we see political Islam, Islamist extremism is a horrible threat to the Christianity in Nigeria. 9 out of 10 martyrs this year will be in Nigeria. Yes. So can you help us explain the dynamic in history between Islam and Christianity, and then maybe what's the difference or similarities with Christians and Muslims together in Bethlehem?
Like in Bethlehem, since I was born, actually, I can tell that we live Christians and Muslims together, side by side. As you can see, backgrounds like the mosque in front of the church, and which is meaning that we are actually together. We're living in Bethlehem, this just neighbors, and we actually share the life of Bethlehem people here the same together. Like in the church, we have people like police helping us. They are Muslims and they are taking care of this church. They are security. And we have also, and many people, we are actually grow up with them, neighbors, side by side, and with the same difficulties, the same problems, and with the same happiness. So as I said before, when we lit the Christmas tree, it was many people from Muslims backgrounds, and they were actually celebrating with us. They were happy, and we actually joined together, like during Easter time, during Ramadan, and during Christmas time, we share together, we greet each others in these feasts, and we are here one family. This is only in Bethlehem, because it's just where Jesus was born. And
I have to say, I was shocked last Christmas, Steve, when I was the only person not from Bethlehem here, but there were so many Muslim pilgrims in the Church of the Nativity. Is this something that's normal?
Yes, it's normal. Many people actually, during these 2 years, we didn't have any kind of visitors or pilgrims. Only we have Muslims who coming from all the Muslims area around. They were coming, visiting the church with respect. They light a candle for peace. And this is what means a lot for us as Christians, to see Muslims coming and respecting the place where Jesus was born. And they are actually happy about this.
For 750 years, the Orthodox Church was living within the Caliphate, the Ottoman Caliphate. But we've seen just in the past 2 decades, with the rise of ISIS, for example, in Iraq and Syria, the decimation of Christian communities. We've seen this in Nigeria. Can you help us understand? Yes, Steve.
Jason, hang on 1 second. We're going to take a break. I want to get the full answer on that when we come back to Bethlehem.
Sure.
Guys, just hang on. We'll be right back. Ben Harnwell's at St. Peter's Square. We're going to go back to Ben also. Leave you with some great music on the War Room's Christmas special. President Trump has just announced that he's going to do something at 3 p.m. this afternoon, Eastern Standard Time, or later, live from Mar-a-Lago. Actually, the Real America's Voice will be there with a camera. There'll be more updates we'll put on social media, but plan on around 3 o'clock or thereafter, a special event at Mar-a-Lago with the President of the United States. Short commercial break.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hi, I'm Bridgie, and why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Welcome back. Tej Gill's with me. Tej, real quickly, you've spent the better part of a couple of decades of your life trying to defend people over in the hellhole of Iraq and Afghanistan, and our audience, for all the veterans that did that. You can't thank these folks enough for what they did. Unbeknownst to them, maybe not
a government that wasn't totally straightforward with people. But for the patriots, you and your generation and everyone, our nation has nothing but thanks and gratitude, and the folks there that you defended, I know too. We're going to need now you went from a gunman to a barista. Real quickly, where do people go to get some great coffee today? Because I need a refill as soon as the show's over.
Yeah, you just go to warpath.coffee, and as always, use promo code WARROOM, and it's 25% off your entire order right now, and we got free shipping on orders over $85. So warpath.coffee, promo code WARROOM, and you got 25% off, and just go on the website, read the reviews, and have a Merry Christmas.
Tej Gill, have a Merry Christmas, brother. I think you're going to join me for the Saturday show, so thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate it. Merry Christmas.
We'll get some great coffee. Best Merry Christmas, you and the family, that lovely family of yours. 16 tours over in the Middle East, in Iraq and Afghanistan. Tej, and there's so many guys like Tej. 3 o'clock today, Real America's Voice are going to be back at Mar-a-Lago. President Trump, they're talking about doing something very special for Christmas. We're going to have our own correspondent there. I think we're the pool feed today, so make sure that you hang around the rim today and find out what the president's doing later this afternoon. Tomorrow, we have our traditional, I think it's the 15th year that Patrick K. and Donald and I have done this. We did a Breitbart radio news over at SiriusXM for so many years, and now at the War Room for the past 6 or so. The combat history of Christmas, talking about the Tej Gills of the world, whether in the Revolution, Civil War, World War II, Korea, specific stories. Don't miss it. It's one of my favorite shows of the year. Jason, we are pressed for time, but I want to hear that question you teed up to the pastor of the Church Nativity is one I think our audience wants to hear. So can you ask it again, and let's get an answer.
Yeah, and I want to thank Tej. You and my son fought ISIS in Iraq and Syria, nose to nose. But Father, I want to go back to the question. We saw your community, Orthodox community, survive for 750 years under the Ottoman Caliphate. But just in the past 2 decades, we've seen the decimation of the Christian communities of Iraq and Syria. Can you help us understand the nature of political Islam, the challenges that we face now as a church with the political Islam?
It's good questions, actually, because, survived Christians community, especially the Orthodox one, from the Ottoman time and past, not just only Ottoman, Crusaders times, British times, and many happens in like the Holy Land. But still, Christians community still exists, and they're rooted in the land because of the help of the, Patriarchate, Jerusalem. We know about the church itself, of the people who are around us to help and to maybe or maybe command the faith of their people. The Christians community still resist in there and they're rooted in the land. But maybe some of them, like Christians, lived with fear, with no hope. They need freedom, they need justice, they need dignity. And some of them, actually, even Palestinian Christians community, they have left this place because of have no freedom, no dignity, no justice. And that's why in many Christians communities, even in Iraq or Syria or any place, they're leaving, immigrations. And it depends on how they live, under
we
which
see
conditions.
Today in Syria the brutalization of the Christian communities.
Yes.
In India, Hindu nationalism. Just yesterday, Christians were attacked. 300 churches were burned down in one state alone, Steve, this year in India. So we see Hindu nationalism. We see the CCP communist ideology and then political Islam. We see settlers attacking Christian communities here in Tebe. There are only 800 Christians left in Gaza.
That's right. And we're talking about this, and still, actually, Christians are immigrating and still leaving Syria, Iraq, and even Palestine. Even in Bethlehem, many people left this because of this difficulties living under difficult occupation or difficult situations.
Is it important for Christians to stay in the Holy Land?
For sure. I call them the living stones, and we need to continue our rooted like in Bethlehem, and we could continue, because Bethlehem without the Christians means nothing. We need them to continue living in there and call them living stones. And that's why it's my vision, my role in Bethlehem as a young priest from the Nativity Church. I always tell people to stay and try to protect them. I try to help them, educate them as to stay, and especially the young one, because we need them here.
Oftentimes, Father, you'll hear Christians in the United States say, "Oh, it's so dangerous. Why don't they just leave?" What would you say to that?
We never leave. Actually, I lived in America and I see how America is. And I know we could live in freedom and in a good life, but we refuse because our land is different. Our land here in Bethlehem, especially everything Christianity began from Bethlehem, where Jesus was born to give this peace and love. And that's why our rooted in this place is important for Christianity to continue into ages and ages.
If you could talk to Ambassador Mike Huckabee, what would you say to him on what the United States can do to preserve the Christian communities here in Bethlehem, in Tebe, in Gaza?
Yes, actually, we tell them we need acts. We need something to do to keep and protect the Christians community in Bethlehem and in all Holy Land and Palestinian areas. And we have many Christians, they're willing to leave, but we need them to stay here because I call them the living stones. So we need an act. We need support. Maybe don't mean support with any political things, that we can actually just keep them staying in Bethlehem, staying in their lands, and not to leave.
Steve?
Yeah, Jason, hang on for 1 second. I got to go over to the Vatican, and maybe another time we'll get my idea that since there's essentially going to be a Palestinian state in Gaza with Qatar as the financier and the Turks as as incredible as that sounds, the Turks as a security guarantee. Since you have a two-state solution, my recommendation is we go to a three-state solution. One of those states would be a Christian state, which takes the Christian quarter of Jerusalem all the way to Bethlehem. But that's a topic for another day, maybe too controversial for Christmas Eve. Stay right there. I'm going to go to the Vatican real quickly. Let's get through Christmas, okay? Ben Harnwell. Very big on the world stage tonight. The Pope, Leo, is going to have his first midnight mass. Why is this important to him, and particularly as the hardcore trad Catholics that, as we kind of forecasted when we were the only people in the world that said Prevost was going to be selected as Pope because of not so much the Americanness, but the access that he could have to the money. Why is tonight big for him?
Well, because the whole world will be watching to see what he says, and he knows that, and they know that. So these words, both in his Mass this evening, at the Christmas Mass at 10 p.m. local time here, Rome time, but also his blessing tomorrow midday at noon, the Urbi et Orbi, to the church and to the world, to the city and the world, excuse me. Both of those are events in which he will make, in a very subtle way, or not so subtle way, some of his priorities clearly known. These were big opportunities that his late unlamented predecessor, Pope Francis, always used to push his favourite political pet projects. For example, his support of the invasion in first place. We'll look at Leo, we'll see what he says. We'll no doubt digest it next week, Steve. I'll say this, though. You might not get the full frontal Marxism of Pope Francis, but you're not going to get pure Milton Friedman either. He's going to be doing what he always does in his subtle way, which is continuing the revolution of Bergoglio, of Pope Francis, but in a way that it beds down amongst the church rather than generating opposition and rebellion, which was what Francis was generating, simply because Francis was crazy, pathologically crazy, and he couldn't help rub people up the wrong way, even his own natural supporters. He just rubbed everyone up. And there was a huge global sigh of relief when he died. Leo is a more intelligent, more subtle person. I say this constantly, therefore more dangerous. So he'll use his opportunity. There'll be obviously the standard Christian bromides, the standard Christian platitudes, obviously because it's Christmas. But mixed amongst that, there'll be the political message too, the secular political message too, of which the institutional Catholic Church is handmaiden.
Hang on. Being the war room, we had to go war room in this block, both in Bethlehem and at Vatican. Ben, we have the last block. We're going to take a break, play some great music, and we're going to come back. We really appreciate you doing this today. I know it's inclement weather down there. We couldn't get the shots we want, but once again, Ben Harnwell always delivers with brilliant commentary. Short commercial break here in the War Room. I want to thank Birch Gold for being our sponsor. Take your phone at Bannon 989898. Get access to the ultimate gold for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. So music takes us out. Music will bring us back in a moment.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
Okay, welcome back. The German version of Silent Night. Let's go to Ben Harnwell. Ben, thank you for being out there. The inclement weather. The Catholics, I guess, will be watching the Pope later today. Where can we get your commentary of the weekend, Ben?
Steve, my social media platform of choice, Getter, where in the Christmas spirit, selling the warm spirit, there's a full-on throwdown against inverted commas Pope Leo that I posted today from a few words I gave to the Observer newspaper, Steve, which is effectively the Guardian's sister paper on Sundays. So if you were thinking I'd be becoming all beta male and all peace and love for this Christmas spirit, absolutely not. Throw down right in Pope Leo's face, because he's pushing the invasion point, obviously, and the woman must step up to resist. Steve, get at Harnwell, my surname. You'll see all my gratuitous provocations there. Let me take this moment to wish you, the Warring Posse, Real America's Voice, a very Merry Christmas, the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. May the Spirit of God be with you all, and see you after Christmas. God bless now.
Ben Harnwell, Merry Christmas. The War Room wouldn't be the War Room without you, sir. Thank you so much. Head of our international bureau in Rome, Ben Harnwell. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Steve. God bless.
Jason, you've done so much incredible work for the persecuted Christians throughout the world and vulnerable people overall, not just Christians. I know you've got a guest. We got a couple of minutes. Tell us what you got, and then I want everybody to go to your site, sir.
Yeah, Steve, well, thank you very much. VulnerablePeopleProject.com is our website, vulnerablepeopleproject.com, and or Protect Holy Land Christians. We provided as a Christmas present, every Christian family in Gaza has received a pop-up home to keep them warm, but we also need to get them firewood, so we'd love your help with that. This is the great Elise, a Christian activist here in Bethlehem, in Beth Sahor, and she is the biggest Steve Bannon and President Trump fan.
Hi, Steve.
Well,
It's a privilege to be here on this show with you and with Jason. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm wishing that you and President Trump would really come and visit Bethlehem, the heart of Bethlehem, the cradle of Jesus Christ, and to support the Christian communities here. And I thank Mr. President Trump that he's bringing us hope and peace to the Middle East and especially Palestine.
We are going to, I'm going to talk to Jason. I want to interview you the first couple of days of next week about my idea of the new Christian state of Jerusalem, that the third state, since they've got a Palestinian state now in Gaza, we need a Christian state, but I'll hold that for after Christmas. What's your social media? How do people find out more about your fight and your efforts in the Holy Land?
It's Alice Kesia on the social media, and we have the Save Al-Makhrur also on Instagram, and they can search almakhrur.org. They can also find us on the website.
Ma'am, thank you. Look forward to talking to you Monday or Tuesday of next week. Thank you. Jason Jones, one more time, your social media, where do people get you over the Christmas holiday, sir?
Well, Instagram, all my social media, and my Substack is The Jason Jones Show, my podcast, The Jason Jones Show. And if you want to stand in solidarity with the most vulnerable Christians in the world, we provide security in Nigeria. We serve the persecuted church here and in Gaza and around the world in India. Go to vulnerablepeopleproject.com. If you want to deliver firewood into Gaza with us, go to protectholylandchristians.com. And Steve, it's just been an honor to share Bethlehem with you and your audience. It's a great privilege. Thank you for this.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Merry
Real
Christmas,
America's
Steve.
Voice around 3 o'clock. Merry Christmas, guys. Tomorrow, Combat History at Christmas. Patrick K. O'Donnell and myself. Raheem will be on Boxing Day, and we're back on Saturday. Another incredible special. Going to leave you with some of this great music. Merry Christmas, folks. We'll see you tomorrow morning right here in the world.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Hello, welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. We have a special Christmas episode here, and we wanted to mark the holiday with something very important. I'm here with Danny in the studio, and I believe we also have Mikey from his secret base to the north. Welcome to both of you. You there, Mikey?
The Charlie Kirk Northern Studio.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah. I've never seen the mythical Northern Studio, but perhaps one day. And so today's episode, what we wanted to do, it's our first Christmas without Charlie. We all miss him terribly, and we were thinking, what should we do? We're pre-taping this ahead of Christmas, and we thought what we should do is we should give a chance for everyone on the team who wants to share their favorite stories about Charlie, how funny stuff, how he impacted their lives. So it's not just going to be Mikey, Danny, me. It's where we asked Braden, we asked Kylie, we asked Brian, we asked a lot of people you've never seen on camera, but we wanted to get them a chance to speak up. Some of them can't come on because they are in fact working the cameras right now and can't leave them, but we'll still give them their due. But I guess we have 3 minutes in this cold open segment. So, Danny, how about we go with you first? Okay. What's your favorite Charlie tale?
So I have two pretty funny ones. The first one is, I'm a big Ohio State fan. And so Charlie and I, Ohio State played Oregon twice last year. And the first time, Charlie was actually at the game, and Oregon won on this last second play. And so immediately, as soon as the game ends, my phone just starts blowing up from Mikey and Charlie, trash talking the heck out of me, just insane. What happened in this game? All this crazy stuff.
What happened?
Yeah. So then when they ended up playing later in the season, Ohio State
32-31. That must have been an amazing game.
Yeah. And so then they played later in the season, and Ohio State won. And so then I was giving it back to him, and after the game, this sweatshirt at OSU campus they were selling, it was the Brutus mascot of Ohio State with a shotgun, shooting ducks out of the sky, and it said duck hunting. And so I bought one and I shipped it to Mikey for Mikey to wear in front of Charlie. And so Mikey wore that to the office in front of Charlie as just my get back because I was still at school.
That's amazing. People would always ask why Charlie was an Oregon fan. And
yeah, got a lot of comedy. His family all went there, and because he never went, he never went to college, but he loved sports, so he decided to become a Ducks fan. But that game was also the game where everybody was making fun of Charlie for having earplugs in because it was so loud there.
Yeah, it's the same one because
that was amazing.
Had the best hearing.
He got so much crap
you can't
for
make
that.
Fun of him.
Yeah. And I was always his defender. I said you should wear earplugs at games. You don't need to get hearing damage to prove you're a real fan.
I have to admit something live right now. This is going to shock Danny, really. Danny, I never wore that sweatshirt in front of Charlie.
No!
How could you?
How does that make you feel?
Betrayal.
That is a betrayal. That's treacherous. You have to wear
You have to wear it to Mikey. I told Charlie about it. And then he never wore it.
You have to wear it on the show sometime now, Mikey. That's what you have to do.
I'll wear mine into the office now.
No, I would never wear that trash. But let me say this.
I have a picture of Mikey wearing
Ohio
it, though.
State, it's very likely that Ohio State and Oregon will play again. And so the question is, Danny, who will your allegiance be to? Charlie's favorite team or this trashy team, Ohio State?
I don't crisscross. So I'm still rooting for the Buckeyes, but if Ohio State were to lose, I would not be upset about it.
We got 45 seconds here. Do you have anything fun, Mikey, you want to share?
Well, we were just reminiscing, Blake, from our Asia trip about when how funny of a tourist Charlie was. We're walking through the streets of Tokyo, and instead of like traditionally wanting to take pictures in front of beautiful Japanese architecture or whatever it is, whatever the biggest tourist traps are, Charlie saw an Outback Steakhouse, and he was like, Blake, Mikey, it's an Outback Steakhouse in Tokyo. We need to take a picture.
And he did.
And so
and
he literally
did.
got
and if
a
he'd
picture
gone there,
in front
it
of
would have been
Outback.
the best Outback Steakhouse in the world, I'm sure. We're sharing stories about Charlie for Christmas. We'll be right back.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm here with Danny in the studio, and we have Mikey out at the northern base. We are marking the Christmas holiday by remembering our friend, our boss, our mentor, the great man of Turning Point, Charlie. We're telling our favorite stories about him, what we remember him best for, and we're saying farewell again in a way, but he also will never leave us. And in the cold open segment, we were telling a fun story from Mikey about Charlie. He was so excited to go to Asia. Daisy is sending us his messages from March of this year. FYI, in September, I'm taking 2 days off to go to South Korea. I'll do a podcast from there. Just FYI, I really want to speak in Asia. I'm so excited. And he was so excited. Mikey told us in the opening bit he was so excited when he saw a Outback Steakhouse, insisted on immediately taking a photo in front of it. And we have that photo. That is the Japan Outback. I'm sure it's the tastiest Outback you've ever been to. I kind of want to go there now.
I know.
Japanese food is good, but Japanese takes on foreign, American, just different countries' foods it's really interesting and incredible, and I can highly recommend it. But we're going to get
Blake,
stories.
Let's be real. Charlie would not have stopped to eat food. We were walking so fast, and you wanted to see the entire city.
Oh yeah, no, he was a really energetic guy. He just had us drop us at a south end of Shinjuku, I believe was the neighborhood we were in. No, Shibuya. We stopped in Shibuya, and we walked north towards the Meiji Shrine. We went to Don Quixote. He crammed a lot into. We only really spent 2.5 hours walking across the city, but he managed to make a lot of it, as he made a lot of all his time in life. But Danny, you had another very funny story, and it made me raise an eyebrow before the show started. You're going to have to explain this one well.
Yeah, so, okay, let's preface with there's not a lot that can catch Charlie off guard, but I think Mikey and I were able to achieve that. So earlier this year, we were in Maine, and Charlie's on like this nice hike with Erica, and so while he's doing that, Mikey and I are paddleboarding in the ocean. And Mikey tackled me off of my paddleboard into this like
many times, by the way.
Yeah,
many
into
times.
this big thing of seaweed, and so we both get out, and then we're like paddleboarding away, and we're like, our feet are hurting. It turns out we both got stung by jellyfish.
Whoa!
And so we get back to the house, and my foot is like killing me. So I'm running up and down this driveway. It burned. So I'm running up and down this driveway, still in my swimsuit, shirtless. Charlie pulls up in the car from the hike, sees me just running shirtless down the driveway, and he's like, what the heck is going on? We explain that I just got like stung by a jellyfish, and Erica pops out of the car, and her first thing is like, Charlie, you've been drinking so much water. Go pee on him. And I was like, what is happening? And so that did not happen. I said I would rather lose my foot. And Charlie's like, yeah, that's not happening, Erica. That's never happening. I was like, okay.
Wait, does your foot get better? You're leaving out a part of the story, Danny. You're leaving out a part of the story where Betty comes out with a bottle of vinegar. She goes, this will make you feel better. And Elizabeth pours it on you. And Danny screamed at the top of his lungs.
Okay,
like a little girl.
No,
they call that an Ohio State fight song.
No, I have snapped my ankle in half, like broken stuff. That pain of the white vinegar on the jellyfish sting was so much worse. So then immediately after that, that's when I started running up and down the driveway because the pain was so bad. Yeah,
might have been better if he'd beat on you.
I heard
that would have been a lifelong
from through the walls
creepy bragging rights, I suppose. That's a really funny one.
Yeah.
Mikey, do you have any other ones that you want to share before we start getting into the members of the team?
Yeah, the other thing is Charlie was just notoriously generous. It was something that a lot of people just didn't know behind the scenes. And Charlie's philosophy in giving is that he didn't like telling people about how he gave because he felt like it stole the blessing of it. So all of us, Blake, Danny, myself, churches in this community have so many stories of Charlie's epic and amazing generosity. And we can all just kind of think of that, but I just want the world to know how generous he really was, especially this time of year. He would see something and he'd want it fixed, and he would go above and beyond to show that generosity to so many different people, especially at Christmas time, to random groups too, that they're like, is this the Charlie Kirk donating to us? And it was oftentimes that was the case. So he was just epically generous. And I think both of you guys can agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, I remember he asked what I was doing for my birthday this year, which is late August. So this was just before the trip. And I'm not a big birthday guy. So I was like, I don't have much of a plan. And he just said, all right, Danny, you and was it Nate? Nate. It was you and Nate. He's like, you and Nate, just let's go to this restaurant in Scottsdale and just have a fun time with Blake, and I'll pay for it. And he did. And that was a really fun memory of mine from this year. Just not asked for, not sought after, and he just did it because he was that kind of guy and an amazing person. Speaking of Nate,
go ahead.
We want to start getting into these stories. We asked all of our team members, some of whom can't be here or they're working behind the cameras, but we wanted to get their stories. And so Nate, he shared A core memory for me with Charlie was going on my first trip with him. I was super nervous. I didn't want to mess anything up. I ordered food for us and the team, and Charlie said, "Nate, I hope this food you picked is good." We sat down. He told me to sit across from him because he wanted to get me to know me personally. He asked about my background, my family, my faith, and of course, sports. And this just showed me the type of guy Charlie was, and I can back that up. Charlie, he would really want to digest what your background was.
Yeah.
So if only so he could tease you about it. So he was always bringing up that, oh yeah, Blake, you went to Dartmouth. Like, I never talk about that, but he would always bring it up, and he would bring up the Dakotas, stuff like that. And I know I think that's how you got your job with Charlie, just talking with him because you were driving him to the airport, right?
Yeah, literally. I was driving to the airport. I was a graduating senior from high school. I was going to college. Him and his then girlfriend, Erica, at the time. And the entire time he was just asking me questions about myself. And that was Charlie. He wanted to know, he genuinely wanted to know who you were and your story. And it was, I don't know what his criteria was, but he would sometimes be impressed. Sometimes he would just, move on. But I guess I impressed him somehow, because afterwards he was like, okay, how about you don't go to college and come work for me? But I actually, to Nate's point about this story, I remember that trip because oftentimes you think it's just a story, but to Charlie, it was so much more. And so as he was asking Nate all these questions, he was texting me and he was like, wow, Nate's an awesome guy. He comes from a great family. And I was like getting the updates from the story of what he was impressed with in real time. And he wanted to not just be impressed by you, but wanted to share how impressive you were with the world and who you came in contact with. To what you brought up, Blake, you never even talked about how you went to Dartmouth, but Charlie would oftentimes tell a lot of people that you went to Dartmouth. It's like
he would do that. He took a lot of pride in his team. He loved us and we loved him. We have a clip. This was sent to us by Catherine. I think we can get it in before the break. Let's play clip 181.
That one. Because he's just the perfect width. Not too fat, not too skinny.
You like that tree?
Yes, it's the best one remaining.
But we got the right one.
This one's perfect. All right, we're done. These little things?
No. Are you the tree expert?
I'm the tree expert. After many decades of living in the Midwest, I know a good tree. It's the best one they had remaining.
That was Charlie hunting for Christmas trees. You can tell that's so Charlie. He's like, I need to pick one. We picked it out. I'm an expert. Got the right one. We're telling Christmas stories about Charlie. We will be right back.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rob? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
American made. And darn proud of it. The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back. We were just talking about how generous Charlie was to his staff, to his family, to his friends, to strangers often. And we can talk about someone who's been very generous to this program. That is not going to surprise anyone who watches us regularly. It is YRefi, huge supporters of the show. Private student loan debt in the U.S. does total about $300 billion, and $45 billion of that is labeled as distressed. YRefi can refinance those distressed and defaulted private student loans that other companies won't touch. They can give you a custom loan payment based on your ability to pay. They are not a debt settlement company. They work with each borrower individually, tailoring each loan to each borrower's specific situation. So you're not calling a faceless call center. They've invited us to their call center where they do their business. We've seen it. We've seen the people there. They're great people. YRefi can reduce your monthly payment, and they guarantee interest rates under 6%, ensuring affordability and financial relief. YRefi does not care what your credit score is. And when the payment on your distressed or defaulted student loan is so big that you can't ever get ahead in your finances, YRefi is your best option. You can finally take control of your student loan situation and develop a plan that works within your budget. Many clients aren't able to make the minimum payment on their private student loans when they first contact YRefi. Can you imagine being debt-free and not living under this burden anymore? The first step is contacting YRefi. If you go to YRefi.com, you can read testimonials from the people who've gone to them, where they were, how they escaped, how they got out from the burden of their student loan debt. You can see what their monthly payments were versus what they are paying now. YRefi offers a 3-minute rate check, and it has no credit impact when you get it. Bad credit is accepted. And if you have a co-borrower, if mom and dad are on your loan, YRefi can work on getting them released, and you can give mom and dad a break. You can even skip a payment every 6 months, up to 12 times, without penalty. You don't have to ignore the mountain of student loan statements on your kitchen table anymore. Call 888-YRefi34 or log on to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com. Not available in all 50 states. We will be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We are marking Christmas by sharing our staff's favorite memories of Charlie Kirk, the man, the friend, the mentor, the boss, the everything. So we've got some of our team members. I really wanted to share these ones because these are some of the guys that you very rarely see except in the background of some tabling events and so on. The studio crew. I wanted them to come on camera, and they told me that emphatically they could not do this. So let's dive into it. We've got Brian. He is one of the vast Farnsworth clan that we have several members on this show. Not that, well, they're pretty vast. But Brian on the team, and he says Charlie basically never stopped working, even in the car or on the plane. He was constantly on phone calls, reviewing strategy, reading, etc. But one night we had a red-eye flight back to Phoenix, and it was one of those rare times it felt like all the work was done. I saw Charlie pull out his iPad, and he put on a movie. Guess what the movie is, Danny?
Well, I know the story. I was there, but you could ask Mikey.
Mikey,
do you remember?
If you don't remember, can you guess what movie Charlie would have watched on his iPad?
I was with him when he watched Harry Potter on his iPad.
All right, that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone on his iPad.
Yeah.
And Brian adds, Charlie was such an innocent soul, and he seldom had a moment to relax. I love that he picked Harry Potter of all things. And thinking on it, he probably thought it was kind of dumb or silly. I don't know if he actually read Harry Potter or not, but
well, hold on here. Okay, Brian makes it sound like Charlie watched movies on his iPad often. In all my time ever traveling, Charlie, I only saw that happen one time, and that was literally the one time.
I think that's kind of what he's saying. I think that was the only time. The only movies we actually had a discussion on what movies Charlie liked, and he really liked like zero irony action movies. I think that really gets at Charlie's character. Yeah. Like some people, they really love deep moral complexities and shades of gray. And Charlie loves action movies. He loved The Equalizer, I believe. And he would just describe it.
He loved
great,
The Equalizer.
Blake. He's this good guy. He's a former special forces guy, and he just finds people who are in trouble, and he saves the day for them. And you just know that's how Charlie saw himself for America, for conservatism. Yeah, and exactly. I love that straightforward earnestness about it. It gets at a lot of what made him so great. We have a story from Kylie, another of our studio crew. If these don't have to be Christmas related, my favorite memory is when he thought that Michael made South Park artwork of him. When Charlie got on South Park, there we have it. Michael made this, and Charlie just thought it was AI, but it wasn't. It was made by our own team member, and it was really good. I think that even came out before the episode was made. The episode was announced, but we hadn't seen it, and they made that. That was really good. Also, Kylie says he loved every time.
He loved it so much that he printed it out.
Yes, he did.
He printed it out and put him behind, and on the foam board behind him.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And Kylie also says she loved every time Charlie said, let's see if I can get it right here, racist. Did I get it right?
Racist.
Yeah, something like that. You got to roll the R a little more, Mikey.
Racist.
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can do it as good as he did.
Yeah. Can you do it,
so
Danny?
Good.
Racist.
Oh, that's close enough. That's close enough.
Not good enough.
And yeah, Michael chimes in. My favorite is when he reacted to my artwork of the South Park episode, and also he would guess the music that he was picking to play on the show. Michael picks a lot of our intro and outro songs. He loved playing American Girl by Tom Petty, and he also loved Joker and the Thief by Wolfmother, which I can't remember how that sounds, so you should... Well, I can't ask that for the outro. We're doing Christmas music today, but
I don't know how
play it for me later, Michael. I want to hear that to remember what it was. Man, the South Park episode is definitely one of my enduring memories for Charlie. He was so excited to get on it, and it had to be such a trip that he grew up watching this show and seeing episodes of it, and it lasts long enough. You never imagine, I might be in one of those episodes.
Yeah, well, Mikey and I were actually with him when he found out that he was going to be on South Park, because they didn't say anything. They just released like that trailer, I believe, for that episode he was on. So it was going viral on Twitter. And he came to Mikey and I, was like just asking all these questions, like, how big of a deal is this? Is this good for the culture war type of stuff? Like, this is pretty sweet.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Like, yeah.
Yes, it's big. It's big, Charlie. It's big. And then we were in Colorado Springs when it came out, and he had this meeting with the Air Force Academy team because he sat on the board there. And he was like, I don't want to watch it. Just tell me how it is. And then he comes out, and I was like, it was hilarious. It was great. And I was showing him clips, and he's like, I wish I watched it live. And I was like, you said you didn't want to. But yeah,
it was incredible. We have 30 seconds. Andrew couldn't join us right now, but he said, my favorite memory of Charlie is the composite of all the hard fought wins. We faced a ton of setbacks over the years. It made the wins more meaningful, and Charlie would always, without fail, say something along the lines of, God is good. He has his hand on this. Stay humble. Stay close to Jesus. Let's work harder. That was always the chief dimension of Charlie. It's why he was such a great man. We're telling stories. We'll be right back.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and I like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Cherry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We are marking Christmas by sharing from all of the staff members on and off camera our favorite memories of Charlie. And we've rotated in Emma Kate, and Daisy.
Hey.
You've seen them on here from time to time. Daisy loves to ask me questions about things, and occasionally I ask her questions about things.
My questions for Blake are much more important world topics.
They are. It's because she's a more serious person than I am. She really wants to understand the world, and she's great at that.
Exactly. I don't think anyone's described me as more serious than you.
So you worked with Charlie a quite long time, right?
Yeah. Since December of 2021.
All right.
Yeah.
Longer than me, for sure. Yeah, and what's your favorite Charlie story?
I have so many, but also what a lot of us were talking about in our green room and stuff before we started was that so many of our memories are like just us being with Charlie every day. Like, it's not like we have huge, fun, amazing memories that we can look back on, but it's also so fun to just be like, oh, I remember when he would walk in wearing his compression socks every day. Like, that's also funny.
Ready, sports fans?
Yes, all the Cubs games on the TVs. So many of it is so fun. But when we were talking about some of our favorite memories, I know this is shared by everyone as a Hallmark Charlie memory. I know Dallin said that this one was one of his favorites too. When we've spoken about Rio several times. We love him. He has become a friend of the show, someone that Charlie met that flew all the way from Asia to come to America Fest, and Charlie met him in America Fest. They got along super well. that he loved him. And he was like, what are you doing for Christmas? And Rio was like, oh, I don't know. I don't really have any plans. I'm in America. And Charlie's like, come spend Christmas with me. And just had Christmas with their family, and then was just at our office every day, just hung out.
That was awesome. And then he showed us around Japan. He was such a great guy.
It ended up being such a full circle moment for everyone, but that was something that we talk about quite often.
Yeah, we love Rio, and that relationship was just so hallmark Charlie of just like really taking somebody in and like making them part of the team and part of the family, just because like Charlie was really good at seeing like good people and picking them out, and Rio's a prime example of that.
And so good at remembering names. Like, I mean, the amount of conferences, we just finished AmFest, and there are people whose names I know just because Charlie would remember emailing with them or meeting them at a meet and greet. That are just, he will never forget your name.
One of my favorite things about Charlie was when I was going through tabling footage, sometimes he would get like repeat people coming to the mic, and he would remember exactly what they said, exactly what school they were at. And he would say, oh, this is what you asked me last time. And there was one time this kid was messing with him and was like, no, that wasn't me. I don't know what you're talking about. And then at the end of the interaction, the kid was like, yeah, it was me. You were totally right. I don't know how you remembered that.
His memory
amazing
is
talent.
Astonishing.
Yes. Man, we have Braden, another member of our team. He was, very notably, he was a guy we sent on assignment to DC. He helped with the transition. And he says, my favorite memory is from when I was working in DC. We had a particularly hectic day, a lot of those in DC. And all of a sudden, Charlie comes speed walking in from around the corner with a massive smile on his face, which immediately raised the morale of the entire office. He always made the effort to see his people whenever he made the trip to DC, and it never failed to raise everyone's spirits. We've heard about that from people who are in the White House, too, like him whizzing around the West Wing, and he just always had that energy, that presence, that let's go, let's go.
Which I even feel like it says a lot for those of us that were with him every day. Like, there was not a day that Charlie came in that made the day worse. Like every morning,
so true.
He was excited to do this show.
Yes.
And to get to work. Like you see some people sometimes
there
and
was
you're
never,
like, okay,
oh no, when Charlie gets here, it's going to be bad. Yeah. Never.
Always excited to work, which made everyone else excited.
Yeah, well, just to brag on Braden and Charlie, I mean, it was New Year's Eve last year that we flew straight to Palm Beach. Missed the New Year's. We spent New Year's Day in our hotel room at the Hilton Palm Beach, just kind of watching the ball drop on the TV. But Charlie wanted to make sure the transition went well. And so part of the reason Braden was in the White House is he was kind of like Charlie's guy in there, helping oversee a lot of stuff. And actually, to Braden's credit, like he went through a lot of hardship in the White House. And that story is really awesome because Charlie would always go to DC and he'd be seen all the time. And I remember a couple of weeks ago, we were meeting with Linda McMahon, and she shared that story with Erica. She was like, it was crazy because at first we were like, why is Charlie here? And then we started to say to ourselves, man, we really like it that Charlie's around here. And he was like the one outside of the administration that was just always seen walking around the halls, the West Wing, the one helping with their transition. He played such a pivotal role in that. And yet he didn't even have a seat in the administration. He just kind of helped select everybody in there. And he was consistent and present, both in and out of the White House.
Yeah. And we've heard from so many people who they're express thanks to me, to Andrew, where, I'm here because Charlie advocated for me so hard and I'd never met him before. He was just so impressed. He was that endless motor, that endless energy. It's such a positive feeling. It's why he lit up so many people's lives.
I also, just really quickly on that note, Mikey, want to say that I think we all remember when y'all picked up and we're like, we're gonna go help, and then the rest of us were like, okay, but we're still gonna do the show every day, right? And we still made it work, but it was a very complicated couple of months.
Very, very complicated. I know
it was supposed to be a week.
It just kept getting longer and longer. And we're like, no, it's fine.
It ended up being
I remember us wondering, is Charlie ever coming back? Yeah. And we were a little worried about it. We're
like,
getting into January.
So do we all have to move there, or what's the plan?
It was very funny. We have Catherine sent in a story. She says her favorite story was she was in Sedona, and Charlie was in full dad mode watching college football with his parents. I don't know what that looks like, but I can kind of visualize it.
How so many people's memories are Charlie in college football.
Awesome look.
It is.
Mine's
no matter what.
A little different. I remember when the U.S. was in the World Cup, and we were doing the show. I don't even think I lived here yet. I think I only remember this via Telegram. But Charlie was super distracted from the show because he had his iPad and was just watching the World Cup games that America was in the middle of the show.
Yes,
and he'd do a 5-second question to the guest and then just looking at his iPad.
With the Olympics, with March Madness too, we would have an iPad set up there. I remember for March Madness, he wanted all of his brackets printed out, so it would look like he's having like notes for the show. They're just his March Madness brackets. He's like filling them out as who got marked off, if he's how on track he is. He made a couple different brackets every year. It was, but he balanced it all. Yeah, somehow we still had a good show every day.
Yeah, he was just such a good dad, too. Like, Catherine talks about him in dad mode. Like, Blake, do you remember when we were in Tokyo and we went into Don Quixote?
Yeah, and he just wanted to get all the stuff
he bought for his kids?
Yeah, and he wanted that.
It was so much.
Yes. Oh, it was a ton. He got a ton of stuff. I remember he wanted that Curious George clock, and I feel like maybe we should send Rio off to find that clock. I think that would be a fun get if we can track it down.
Mikey, I don't remember who all was around then, but when Charlie and Erica had their first child, and before then, Charlie he's always been excited to work, always been very focused on work, but it was very much work. And then she was born, and Mikey and I were like, okay, so are we still gonna work all the time, or what's the deal? And he, like, when he's working as soon as he saw his kids, instantly would get melted, and it's just like he became so
dad mode,
so full on dad mode as soon as she was born. It was so amazing to watch.
Yeah, speaking of, we got so Ryan and Riley on our team. They are married. They had a baby about a year ago, and their favorite memory, I got this from Riley. She says she remembers Charlie nonstop texting Ryan for anything we needed while in the hospital when I was giving birth, and how excited he was that our baby ended up being born on his birthday. Yes. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
He sent us chargers, clothes, and food, and instantly connected us with a very Maha pediatrician.
Yes. Yeah, that is so Charlie.
That's great. Yeah, and I know he was very excited for your baby, Daisy.
And thinking about the favorite memories too, Mikey, I don't know if you remember this, but when I FaceTimed him and Erica, and you were all together when we found out it was a girl, and Charlie had said from day one that he thought it was a girl. Like, he was so certain. And his only reaction on the phone, he goes, I already knew it. Like, we had the cake, like the pink, he was like, yeah. We didn't have to do the whole
announcement? I already said it. I already announced it.
No, he was
Daisy,
so excited.
tell them what he wanted to name, what he wanted you to name your daughter.
Charlie, we had this conversation multiple times, and he was like, I know that it's weird, but I do think you should consider naming her Daisy. And I was like, Charlie, this is already my name. Like, I can't just reuse my own name. It's already being used. And he was like, I know it's a little different, but it just is such a good name that I think someone else should use it again. Like, great, maybe I'll consider that for the next one. But her name will not be Daisy.
Look at the reaction photo. Look at the reaction photo.
So funny. It was so funny telling them. Erica had asked me that morning if I was pregnant, and I was like, no, not, because I wanted to tell them together. I also knew that as soon as I told one of them, both of them were going to know. As soon as I told their kids, then the whole office was going to know. So
I missed it. I was out, and I walk in, and I just got, Daisy walks up, she's like, I'm pregnant, by the way. And
well, even the other day, speaking of Charlie caring so much about what her name was, Charlie's kids were with us the other day, and his daughter suggested a new name that I haven't considered yet, but she really wants me to name my daughter Grinch. So that is now on the table.
Grinch. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, okay. She was really inspired by the Christmas
a lot of
decor.
People take names from movies.
Yeah, Grinch wasn't on my list of options, but now I'm considering.
Contender.
Yeah.
Grinch Phelps.
Yeah, it doesn't flow, but
I like that.
I would do anything to make her happy at this point, so maybe I'll consider.
Oh man. Anything else from you, Emma Kate?
When I was thinking about, like, one of my favorite Charlie stories was before he went to Washington State University this spring. He had only previously been there once. It's where I'm from, really close to that area. And he'd been there once, and he went in January, where, if you know anything about Eastern Washington, it's ugly, it's horrible in January. And so Charlie just thought that's what all of Eastern Washington was like. So he said on air, he was like, it's such a barren land. I don't like it up there. I'm messaging him, defending my homeland in the chat. And then he went there and it was spring. So it was wonderful and beautiful. And he came back that next Monday and he was like, I have to say sorry to Emma Kate. It was beautiful. I was wrong. And it was just really funny that he corrected it on air.
And anytime anyone mentioned Eastern Washington from that point on, Emma Kate's homeland.
Yep.
The land of Emma.
That's where Emma Kate comes from.
Emma Kate's homeland.
I wanted to make sure we got this. Noah was a very new member of our team. He truthfully was here just a few days before what happened, but he said he wanted to mention that he had a nice clip that went up just in that first time he was here, and he mentioned that Charlie went out of his way to give him a pat on the back for that, to say, good job, Noah. Welcome to the team. And
call me Charlie. That's what he said. Call me Charlie.
Call him Charlie. And that's who he is to all of us. He's Charlie. We'll be right back.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
The Charlie Kirk Show, where talk meets action.
Welcome back. We're here in the studio. We're sharing some of our favorite stories about Charlie from different members of the team. Did you get anything else from Dallin before we went in, or is he just... He's a taciturn one, Dallin.
He just has so many stories of like being on campus with Charlie, especially in the early days. Like there are a multitude of stories I've heard of him being on campus with Charlie and just spending so much time with him in the first days of tabling that I think those are just some really unique stories that not the rest of us have. Like just really being part of like the early
When it
building
was
of
3 people
what
would show
Charlie
up.
became.
When there'd
yeah.
be more people on the team than who actually came up to ask questions.
It's so funny.
That's the real OG Charlie team.
That's an important thing that both you guys just said, right? So Charlie was a super loyal person, but it was kind of a two-way street for him. And so a lot of the team that's around him has been there for a really long time. And Dallin's one of those. Back when, like what Blake said, there was literally more people working the table than there were coming up to the table. Charlie used to beg for students to come up and debate him way back in the day. And then towards the end, we didn't even have space to fit all these students. And through the entire process, people like Dallin, the Farnsworths, all of us were just there to be
really,
a part of it.
It speaks to him that there were so many people who were there for so long, who were started when there really was no necessarily proof that it would become as big as it did, but they stuck around. We have one last member of our team whose story we want to tell. It's Heidi, and we picked her last for a reason. She says, one of my favorite memories is when he saw the Rush Was Right shirt for the first time. Unfortunately, you can't get that now. It's a sold-out one, but
we'll try and bring it back.
Maybe we will, yeah.
Heidi might have a heart attack hearing me say that.
He loved that.
But
Charlie was a huge Rush Limbaugh fan. He modeled his whole on-air persona after Rush. He thought he was the best there ever was. Heidi says she was shocked he loved it so much. She shouldn't have been. So we're going to close this show. In our next segment, we're going to revisit one of Charlie's favorite Rush clips, one of the best clips Rush ever did. It's his final Christmas message to his viewers. We'll be right back with that.
Reminds me how much I love all of you, how much I so appreciate everything you've meant to me and my family. You don't have any idea how. I know so many people think this program has changed their lives for the better. You have no idea what you all have meant to me and my family. The day is going to come, folks, where I'm not going to be able to do this. I don't know when that is. I want to be able to do it for as long as I want to do it. But the day will come where I'm not going to be able to. And I want you to understand that even when the day comes, I'd like to be here.
Rush Limbaugh loved Christmas. He loved Christmas. And this Christmas, we always dedicate the last segment that we do live to the great and legendary Rush Limbaugh. And we do that in a way with that clip as the start, and then Rush's favorite Christmas song. As we look back at this last year, a time to be grateful, to be filled with gratitude.
That was Charlie.
Wow.
We heard from Rush. We don't know. He didn't know how long he would do it. None of us know how long we'll be here. None of us expected to lose Charlie as soon as we did. But Charlie always wanted to remember Rush, and we will always want everyone to remember Charlie. And all of us will be doing that for the rest of our lives, I expect.
It's crazy. Like every year we have that same clip, the same last segment, and just didn't expect for
it hits very differently this time, but we're going to continue to end the show right before Christmas the way Charlie loved to, the way he would want us to. We're going to remember both great Rush Limbaugh and the immortal Charlie Kirk with their favorite Christmas song, The Carol of the Bells. Merry Christmas to all of you, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by Patriots for Patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Service members around the world are getting bonus checks from the government this year. While the $1,776 payments are likely right on time, for many, the extra check still doesn't make up for time missed with family. This morning, we're sending our greetings to the men and women who are protecting our freedoms around the world and also sharing their greetings from near and far.
I'm Master Sergeant Jenna Mayuri, deployed to the Middle East, and I just want to say Merry Christmas to my husband, Joe.
Chief Master Sergeant Doug Shippey here, deployed in the Middle East. I want to give a special shout out to my wife Tina, my family and friends. Merry Christmas and go Lions!
Hey, I'm Captain Benny Serber, currently deployed to the Middle East. I just wanted to give a shout out to my friends and family in the Siouxland area and happy holidays.
Hey everybody, this is Captain Hansen. I'm currently deployed to the Middle East. I want to give a shout out to my family back home, Allison, Vivian, Zach, Asher. Happy holidays.
Hello everyone, this is Captain Eva Klunder, deployed in the Middle East currently. Just want to say a shout out to my hometown, Elk Point, South Dakota, and to my husband Darwin and my kids Ronnie, Barron, and Caroline. Just want to say happy holidays and have a blessed new year.
Hi, I'm Staff Sergeant Tyler Chandler, currently deployed to the Middle East. I'd like to give a shout out to all my friends and family back home in Valdosta, Georgia. Merry Christmas.
Hi, this is Sergeant Hill, currently stationed in Germany. I just wanted to give a shout out to my family in Knoxville, Tennessee, and Atlantic City, Florida. Happy holidays and Merry Christmas.
Hi, my name is Chief Warrant Officer 2, Ruel Peters, here with U.S. Army NATO in Simbach, Germany. I want to say Merry Christmas and season greetings to my dad, Esau Peters, in Newark, New Jersey.
Saludos, soy Especialista Pérez. Actualmente me encuentro en una rotación en Rumania y solo quiero desearle feliz Navidad y feliz Año Nuevo a toda mi familia y seres queridos.
Hi, my name is Sergeant First Class Victoria Stokes with U.S. Army NATO from Simbach, Germany. I want to say happy holidays to my family and friends from Lumberton, North Carolina.
Hi, I'm Master Sergeant Jermaine Marcus, one of your IGs down at Kaiserslautern, Germany. I would like to wish my friends and family in Brooklyn, New York, Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays and a Happy New Year.
Hi, I'm Private Harrison, 88 November Transportation Movement Coordinator assigned to 635th in Kaiserslautern, Germany. I want to wish my friends and family in Tampa, Florida a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Happy holidays.
Hello, I am Private First Class Montez with the 527th MP Company in Ansbach, Germany. Here to wish you a happy holidays and a great new year.
Hi, I'm Sergeant Gavin Carnahan. I am with HHBN. I'm currently deployed in Poland with 3rd ID. I'd like to wish a happy Thanksgiving to my family in Kansas.
Hello, my name is John Smith Davis, U.S. Army retired. I'm DOD stationed with the 18CS in Okinawa, Japan. This is my family, this is Danny, this is Grace, and we want to wish you a special holiday season to all of our friends and family in Louisville, Kentucky. Happy holidays.
Hello, I'm U.S. Air Force Master Sergeant Francisco Bautista, stationed in 18 Wing, Okinawa, Japan. This is my family, Bridget, Adrian, and Aaron, and we wanted to wish a very special holiday season to all of our friends and family in Providence, Rhode Island. Happy holidays.
Hello, I am Lieutenant Chris Irvin, stationed here at U.S. Naval Hospital in Okinawa, and this is my family, Seika Irvin and Leah Irvin, and we just wanted to wish a special holiday greetings to Hemingway, South Carolina. Happy holidays!
Hi, my name is Sergeant Jonathan Schultz with the 554 Military Police Company in Stuttgart, Germany, and I want to wish a very happy holidays to my family back home and the families that are currently dislocated away from their soldiers.
Hello, I'm Daniela Gomez, and my husband, Master Sergeant Vicente Gomez, stationed with the 718th AMXS 909th AMU, is stationed here in Okinawa, Japan. This is my family, Bran and Adrian, and we want to wish you a very special holiday season to all our friends and family in Tucson, Arizona. Happy holidays.
Captain Booker here with the 109th Mobile Public Affairs Detachment Unit here at lovely Fort Hood, wishing all my family and friends back home a Merry Christmas, especially my son CJ and my daughter Charlie.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
Thank you, everybody. How great is Erica, by the way? That's not easy to do, I'll tell you what. And it's amazing. She's an incredible mom and working on Bible in 365 and Proclaim Streetwear, and then she gives an amazing address like that. And so many friends here. You know, this is our 10th annual Young Women's Leadership Summit. We've been doing this for 10 years. Real women only, because there's only such thing as real women. I want to say a special thank you to our friend here, Karen Duddleston from the Duddleston Foundation. They've been so generously supporting us for years, so thank you. Without you, none of this would be possible. And so we're just going to chat for a second here, and then we wanted to open it up for questions from you, which is the most fun, but no political questions. I'll be back here tomorrow. We can do that if you want to talk about all that fun stuff. Literally just want questions for both of us about relationships and raising kids and getting married and all that stuff that you might have questions about. Mm-hmm. That's what we want to focus this Q&A on. So, Erica, great job again.
Thanks.
I love you.
I love you too, baby.
And so a lot of these young ladies have competing pressures right now.
Okay.
Some might even have parents that are like, hey, you got to get a job, you got to build your career, you got to build money, marriage can come later. Mm-hmm. Marriage can come later. However, some ladies might be getting different advice from this conference or from even inside. They say, boy, I might want to get married sooner rather than later. How do they balance that in a godly and biblical way?
That's hard because usually those voices are coming from your parents. I mean, they were for me. And so it's hard because you're in that in-between of honoring your parents, but also knowing that there's a conviction in your heart to have a family. If you want, you can literally write down what your career, what you want that to look like on a piece of paper, put it in an envelope, go pursue. If you find the right guy, that's 90% of the problem, is finding the right person first, then building your life. And once you do find the right person and your family loves them, your parents are going to be way more understanding and into the fact of you having a family. I think that's 90% of the...
So let me ask you, raise your hand if you had to choose between amazing career or amazing family. You have to choose. Who here would choose amazing career? Raise your
That's fine if you do.
That's
please,
fine.
Like seriously, please raise your hand.
There's a couple hands. Amazing family. Oh, the other hand's got it. Okay, so for everyone that rose the hand of amazing family, how many of you every single day it's your purpose for being is finding a husband then? Every hand should then go up. But I thought you said you wanted an amazing family. You have to prioritize and aim at what you want the most. I might be the only speaker that says this these next couple of days.
You just have to make sure that you find the right.
No, I know, but you have to prioritize it.
I know, but you can't be like a heat-seeking missile where you're like, you see a guy in the back room and you're like, hi. Like you can't, there's like some nuance. I get what you're saying. I understand his sentiment.
If you're not married by the age of 30, you only have a 50% chance of getting married. And if you don't have kids by the age of 30, you have a 50% chance of not having kids. You should know that. And I'm not telling you anything that is that provocative. It's just the data, right? Having children are a gift from the Lord. And unfortunately, our culture de-emphasizes it. And again, you get what you aim at, you get what you prioritize. And so yeah, I just, it's interesting because every hand except a couple, and that's, I'm not even saying which answer is right or wrong. It's just, if that matters more for you, then everything you do on a daily basis should point towards that.
To add on to that, for the women who are getting married after 30, that's okay. I'm trying to bridge the gap here because it is okay. It's not ideal. It's not probably the best statistical odd position for you, but God is good. And
there's nothing wrong with it, right? It's
right.
Just, I find.
No, it's good. This is good.
No, if you just want happy talk, then that's fine.
It's good. God is good. You'll find your human. I found mine. And he's amazing.
So how do you tell young ladies to navigate the pressures of hookup culture on a college campus, where they feel pressured that if they don't get into, let's just say, sexual situations with a male counterpart, then they will not be able to find a boyfriend or a husband?
He's not meant to be with you. Like, he needs to honor your purity. Save it for your husband. That's simple. Save it for your husband.
Talk more about how they should go about doing that, because the pressures are so enormous, from free contraceptives to the podcasts they listen to. How many of you feel as if it's very difficult to maintain your purity on a college campus? Raise your hand. Okay, it's less than I thought. So it's easy, good. No, I guess it's fine. How many people what percentage of young ladies by the time they graduate college do you think still are virgins? What? Less than 25%? So it's not that easy. Okay, that's interesting. No, I'm just trying to process it because I don't think the church talks enough about purity.
Right.
I think it's incredibly important, and we should tell young men and young ladies to save themselves for marriage. It's a beautiful thing.
Right. No, I agree. Because a lot of people will say, well, how do I know that I'm compatible with that person unless I test drive the car before I buy it? That's not a real thing. Don't listen to that lie. Because when you make that covenant with the Lord on that altar, don't let that fire burn out from the altar. That love is so special and so powerful. You will have natural chemistry within that marriage. It's not like you're marrying a robot. It's like you married your soulmate. You married the person who God made for you. You're going to be compatible. You should know that.
So then the question that a lot of young ladies have, but how do you know? How do you know this person is right? And second question, if these young ladies have a liberal boyfriend, should they dump him?
100%. How many of you have a liberal boyfriend?
You have a liberal boyfriend?
Oh.
Don't boo her.
Pray for her.
I'm just going to tell you can't change him. I'll tell you right now.
You can't change, no.
You're great.
Yeah.
But So how does a young lady know, and is it ever too early to get married? If they're 22 and they feel as if they found the right guy, is that too early?
Well, if you're either way, whether you're younger, whatever age you are, I think going through, I know it has a stigma, but premarital is amazing. You get to learn so much about the person you're with, and I have seen it prevent marriages that should not be happening because they are so young and naive with things, and they're so lustful because they haven't gone down the road of having, they're saving themselves, so they're just like salivating. Go to premarital. You'll learn a lot. When you know he's the one, here's an example. When Charlie sat across from me and he said, I want to date you, you want to be with someone who has every intention to not mess with your heart. You're going to know. I know it sounds cliche, but you will know. He's not going to treat you like an option.
What advice would you give to young ladies where they are much more motivated than their boyfriend? How many of you have this problem? Raise your hand.
Ooh, that's tough.
It's a big. I think it's a big problem.
Yeah.
Now I think that you should both be motivated, but if the woman is much more motivated than the man, would you agree that ends up causing structural issues?
Right, because the man then ends up leaving his pants on the ground and the woman has to put them on. And so then she becomes the breadwinner because then the husband's just chill and is like, I'm fine with, not going any further than the level that I'm at, while the woman is aspiring to be more and more and more.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
then you become uneven and unequally yoked in your relationship or marriage, and that's just a recipe for an absolute disaster.
It becomes disordered, and there wasn't a ton of hands, but there were enough where it's a noticeable issue, and I find it from the young male perspective that look, there's a whole longer speech I could give about the problems with male masculinity. How many of you think that the current dating pool of young men is not great? Raise your hand, okay? So no, this is very important. Every hand went up. This is very important. What if I told you if every hand of young men think that the dating pool of young women is not great? So who's right? Oh, you guys are right. Okay. Okay. I encourage you all to have a little more humility about that. What is one thing young women can do better to make themselves more appealing to men who say that the current dating pool of young women is lackluster? I ask good questions?
Yes.
I do this for a living.
That's why he has such a good podcast and radio show, The Charlie Kirk Show.
Are you guys liking these questions?
You know, this might be so simple, but people pick up on the way you speak. I'm not talking about, you know, if you sound smart or whatever. I'm saying they will pick up if you curse. They will pick up if you're speaking life over someone. Men hate when women are gossiping. Literally, the fire behind your lips is so powerful. And if you can find a way to harness your tongue in a way that's biblical, and you dress appropriately, you don't have everything hanging out, you will attract a different type of guy. Now, if you're going to the club or wherever you're going and you're trying to appease a guy that is, are you going to bring him to your mom? Are you going to bring him to your grandparents? Just be the type of woman, the godly woman that God needs you to be to attract the man that he made for you. That's what you need to be.
What young men have serious problems. We're working on fixing that, right? And it's easy to laugh, but you need young men. You do. And understand that young men are in a far sicker position right now than young ladies are. They're committing suicide more. They're checking out of society. They are on more there's a lot of issues. And it's easy to kind of make fun of young men, but a society needs strong men, and we need husbands, and we need fathers. And everyone in this room should be part of that project of making men strong again. Everyone. And so let me first say what young men need to embrace. How many of you would agree that self-control is an attractive quality that's hard to find in men? Every hand goes up. Right. I say this to young men all the time, that a young lady cares more that if you can control your impulses and control your desires, because that is a signal of what? Maturity, not of infancy. Self-control is a signal of maturity. And a young lady, whether she can articulate it or not, when she sees maturity in a man, she knows that when there's chaos, that man will be able to navigate the family, the relationship through that kind of environment. Young ladies need to be willing to submit to a godly man when you meet one. And if you're not willing to do that, then you got to pray about that. Because a lot of young men in the dating pool say, I don't want to be bossed around all the time. I'm just telling you what I hear from men all the time. The hyper-toxic feminism is very, very off-putting to young men. And I know this is contrary to what a lot of people hear on college campuses. You know, you have to assert your dominance. You have to kind of call your shot. That's fine. However, an attitude in the dating pool is that it can be very off-putting to young men that are already put down so much in our society. They're called toxically masculine. They're called, who needs men, the patriarchy. And so then they just largely disengage. Or they do even a worse thing, which is they get involved like, I'm just going to sleep with a bunch of women, but I'm not going to marry them, right? The problem is on both sides, in my personal opinion. And again, I think that Erica hit it perfectly. Last thing I'll say, and then we'll do some questions, is men want what they cannot have. Men will do anything to solve the problem of scarcity. Anything. And if men can get you quite easily, that is not an attractive quality to be able to have a man go on a journey with you. I'm just being very, very honest with you. And there's one thing that men want more than anything else, and it's not Bitcoin. You know what it is. And as women have not been saving themselves for marriage, and men too, in the last 30 or 40 years, we've seen marriage rates collapse. There is a one-to-one correlation on those two things. And so all that to say that everybody in this room, you have more power than I think you could ever imagine. If everybody in this room collectively said that we are only going to save ourselves for our future husbands, men will grow up in a way that you would never imagine. Like you can't believe. Because all of a sudden they'll be like, well, because you understand hookup culture has given men everything they've always wanted. They don't have to work for sex. They don't have to grow up. They don't have to do anything. And then women will just throw themselves at them and they could stay as grown infants for the rest of their life. And unfortunately, it does a lot of damage to young ladies, a lot. It does a lot of psychological damage and a lot of spiritual damage. So if everyone here basically said, nope, we're going to combine our power and be pure and trust in Jesus and in God for our future husband, you would be shocked at how much the dating pool improves. Okay, I want to tell you about one thing and then we'll do a question line. We have who would love to meet Erica Riley Gaines and get a picture with me? I'm sure that would be a lot of fun, right? All right, so we have a special giveaway. If you guys follow the QR codes on our screen, subscribe to the podcast, and then email at freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll pick 10 winners, but you have to follow that QR code in the next couple minutes. So follow that QR code, subscribe, and email us proof of subscription, freedom@charliekirk.com. You know what's awesome? Women are much better rule followers than men, so I know that all of you are going to get that right. No, it's true. Men, if you guys, one of the most important things that I can leave you with before we go to questions, if you want to find your future soulmate, you must desire to humbly know male nature. How many people here think you know male nature? Anybody? Only if you are married can you raise your hand.
Yeah.
Okay? Male nature is easy to make fun of, but a lot deeper than you realize. Raise your hand. Do you think that men are better at, let me put it this way. Raise your hand if you think that men are better at micro tasks than women. Details. Anybody? Okay, a couple hands. Raise your hand if you think that men are better at macro tasks than women. Raise your hand. Okay, you're right. It's not even close, okay?
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump 24, Retribution.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Macro. If two people are talking on a college campus, and I told you they were talking about sports, they were talking about the stock market or politics, is it more likely to be two men or two women? Two men. If I tell you that two people on a college campus are talking about their relationships, the conversations they had earlier in the day, and what fellow classmates were wearing, is it two men or two women? Micro versus macro. You must understand that a man might forget to shower for 3 days because he's too worried that we're going to go to a nuclear war with Iran. Men are obsessed with the macro, and they often forget the micro. This is why corporations want to hire you so badly. Understand this, because you are incredibly good at micro tasks. That is why young women have been so well paid in the corporate environment, because when it comes to getting details done, women are much better than men. Know male nature, and you'll be in a much better chance to find your future husband. Okay, we'll start right there. Is that okay? Hi, what's your name?
My name is Carissa. Charlie and Erica, thank you for saying yes and being obedient to what God has for you, and it's really shaped my life and everyone else here. I would love to know your thoughts on Sabbath and how practically your family practices this and applies it.
I will let him talk, but as the wife, I will say I have seen it transform. I love my husband, and he's amazing and an intentional father and husband, but him honoring the Sabbath, I have seen it transform him in a way that is so powerful that when he turns his phone off and it goes in that drawer, and I know that it's, he's all on for the family. There is no distractions, and he finally gets to reset his brain. He finally gets to breathe. And as a wife, there is nothing more precious than my husband's sanity when it comes to the echo chamber and everything that he's dealing with in his world. So I have seen it change him and impact our family in one of the most beautiful ways. But I want him to. Well,
thank you. And we're very serious Sabbath keepers. This would be an exception because we're here with all of you, but we'll do it on Sunday. We actually take the traditional Jewish Sabbath. If you don't want to do that, I'm not here to debate you on it. It's fine. If you want to do it privately, I'll beat you, but that's a whole separate issue. But it's fine. It actually doesn't matter that much. What does matter is I think that to our own detriment and to our own failure, we as Christians have decided to cast away resting on one of the 7 days. God rested after creation. That comes before the Hebrews. It comes even before the creation of the modern world and civilization as we know it. And so we honor the Sabbath. We're very serious about it. We get to spend more time with our family. We do no news. We do no work. And it says very, very clearly in the scriptures, for 6 days you shall work, and the 7th day you shall rest. If you are feeling overrun by society, you might be feeling depressed or anxious, here's just one way that you might be able to improve. Turn your phone off for 1 day. No contact, no social media, no work, your mental health will improve dramatically. You can hang out with friends, you can go for a walk, but don't work for one day. That is a day for worship. That is a day for the Lord. That is a day to go be with God. That is a day to read your Bible and be out of the busyness and the hurriedness and the anger and the noise of this world. Go back to God's natural rhythm, and it's made our family much tighter knit. And I could be traveling for 5 or 6 days, but if I at least get one good Sabbath with my family, it charges all back up. So God bless you. Thank you so much. And Shabbat Shalom tonight.
Hi, Charlie and Erica. My name's Savannah. This is Lila Esther, and we have another one on the way in January. So I did find my godly man, and we are making more babies. My question for you is, we want to have a lot of kids, and I'm wondering what your best advice is for young couples with small children on how to prioritize and nurture their marriage amidst the busy day-to-day life of kids.
That's a very good question, because your marriage came first. And your husband is very important, because your kids, you're raising them to fly. You're raising them to leave the nest. They'll always come back. And once they do, I think that's why people get empty nest syndrome, because they look at their husband in an empty living room and they're like, who are you? I have to relearn you. You want to grow with your husband. That is going to be very acrobatic at times. Even if that means locking yourself in a closet with your husband for just an hour to say, can I breathe with you? Can I just 5 minutes? Can I just have a second to look at you? Something that Charlie does that's really sweet that I love is that sometimes, especially when he's traveling, we figure out the dynamic of at least having a date night, at least once a month, at least. But there'll be moments where he's literally about to rush out the door and I won't see him for several days. Kids are wreaking havoc in the kitchen, pulling things out all over, and he just grabs me and he's like, 1 minute. And we just literally stare at each other for a minute and say, like, I love you, whatever you need to say, but we have that 1 minute together to reset our hearts. And honestly, that is something that helps recharge the bucket until you get that date night. So just being really intentional about little moments that will build into a greater good for the relationship. But I know you. No,
I agree with all that. Just prioritize. Obviously, your marriage actually comes before your kids. I know that's a provocative thing to say, but it's true. Your relationship with your kids is important.
Yes.
But it's not covenantal.
Right.
Your marriage is a covenant. Your relationship with your kids is an outgrowth of a covenant. They're under your stewardship, but covenantal relationships are ones that we saw with Abraham and David and Israel and, of course, Jesus. That idea of marriage being a covenant is a big, big deal. In fact, only marriage in the Bible is compared to Christ's relationship with the church. Mm-hmm. So always prioritize your marriage. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Cameron. I'm 18 years old, and I was homeschooled, and I just graduated high school. And with graduating high school comes the question of, so what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
And to be honest, in my career, I wanna be a mom, and I wanna have kids, and I wanna homeschool them, and I wanna stay at home with them, and that's just not a really acceptable answer, and I'm struggling to really know what I want to do in the meantime while I'm waiting to get married and have kids, because I'm not dating, and I don't see anybody that I really want to date, and so I have a lot of friends who are in the same position too, of being in this weird waiting period where I don't want to go to college and I don't want to commit to a career that I know that I'm going to abandon once I have kids. Mm-hmm. So I was just wondering if y'all had any advice for that, and if you had any advice with dealing with criticism, because I'm having some from my extended family.
I know we talk about don't follow your heart and all that.
Don't follow your heart. It's a bad idea. Do not do that. No, you laugh, but the Bible is very clear. The heart is wicked.
Yeah.
Do not follow your heart.
But your talents, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so look, what are you good at?
What are you talented at?
I love people. I love talking to people all the time. And honestly, Turning Point USA, Alex Clark has really shaped my life. I got really into Culture Apothecary. It has kind of changed my life. And I would love to get involved in health and wellness, but I feel like there's not a really clear path for a career in that. I feel like most people just kind of happen to fall into it because of life circumstances, and I don't really know where to start for that.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. So I could give you a million ideas, but the first thing is you're already thinking about this correctly. which is your aim. You got your aim right, which is important. And by the way, if your aim is career, I'm not saying that's bad. At least you are clear. Don't confuse yourself of your aim. We are aiming creatures. We need something to point at. I mean, look, there's a million things you could do. You could work at a mobile IV clinic, right, as an administrator. Like, there's a lot of stuff you could do in that kind of Maha space. I would imagine. Are you from Texas, I'm guessing? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from here.
Okay, yeah, great. And Dallas actually has a huge infrastructure of, like, new Maha small businesses. You could work at those kind of around that kind of genre and that outreach. I will say, though, that if you find your future husband and he is godly, and it passes premarital counseling, which Erica's exactly right. Do not appease extended family. You only really have one thing to worry about, which is the fear of the Lord, right? Now, can we riff on premarital counseling for a second? It's very, very important, and it shouldn't get a bad taboo. If you are anybody currently engaged right now, I'm sure there's some. Okay, awesome. Praise the Lord. It's amazing. Aren't you from Canada or something? Yeah, I remember you. You found a husband? We'll talk in a second. I remember you. That's great. I hope you did not find your partner here at YWS. I hope you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So at SAS, right? So premarital counseling. Who's going to control the finances? Who's going to wake up in the middle of the night if the kid has an issue? Are you going to have kids? How many kids? Are you going to raise the kids Protestant or Catholic? Are you going to read the Bible? Here's a good question in premarital counseling that most won't ask, and this will save you a lot of problems. Are you a open or closed house? Who here grew up in an open house where all the kids would come by in the neighborhood? You know what I'm talking about, right? How many of you was raised in a closed house where your parents, okay, that's important though. Has anyone ever told you when you look in a spouse to ask that question, were you raised in an open or closed house? It's incredibly important. Because all of a sudden, if you marry an open house person, this was not an issue for us, thankfully, at all. But I've seen it destroy marriages, and they've recovered, some not. An open house person marries a closed house person, they get married, they're inviting all their friends over all the time. Barbecue, open up, and the closed house person is like, this is crazy. I wasn't raised like this. And none of that gets filtered in the engagement. That's one of like 100 questions. That would be a good book we could write. 100 questions you should ask before you get married, right? That would be a good book, right? Go ahead.
No. I was just saying the home is sacred.
I could go on, but that's like, you just have to, what premarital counseling should do, which it does a bad job of in most churches, is you must really know the nature of your spouse. Introvert, extrovert. What is their love language, right? Do they need time alone? Do they get filled up when you spend time with them? Or when they come home and they're beat down, do they need time alone? Here's a good one that almost no pastor will ever tell you. What is a vice that your spouse struggles with? And what is an acceptable vice and an unacceptable vice? So for example, an acceptable vice might be that you'll allow alcohol. We don't drink, right? So that for us, I'm not saying you have to do that, but for us, that's what works. So it's not even a question. Some men like cigars. I think they smell like, dead raccoons, but that's fine. Are you willing to smell a cigar? Have you ever smelled a cigar? Will your house be able to withstand cigar smoke inside? You're laughing. This is the stuff that breaks apart marriages. This is the stuff that creates isolation, and it must be flushed out in the engagement period, not in the honeymoon period or 2 years in. And so other vices, which is like, we're not going to watch R-rated movies, or we're not going to swear. You'd be amazed at how many marriages all of a sudden, the husband's just dropping F-bombs. She's like, whoa, like we don't do that around here. You see, who's going to cook, right? What does it mean to take time off? Here's another one. What type of vacations are you guys going to take?
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. President Trump delivered on his promises. The border is secure. Deportations are underway. DEI is out and meritocracy is in. America is back. But we can't get complacent. The radical left is already mounting a resistance. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the red wall. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us secure victory. Turning Point PAC is building the red wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We are funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Visit tprav.com or scan the QR code now to help us win in key battleground states.
This is very important. Right? What? I should write the book. Yeah, right. But no, but think about it. Because Erica grew up in a camping family, right?
Yes, we get.
How many of you guys are camping families? Yes?
Yeah.
How many of you guys think camping is like for Neanderthals? Raise your hand. Yeah. I'm an Eagle Scout. If it's a necessity for survival, I'll go camping, okay?
His camping's like the Four Seasons.
Yeah, exactly, okay? No, I no shame in that, okay? I have a busy life. I get like 3 days off a year. I'm not going to like hang my food by a tree for the 3 days off I have a year, okay? That dog's not gonna hunt. For other families, they think it's like invigorating and exhilarating, right? To like run from the wolves at night or something, I don't know. You got, or like, hey, we're gonna go do a road trip. Road trip, really? In an RV? Oh, sounds interesting.
That's like Charlie's worst nightmare, to be stuck in a moving vehicle for multiple hours.
I had to go into a trailer that's an RV, and they said, "Isn't this nice?" So yeah, I would rather go to Alcatraz than be stuck in this thing. It's just every day.
We went on a cruise once, and that was the last time we'd ever go on a cruise.
No, it's just terrible.
Which, I mean,
This is important because you might think you know your spouse, and all of a sudden you book like a 7-day cruise in the Caribbean, and it's non-refundable.
And he has the head. I didn't do this, by the way. But Charlie had the headband.
I had everything.
He had the wrist.
I had the
thing behind his ears.
Dramamine drops. I get totally seasick. It's terrible, right? Yeah. You have to know the nature, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, and we say we want to get married early, but that does not mean you should get married in a rushed way.
Right.
So 2 different things. Early and rushing are not synonyms. So, thank you. I hope that was somewhat helpful. That we took a lot of detours there.
Oh, do you want to hold it? Okay.
Hey, so you're getting married?
Yes.
Amazing.
And we are about to celebrate him.
This was
Blake, take us home.
This is Do You Hear What I Hear? The music was by a...
So speaking of which, I have a wedding planning question. I know that this sounds a bit weird. So essentially, I am facing visa delays. How do I deal with the disappointment and the feeling of sadness of having to plan for a peak winter wedding in the state of Wisconsin?
Wait, so okay, is it a visa question or is it?
It's so basically because of the visa delays, which is beyond pretty much anyone's control. How do I plan for, okay, I am going to have a wedding in the peak winter when there's snow outside, when it's really, really cold, and I'm feeling disappointed and sad about it.
You shouldn't. The winter is actually really beautiful. There's something really, I know it's cold. You can figure out the outfit. You can wear a really beautiful shawl over yourself. There's way more options for winter attire than the typical, think of it this way, your wedding's gonna be amazing because you're not having to have the florals and the
You'll
things.
save a bunch of money.
You'll save a ton of money.
Wisconsin in the winter, you're gonna get a killer deal.
Yes, you'll get a killer deal. But there's something special about the winter season. There really is. And because what comes after winter, spring, metaphorically. You are springing into a new season of life. You are springing into a beautiful marriage. Embrace the snow, embrace the beauty of it. It might not be ideally what you want. And that's okay because God's challenging you to release that. The wedding day is a wedding day. It's really not for you. It's for your family. It's important on the altar. That is for you. But I'm talking about the party. It's really not for you. It's to entertain everyone else. So just hold true to the fact that what matters the most, regardless of the season, is the man and the woman standing at the altar and that covenant you're making. It could be raining. It could be snowing. It could be 100 and some degrees like our wedding. That didn't stop us. What's so important is that marriage and because when you guys get married, that's your family. Your husband's your family. Everyone else is relatives. That's your husband.
Congratulations, and I want to use you as an example. What's your name again?
Vicky.
And that was last year when you gave the question, 2 years ago?
Yeah, so that was in 2024, so that was last year.
So Vicky came up last year and said, how do I meet a husband? And she made it her priority. And a year later, she's engaged. How awesome is that? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Next question, yes.
Hi, Erica and Charlie. I'm Melissa, and my question is, I'm 20 and I'm single and I want to get married young. However, almost every woman in my life is telling me that I'm not missing out on anything. Do you have any response to that?
The women that are married?
Yes.
Oh, that's so sad.
So sad.
That's really sad.
What, I mean, as far as like having kids or the relationship or?
Just like getting married young, because when I tell people, like my parents are really supportive about it, but when I tell other people, like in church or like outside of church, I want to get married young, they look down on me, like why? They tell me to, go to college and get a career. So like, what is like a good response to that? And like, what should I be doing? Because I don't feel like I'm missing out, but I'm not sure like what I should be doing.
What church do you go to? I must have missed it in Matthew, which is go forth and become a CEO of a shoe company. Be fruitful and multiply. First of all, you are hitting a very fundamental and precious point. I've said for a long time, we as Christians have done a crappy job of glorifying and celebrating marriage. In fact, when we first got married, I heard almost more negatives than positives. Like, oh, you're going to have your handcuffs, or, oh, marriage is the most awesome thing ever, everybody. It's amazing. And
I think it's because they didn't have good examples to look towards themselves. So they either settled or they're not happy because either something in their life they didn't settle and get fixed prior to getting marriage. They're unequally yoked. It's sad, but honestly, I feel like I talked about, that's a form of spiritual warfare. Like the enemies will use anybody to keep you from where God needs you to be. So smile and wave. Just be like, I'm so sorry that happened to you. It's not going to happen to me. And you say, I'll be praying for you. I mean, marriage is beautiful. Don't let that deter you. It's another thing too. Motherhood's the same thing. There are so many Christian moms who will get on social media and they'll say, I'm so tired. I need wine. My child's driving me nuts. No. Motherhood is beautiful. It's exhausting, but it's beautiful. And it's not going to be those sleepless nights. Yeah, one day your kid's probably not going to come home until midnight, so the sleepless nights gets a little bit construed, but you will sleep again. You will have, your time again.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
President Trump delivered on his promises, but we can't get complacent. None of our America First agenda will be secure until we build the Red Wall. Turning Point PAC is building the Red Wall in Arizona, Nevada, and New Hampshire, key battleground states where conservatives outnumber Democrats. We're funding door knockers who will win the next elections in 2026, 2028, and beyond. Today, we're asking for your immediate support. Donate at tprav.com or scan the QR code now to fund our field operations.
This is what happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
This year marks the 75th anniversary of a modern Christian classic, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe by C.S. Lewis, published in 1950. To this day, the novel is beloved by young and old alike.
From the beloved book to various stage adaptations to the big screen, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe is one of our culture's most well-known stories. The classic takes place in World War II England. The siblings Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy are sent from their home in London to live with a family friend in the country. It's there they discover the wardrobe that transports them into the magical land of Narnia.
Merry Christmas, sir.
It certainly is, Lucy. Since you have arrived. Winter is almost over. Long live Aslan. And Merry Christmas!
We should go.
Susan!
Once a king or queen of Narnia, always a king or queen.
Long live King Peter! Long live King Edward! Long live Queen Susan! Long live Queen Lucy!
All right, folks, it is Christmas time again. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's special edition of Human Events Daily. It's December 2025. And this year, it's true. It's a little different. We've lost so much. Charlie Kirk, my friend, my brother in the fight, a warrior for truth, faith, and America was taken from us in September. It feels like just a couple of weeks ago. He was struck down by evil out there on the front lines, debating on college campuses, trying to wake up the next generation, assassinated. Just like that. A husband, a father, a Christian, will not be with his family this Christmas. We all feel it. It's like a long, endless winter has settled over everything. And that's why this Christmas, I'm going back, and I would invite you to join me to go back to a story that shaped me and perhaps you as well as a kid. And one I think God put in front of us right now for a reason is C.S. Lewis. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. Yes, the Narnia book. This is not just a children's tale. It might even be the perfect Christmas story for 2025, precisely because it feels like we've been living in Narnia's darkest hour. So think about it. In Narnia, the White Witch always cursed the land. Remember, always winter, never Christmas. That's how the end of 2025 has felt, hasn't it? A frozen wasteland, cold, division, endless attacks on truth tellers, political violence, the loss of Charlie. And we lost Charlie the same way that the witch turned the heroes of Narnia to stone. They freeze us in fear. They make us forget what Christmas means, breaking through the ice. And you remember what happens in Narnia. If you go back and watch the movie, Father Christmas. Yes, Santa Claus himself shows up and hands the gifts out to the children. And what does he say? Aslan is on the move. The great lion is coming. And when Aslan roars back, that's when the snow starts melting. The spring breaks through. The witch's spell begins to crack because deeper magic is at work. The magic from before the dawn of time. Well, that's Christmas, isn't it? That's the gospel that Lewis wove right into the heart of the story. Aslan, the Christ figure, lays down his life on the stone table, willing to sacrifice himself for traitors like Edmund. And we're all like Edmund a little times, sometimes. The witch, she thinks she's won. She mocks him. She kills him. But death itself works backwards. Aslan rises, stronger than ever, shatters the table, defeats evil, and restores Narnia. Charlie Kirk, in many ways, lived that story. He sacrificed every day for truth, for young people, for the gospel in the public square. And evil thought that it could end him on that campus in Utah, but no. Like Aslan, Charlie's voice echoes louder. You might even say it roars. And we're all stepping up. We have to. 1 million more Charlies. As we said at his memorial, the movement is not frozen. It is thawing. Because the true lion, Jesus Christ, came to earth at Christmas. He conquered death at Easter, and he is still on the move today. So in 2025, amid the grief, the rage, the uncertainty, read the story to your kids. Watch the movie. Remember, winter does not last forever. Evil's power is temporary. Sacrifice leads to victory. And Christmas is the announcement that the King has come and he's coming again. Aslan is on the move, America. Merry Christmas. The thaw is coming. We'll be right back with Dr. Taylor Marshall.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming for retribution.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through RAV. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
I like to eat. Turkish delight. Edmund.
Jack Posobiec, we're back live here. It is our Narnia special here on Human Events Daily, Narnia Christmas special. And I want to bring in now Dr. Taylor Marshall, host of the Dr. Taylor Marshall Show. What's going on, Taylor?
Hey, happy Advent and Merry Christmas.
Happy Advent and Merry Christmas. Now, we're talking about this film, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and sort of C.S. Lewis writ large in his body of work as a Christian apologist, and the way that he wove the story of the gospel into into his series, but specifically even The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's Aslan, the sacrifice, the witch, the devil, the temptation of the children. There's so much. It's such a rich story. The forgiveness, the repentance, the remission of sin, the paying of debts, which is a huge piece throughout all of this the series and throughout all of this the first episode of it. And I of course stick to the original order of the Narnia books, not the updated order where they try to put other things in there. And by the way, for the record, I just right off the bat, I'm completely against whatever Greta Gerwig is going to do and Netflix is going to do with Narnia. Just totally against it. It sounds absolutely horrible. Female Aslan, just really, really bad. But we're saying this in the context of Charlie Kirk's death. And I said, this Christmas, it feels like we've been living through the endless winter, since September, when we lost Charlie, when he was murdered, taken from us. And I wanted to get you on because I realized we haven't even had you on since then. So I'm thinking it's like we're in the endless winter, Christmas comes, but we're still dealing with that. C.S. Lewis is there to talk to us. Dr. Taylor Marshall, help us make sense of all of this.
Yeah, well, it's great to be back. I think I was on your show just a few days before we lost Charlie, so it's been a little bit. Your comparison to the Chronicles of Narnia with always winter, never Christmas. That's how C.S. Lewis describes basically the state of original sin or fallen Narnia. It's always winter. It's never Christmas. And if you think about in our own lives, in 2025, what gets us through winter, what makes us excited about winter and it being cold and the snow and the ice, what gets us excited is Christmas. We look forward. It's the most wonderful time of the year. We're looking forward to winter. Why? Because we want to be cold and uncomfortable? No, we're looking forward to Christmas because of Jesus Christ. And the Chronicles of Narnia by C.S. Lewis depict this state that parallels our own lives. It parallels our lives in all of human history, from Adam and Eve until our time, but also annually in this cycle that we go through every year. And we see that the coming of first Father Christmas, St. Nicholas, and then Aslan, who is the Jesus Christ figure, that begins to thaw the winter. And the warmth of God's love and his mercy begins to bring about life in the world. And that's what's so beautiful about C.S. Lewis's Narnia series, but it's also beautiful about God's plan for us in time, that we live this throughout time, and then we live this annually through the liturgical calendar.
And Dr. Marshall, the piece of this that I wanted to also bring up is that before Charlie died, and before he was murdered, there was this story, and Megyn Kelly's talked about this, and how Erica was very upset about it, about these witches who were casting curses, were trying to curse Charlie. And it strikes me that the villain in C.S. Lewis's book, who sort of becomes the villain throughout the series, is in fact a witch.
Yeah, I mean, witches are always associated with androgyny, morphing of, sexuality, male, female, female, male. It's always in the occult literature in every century, going back to the Gnostics, even going back to the Old Testament and the pagan fertility, so-called gods and goddesses. And yeah, I think this was revealed in a woman's magazine called Jezebel, which of course is demonic in itself, just the name Jezebel, that these witches were hired to cast these spells on Charlie. And Charlie and Erica found out about this. And I don't know if I have all my facts straight. You might need to fill in for me Jack, but apparently a Catholic priest came over that knew Erica and prayed deliverance prayers over Charlie. I believe it was the day or within days before the assassination. And I think this reveals to us that, everyone's caught up in the conspiracy or what really happened with Charlie Kirk. And, as time goes on, hopefully we'll learn more as the trial begins. But what we need to realize, and we see this in Narnia, is the connection between evil is not always physical and tangible and in a series of events. The satanic, the occult, the preternatural, they communicate through what we might call magical means or preternatural means. And so witches, even in this life, can cast curses and call on evil, which can animate and inspire other evil people to come in and do ferocious evil deeds. That's a reality. I mean, witches are never good. In the Old Testament and the New Testament, witchcraft is always a mortal sin. It's always evil because you are tapping into this level of, it is a form of reality. It's an evil reality by which there's coordination in the spiritual realm to work evil. So sometimes we think of everything as just in the material realm, but St. Paul says ultimately our enemies are not flesh and blood. They are the enemies that are the spiritual darkness and principalities and dominions. And so I think that was certainly at play in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And we definitely see this in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, because the witch, she's trying to entrap the children. She has the Turkish Delight. She has Tumnus originally as one of her agents. And she's using a spell to keep winter upon the earth. And who's the only one who can break the spells of the witch? Aslan, who is Jesus Christ, allegorically. So, there's all these parallels that are there. And I think, giving a reread or a new read to the Chronicles of Narnia, this is a great moment to do that.
So the way you're explaining it, it almost sounds like that there are conspiracies and that we should look at, and obviously physical and corporeal conspiracies of people and men, but also and men attempting to become women and all this other stuff, homosexuals in this case with Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs. But what you're talking about are also spiritual conspiracies.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, let's just pause for a moment and say, if there are such things as demons are fallen angels. They once were good. They were angels in heaven. We read in the 12th chapter of the Apocalypse in the New Testament that a third of them fell with Lucifer. Lucifer becomes Satan. All those angels that were once good, a third of them become demons. They're real. If you read the New Testament, there are demons possessing people. Jesus is casting out demons. Demons have a real influence on human life. All right. So if you are a believer of the Bible and the New Testament, you believe that there are demons around us and there are angels around us. And this is part of the spiritual warfare, right? This is why we have prayers and devotion and go to church and fast and all of these things. So if that's the case, really, when it comes to those who are evil in this world, right? There's bad people who do sins, and then there are evil people who are trying to corrupt other people and corrupt the world and destroy lives. These truly evil people, the masters of those puppets are the demons. And this is why St. Paul says, ultimately, we have to love all our enemies, but ultimately our enemies are not flesh and blood people. It's these personalities beyond the flesh and blood, the demonic, that are able to coordinate attacks. We see that in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the witch and all of her minions. And then in our reality, we have Satan and all of his minions who are coordinating damnation, destruction, death in this world. The only way to resist it is by the name of Jesus Christ and by being united with his angels, his saints, his gospels. That's what breaks it. And that's why it's encouraging, I think, when the Kirks found out that there was this demonic attack on them, they did seek, a spiritual remedy, which is what we all have to do.
And that's so key to what C.S. Lewis was writing about. And, he's got other books, of course. I love Mere Christianity. I think Screwtape Letters might be one of the greatest writings, just entry-level writings on hell and the demonic and how to understand that, the real demons that are coming after you, they don't necessarily look like demons. They don't have the, you know, the horns and the tail with the heart on it or whatever, and hooves. That they might look like normal people. They might look friendly, but they just whisper sweet lies into your ear and move you along and move you away from Christ, separate you from Christ. They say, hey, have some Turkish delights, have this, have that. And that's exactly what the witch in the book and the film Lion, the Witch, and Wardrobe does, is she's offering Edmund dominion. She offers him dominion over Narnia, dominion over his brother and sisters, dominion over his family, offers him great power. And so this, of course, lines up with Satan's temptation of Christ himself, where, join me and I will give you dominion over this entire world. I'll give you everything. I'll give you riches. And Christ denies him. But it's not that, the devil is going to come up and say, join me and be evil. It's like, no, you are tempted with things that you want. And that's what makes it so incredibly powerful. Right back after this break, Jack Posobiec, Dr. Taylor Marshall, Human Events Daily, the Narnia Christmas Special.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
The Great Life. Find him.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we're back live here on the Human Events Narnia Christmas Special. We're on with Dr. Taylor Marshall. And Dr. Taylor, I got to tell you, the next part that I wanted to talk about is the first sign that the kids receive in the book, the film, the play for Museum of the Bible, or watching it. The play is absolutely phenomenal. Highly recommend. It's the arrival of Father Christmas, because This is what they say throughout all the years prior to his arrival. It's always winter, never Christmas. Always winter, never Christmas. And so Father Christmas himself, the Santa Claus, the OG Saint Nick, shows up and he provides gifts to the children. Although interestingly, only 3 of the 4 children, only the good children, the obedient children, not Edmund, because Edmund at this point is still in a state of sin. He's not in a state of grace, the way that we are called to receive gifts from our Lord in his presence, if you will. So, and that's an interesting English homonym there, presence and presents on Christmas. So, Dr. Taylor Marshall, what does this scene symbolize? The connection between Santa Claus, or as he's called in England, Father Christmas, and the giving of gifts of the children. And by the way, these gifts are not, they're not toys. They are weapons. They are potions of healing, a horn to call for help. These are very serious gifts.
Well, in order to understand the symbolism here, we have to go back to the early church, like the Catholic Church, medieval. C.S. Lewis was Anglican, Church of England, so he's tapped into this symbolism. Who is St. Nicholas? So Nicholas was a bishop, a pastor in the early 300s. He was persecuted for his Christian faith under the Roman emperors. And he's famous for a story that makes him the patron saint of children. And I actually did a retelling of this. If you like C.S. Lewis or you like J.R.R. Tolkien, I wrote a book called Nikolaus, and it's a fictional retelling of this story of St. Nicholas that made him famous. And the story goes like this. There was a man who had lost his wife, and he had 3 daughters, and they were very poor. They had lost everything. And in those days, this might sound pretty strange and radical, but if you didn't have money and you had 3 daughters and you had no money for dowries or placing your daughters in society, those daughters often fell into prostitution as the only way to survive. And that's the setup for this story of St. Nicholas. So St. Nicholas, who is the Christian bishop, the pastor, he hears about this. He sneaks into the house and he leaves gold, money, for one of the sisters to be placed in a marriage. And then that happens a couple years later with the second sister. And then the third year, the father catches Nicholas on Christmas sneaking into the house, bringing this gift so that his daughters won't be, forced into prostitution. And Nicholas asks him, don't tell anyone. He's very humble. And so from this, I think it's a true story. It's well attested in the early church. From this story about the bishop and pastor Nicholas, he becomes the patron of children. He becomes a gift giver. He's sneaking into houses to leave gifts, to be a benefactor. He wants to be anonymous. It happens at night. So all of these, I think, true traditions about Nicholas get worked into through the Middle Times and then all the way to our time into Nicholas as the bringer of gifts. He sneaks into your house at night. He's a patron of children. He loves children and he gives gifts to bless them. Now, C.S. Lewis also takes another tradition, and that is the feast day of St. Nicholas in the Catholic Church and in the Anglican Church, which C.S. Lewis belonged to, is always on December 6th. And Christmas is on December 25th. And this is another thing that associates Nicholas with Christmas. And as you can see, December 6th is, about 19 days before Christmas. So whenever St. Nicholas Day comes on December 6th, all the children, in fact, in a lot of countries, gifts are given on December 6th. They're placed in their stockings or in their shoes. And all the children know that when St. Nicholas Day comes on December 6th, we're getting closer to December 25th. For Christmas. And that's exactly why C.S. Lewis sets all this up in the Chronicle of Narnia. If you're not familiar with these traditions and these timings, it might seem kind of arbitrary. But first, you have Father Christmas, who is Nikolaus, St. Nicholas. And he is sort of the forerunner to the appearance of Aslan, who is Jesus Christ. So C.S. Lewis is tapping into this early church medieval chronology that St. Nicholas always appears shortly before the advent of Jesus Christ. Does that make sense?
It completely makes sense. A forerunner, if you will, in similar way to how John the Baptist was a forerunner to Christ in his teaching. Later on in life, he begins his ministry several years before Jesus began his. So you see these comings and these callings. It also kind of reminds me in a way that, in an interesting way, that Father Christmas's appearance in the book here and St. Nicholas's appearance kind of reflects the way the position of the three wise men, the three kings, the bearers of gifts, and how they are separate from Christ, and yet how they also acknowledge Christ. And and tradition holds they were the kings of Ethiopia, Arabia, and Tarsus, and that they were following the star, that they come and they've read the auguries, they've read the astronomy, they understand that a great king is to be born, to among which all will give him homage, and so it's very interesting to me that here we have again these great figures, and this is something you see throughout the Bible, great figures pointing to an even greater figure. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's another kind of thing there as an Anglican or Catholic. Advent is the season of preparing for the coming of Christ. So, a lot of times nowadays it turns Thanksgiving and there's Christmas decorations and it's Christmas. But traditionally, for hundreds of years, it's been Advent, which is about 4 weeks before Christmas. And that's a time of more like preparation and penance and reflection. And then as you get to Christmas Eve, you have midnight mass, and then you have the 12 days of Christmas, which are from December 25th until January 5th, which is 12th night. And then you have Epiphany with the wise men. So there's this whole timing there. And C.S. Lewis, and I think the original audience was more tapped in to these chronologies and all this. So yeah, like when you talk about John the Baptist, that's a major part of the readings, if you're Catholic, if you go to Mass during Advent, the idea of John the Baptist preparing the way for Christ.
Huge part of the readings, and that's why I'm thinking of it. Dr. Marshall, right back, Human Events, Narnia Christmas Special.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
right, Jack Posobiec, we are back. Human Events Daily, the Narnia Christmas special. We're all with Dr. Taylor Marshall. So we're talking about Narnia in the sense of the fact that, number one, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe being a fantastic Christmas movie, as well as a book, a story that you should be able to share with your children, depending on the age. And if you have time, read the book. Read the book over Christmas break. It's not that long. It's like maybe just over 100 pages. It's really easy to read. It's a fun story. You can do the voices with the kids. That's what I love to do. But the part of the story that I want to get into and really dig in with Dr. Marshall here is Edmund. And the fact that Edmund not only is he tempted by the witch, he succumbs to that temptation. He takes the Turkish delights from her, and then he begins to provide her with information. He tells her about his brother and sisters, and then he even gives up their secret location as they're on the run to the witch. He does betray them. And this is why in the last segment we were talking about how St. Nick did not provide him with a present. So Dr. Marshall, what does it mean then, the story of Edmund the Fallen, if you will, and we know that Aslan later, and then also Aslan's sacrifice for Edmund, how it ties into Christ, how there is a sin that Edmund as a child has to pay a debt for, and yet it's Aslan who pays the debt.
Well, I mean, as you just said in the beginning there, our greatest threat is not the boogeyman far away in the forest. The greatest threat to us in our life are those closest to us, our friends. And if you think of the greatest story ever told, our Lord Jesus Christ, he was betrayed by one of his 12, who had spent every day with them for 3 years. They dined together, they traveled together, they worked miracles together, and it was Judas Iscariot that betrayed him. And you see this throughout the Old Testament, you see it throughout history, you see it in our own time. And so C.S. Lewis is tapping in to this reality that the greatest threat against you is someone close to you, someone near, someone that knows your heart, that knows who you are. And in this case, it's Edmund, and he betrays his own flesh and blood. And he does this for power. He does as you said, he gets the Turkish delight, and he even reveals the location of his own flesh and blood in order to impress the witch. And he thinks he's going to get power from this. Now, the only way to be redeemed from this is through a sacrifice. And Aslan, who represents Jesus Christ, goes on the stone altar, offers himself as propitiation for sin. And by offering himself as a atonement for payment, he, liberates the world, but he liberates Edmund. He saves Edmund's soul. And so, you may think of yourself, well, I'm not a Judas Iscariot. I go to church. I love Jesus. But every time you sin, every time you turn towards the devil and away from God, you are betraying Jesus Christ. And it's his cross, it's his atonement, his sacrifice on the cross that redeems us. And what's cool about the Narnia story is the story doesn't end there, just like our story doesn't end there. Aslan rises from the dead. He defeats death. Death cannot hold him. And this is really not the end of the story. This is the beginning of the story, because death has now been shown to be weak. And, we were talking about Charlie Kirk before. Charlie expressed often his love for Jesus Christ. And we saw, just the horrors over and over of his assassination on, social media and television. And we're reminded that that's not the end of the story. Christ also was humiliated and died a public, shameful death. And by that, he liberates those who conform to him in faith and hope and love. And so that's the message of Christmas. Yes, winter thaws and Father Christmas comes and Aslan comes, but ultimately we're moving towards Holy Week and Good Friday and the resurrection on Easter, and then the sending of the Holy Spirit and the church. Like, that's the full story. And in a beautiful way, C.S. Lewis is creating this allegory that I think resonates in our souls. Why? Because it resonates through time. It's the real story.
It is the real story, and there's a reason that these themes of sacrifice and repentance come up time and time again, because this, and it strikes at something deep, I think, within all of us, and it's amazing because it's something that's still celebrated to even this day, thousands of years later. And we were, and the public displays of, this is a reason why people say like, oh, Jack, but why don't you support Lord of the Rings over Narnia? Why are you always pushing Narnia, et cetera? I said, because it's a direct display of Christianity, and public displays of Christianity, public displays of Christ, praising Christ, should always be upheld wherever you find them in the cultural space. And yes, I'm aware that not only was Tolkien a traditional Catholic, and that certainly there is virtue in his stories, but they're not overtly Christian. There's nothing overtly Christian about those stories. There's no Christ figure there's no God in Lord of the Rings. What there is it's high fantasy. It's a high fantasy story. It's a good story, but it's a high fantasy story. It's not a Christian story. And Narnia is.
I would push back. I would say it's a Christian. I would say that. But
there's nothing where Narnia story at all.
Honestly, I don't understand why everyone wants to.
I'm not saying that aren't Christian elements, but there's nothing in the story that's Christian.
Allegorically, there is.
That's allegory. That's not the story itself. I'm talking the actual plot of the story.
But I don't understand why everybody wants to make Tolkien versus Lewis. They can both be good.
Well, and I'm not saying one's not good or the other's not good. What I'm saying is one is overtly, publicly, obviously taking the gospel and turning it into a story. The other one is making a new story, making a high fantasy story that has, certainly elements of good versus evil, in the same way that Star Wars has good versus evil. And, you might be able to find, some connections, but they aren't quite as overtly Christian as they are in Narnia. That's all I'm saying.
Correct. Agreed. 100%.
And certainly this started in their lifetime as well, because they were friends and argued about.
Yeah, they were friends. Very well. And Tolkien did not care for the Chronicles of Narnia. He thought it was too on the nose. He thought it was too 1-to-1, and I think C.S. Lewis was kind of hurt by that.
But what's so interesting is that C.S. Lewis. That originally Tolkien didn't intend for his stories to have this public, this big public push, but he would sort of work on them on his own, and it was sort of like a passion project. And one of the only people who ever read his stories, Hobbit and then Lord of the Rings, before they were publicly released, was his good friend C.S. Lewis. And it was in fact C.S. Lewis who encouraged him to continue to write his stories and to publish them. So, it's sort of one of those chicken and the egg kind of situations where it just goes around and around. But what I mean to say is, what I was going to say is this, is that Tanya Tay and I, this Christmas, for the very first time ever, after the New York Republican Gala where I was the speaker, I took her. She really wanted to see this. She's always wanted to see it. I never went to the Rockettes, the good old Rockettes Christmas special there in New York, and I didn't realize this, and just shows my look, I'm not super into that kind of stuff. It's fine, it's nothing wrong with it, but I did not realize, and I will even say mea culpa for not realizing this. They have been doing a public nativity scene, a living nativity, right in the middle of the Christmas spectacular at Radio City Music Hall in the heart of New York City for over 90 years. It was phenomenal. There were living animals. There were real camels. They had the wise men and the entire, the retainers and the coterie that would travel with kings, crossing across the stage. And then the culmination is this gigantic living nativity scene with the Star of Bethlehem. They have Joseph, they have Mary, they have the child swaddled in a manger in front of thousands of people right there in the heart of Rockefeller Center. And I just stood up and started clapping. And I said, and they've never taken that out of the Rockettes show. That's one of the only original There's a few pieces of it. The toy soldiers, obviously the kick line, and the nativity scene are some of the only pieces of the original 1930s Rockettes show that have never been taken out of the performance. And I hope they never will, because we need to hold on to these public, overt displays of Christianity if we are ever going to win the culture war. How do we fight the culture war? With Christian culture. It's just that simple. Jack Posobiec, Dr. Taylor Marshall, right back, the Narnia Christmas special.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec back live. Final segment here of our Human Events Narnia Christmas special, talking, of course, about The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's an incredible Christmas story. Highly recommend for everyone out at home. Either watch the movie or read the book if you have the time. It's a great book. And we're all with Dr. Taylor Marshall. And the last piece that we really have to talk about in all of this is not just how amazing the story is, but also how Netflix is going to be trying to destroy Narnia, and woke Netflix, which I've certainly been waging a crusade against all year after what they've done with Stranger Things, adding the LGBTP. Yes, that's right. I included the P in Stranger Things and all the rest of it. It's disgusting. And of course, they are coming for Narnia now. So, Dr. Taylor Marshall, have you dug into much about how Netflix is talking about, quote unquote, updating and adapting Narnia?
Well, if I recall, they've announced that Aslan's going to be a female. Do I have that right?
So it's sort of weird. it's been like leaked to it's in all the trade papers like Hollywood Reporter and Deadline and stuff like that, yet no one's ever actually officially confirmed it, but it's heavily reported that Aslan is going to be female. They're also updating the time frame, so it's no longer going to be a World War II film. Now keep in mind, they're doing Magician's Nephew first, so that's the one that's coming out now, and then presumably that Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe would be the second one they're doing. And but the biggest red flag of all is that they've got the hardcore woke feminist director Greta Gerwig, who did the Barbie movie, which is just a full-on celebration of abortion from scene one. It is an attack on men. It is a gender war movie about how women should. And by the way, the culmination of the Barbie movie, for anyone who doesn't understand how this stuff works, is that women should be in charge and that men should subjugate themselves to women. Just on that point, Dr. Marshall, is that biblical? Is that what God calls us? Is that godly instituted marriage?
I have not seen the Barbie film, for the record, but there is an order to reality. We call God Father, our Father who art in heaven. We do not say our mother. Jesus Christ is the Son of God. He's not the daughter of God. Pastors and priests are male, because they are in persona Christi, they're in the person of Christ. And the reason for this is that the church, the people of God in the Bible, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, collectively as the church, we are the bride of Christ. There's a feminine, receptive nature to the church because we're receiving the grace and salvation of God. And so the transcendent is masculine and the recipient is feminine. And there's a synergy there. There's a beauty there. There's a connection there. You see this in Lewis's writings. You see this in Tolkien's writing. All the great authors and poets and playwrights have been able to capture, in a literary way, in an allegorical way, this theme that's throughout all of creation. It's really only paganism and occultism and magic that subverts that, so that you have priestesses, you have a mother goddess, etc. And really modern feminism comes from that occult, magical, Gnostic, evil tradition. I'm just going to say it. Because it's perverting and inverting nature. And this is why it's also usually in support of abortion and contraception, and inverting the roles of masculine and feminine. And so what we really need in this time is for, I loved what you said on Megyn Kelly. You said, it's time. I think you said it's time for the men to take care of things. Is that what you said, Jack?
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah.
I said, Megyn, no offense, but it's time for the men to handle things.
There we go. And a lot of people may feel threatened by that, but when you're moving with increasing speed towards chaos, death, low birth rates, the collapse of civilization, hard times create great men, and we're shifting into that epic. And so what we need to be teaching is that, I just wrote this book, Christian Patriot. Why is it patriot? Patriot is patriotism. It's love of the fatherland. Pater. God is father. Our nation is the patria. It's the fatherland. And we are called as men to be fathers, benevolent, sacrificial fathers, just like St. Nicholas, just like our Lord Jesus Christ, all the great saints. And yes, women do that as well. But when it comes to leading and headship and sacrifice, men should lead the way. And so I'm really upset. I mean, Netflix, the liberal culture is taking everything that is good and holy. They're doing this Jesus Christ Superstar, and they have that woman who's in Wicked playing Jesus Christ, that emaciated African-American woman.
God, I forgot about this.
Yeah, she's playing Jesus Christ on stage as a African-American emaciated woman. So what they're doing is they're taking all of the Christian tradition that, even in the last 50 years, so much of culture has lost its Christian ethos. Whatever's left, Chronicles of Narnia, Jesus Christ Superstar, which is actually a blasphemous thing from the beginning, they're taking it and they're just scrubbing it down and they're reinterpreting it in a pagan, evil manifestation. So I'm 100% against what our family's not had Netflix for years. I think they're groomers. I think they're infiltrators. I think they're bad. I think if you're watching right now, you should just, as soon as you're done watching this, just go on your Netflix account and cancel it, because they are subverting the culture and they're undercutting the presence of Jesus Christ in our midst. And fathers, you need to rule your household. You can't have sewage flowing into your living room through what's called a television. It's time to stop the madness. Cut that off. And hey, instead of watching Netflix, why don't you sit down by the fireplace with the Chronicles of Narnia and read them out loud to your children? They will never forget it. It is magical. This is what we need to do. Agree, Jack?
I couldn't agree more. And I just finished reading them all with my oldest son, and all 7 books, did the voices, and there are so many. We'll have to do some other episodes. Because there's some really, really deep Christian theology that's being imparted in there. And yes, you get the gospel story, the gospel account in a sense, this sense of the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. But I've always thought, the Voyage of the Dawn Treader, where the one it's their cousin Eustace, and he has to become a dragon, but then because of his sinful nature, and then Aslan is the one who tears the dragon skin off of him. I mean, it's just, because we can't do it all by ourselves, that we have to accept Christ in order to remove the last vestiges of our sinful nature. And then even in all the way up to the last battle, where a false god is what many are Narnia are tricked into believing, a false Christ, a false Antichrist, something that the Antichrist, it's very clear. It's Christ. No. Reading that as a kid, I always thought that Tashlan was a really, really like a very strong villain character. And then Tash, of course, was terrifying as the actual devil, the Satan. But then reading it as an adult and realizing the references that C.S. Lewis was making, I was thinking, like, man, C.S. Lewis is based.
Yeah, he was.
This is some really serious stuff that he's introducing kids to. And to think, man, maybe I've always had that sense my whole life, because I read those books when I was a kid and my parents read them to me. Dr. Taylor Marshall, where can people go to follow you, brother?
You can go to my website, taylormarshall.com. You also have my YouTube channel, Dr. Taylor Marshall Podcast, and I'd love to see you all over there. We talk about these kind of things all the time. So great to be with you, Jack, and y'all have a happy Advent and Merry Christmas.
Happy Advent and Merry Christmas to you, Dr. Taylor Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead, scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is, by definition, a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Bergquam.
Right up over this hill, we got Armed Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Let's feel good.
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gruber. Today is Wednesday, the 24th of December. It's Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas to all of you from me and the rest of the Rav family. We have a great show lined up for you today with this Christmas Eve edition of Real America's Voice. So let's dive right in. As I said, Christmas Eve, of course, a time for family and a time to remember the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. As families gear up for a cozy night by the Christmas tree and the children anxiously wait for the following morning to see if Santa, in fact, gave them what they asked for, I thought I'd take the time to share with you, the people, what I think would make great Christmas presents for America. Here's a Christmas wish list, if you will. First off, I'd love to see the border remain secure for the safety and sanctity of this country. President Trump promised that he would shut down the border on day one of his second presidency, and to no surprise, he's kept that promise. He's worked at it and continues to. Joe Biden allowed thousands, if not millions, of illegals into the country, all without proper documentation, from regular folks to what the president has termed bad hombres. We saw multiple innocent lives taken by some of these criminals, the lives of Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungri, just to name a couple. But now, thanks to the efforts of President Trump, the border is now the most secure it's been in my lifetime. Border Patrol agents are now allowed to do their job and detain anyone caught trying to cross any of our borders without proper documentation or without going through the proper procedures. Tom Homan broke it down. He said it this way.
If you're illegal alien in the United States, this message is for you. You cannot hide from ICE. We're actively looking for you. Federal law requires every alien in the United States who has been present in the United States more than 30 days needs to register. For those 14 years or older, you need to be fingerprinted with the Department of Homeland Security. Federal law requires every alien in the United States to tell DHS in writing if you have a change in address within 10 days of changing that address. Failing to register with DHS and failure to tell DHS about your new address are criminal offenses, and they're going to be treated as such.
Now, preliminary data shows both that U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions and total CBP encounters declined from October to November, making this the lowest number of encounters for the start of a fiscal year ever. Under President Trump's leadership, the Department of Homeland Security, through U.S. Customs and Border Protection, continues to set new records for border security, and we must keep it that way. We don't need criminals coming into our country and targeting our families and neighbors or anyone else for that matter. And that leads me to the next thing on the list, which is deporting the rest of the illegal alien criminals who were allowed in by the Biden administration. We got to clean this place up. Under the direction of President Trump and Border Czar Tom Homan, ICE agents are cracking down on illegal aliens all across this country, from D.C. to Chicago, Texas, California, in fact, everywhere. The Democrats continually try to impede ICE agents from doing their jobs, from protests to outright vicious and violent attacks. This is all thanks to the Democrats' push of a false narrative that these agents are arresting and deporting American citizens. And that, of course, is not the case. Take Kilmar Abreu Garcia, for example, an illegal alien criminal, ties to MS-13, a violent gang from Venezuela with a long history of crime and violence, including alien smuggling and domestic violence and human trafficking. It's imperative we keep deporting people like Abreu Garcia. Americans deserve to feel safe in their own neighborhoods, don't they? I think they do. Third on my list, I have exposing Democrat fraud. For months, questions have surrounded the staggering amount of fraud uncovered in Minnesota, estimates reaching as high as hundreds of billions of dollars. Much of it tied to programs overseen during Governor Tim Walz's administration. Now, even members of Walz's own party are acknowledging the political damage it's caused. Some Democrats there are now openly urging the governor to stay out of next year's race, warning the issue has become a major liability. They don't think he can win. Former Minnesota Democrat Senator Ember Young told media outlets that while the governor has held office for years, Walz is now, in her words, clearly vulnerable and riskier than any Democrat candidate that might run. That assessment raises serious questions. How does anyone reconcile praise for Walz's leadership with the sheer scale of fraud that occurred right under his nose? Critics say this reflects a broader problem within the Democratic Party, where massive fraud is downplayed if it aligns with political interests. It's okay as long as it meets our agenda. Instead of addressing accountability, the party often shifts the conversation. Critics argue by invoking accusations of racism and Nazism or extremism, white supremacy, all of that nonsense. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, herself Somali, has compared calls for immigrants to assimilate and adopt American values to tactics of, you guessed it, the Nazis. Here she is.
I want to ask you about something else that the architect of the president's immigration policy, Stephen Miller, said. On Thanksgiving Day, he posted, "No magic transformation occurs when failed states cross borders. At scale, migrants and their descendants recreate the conditions and terrors of their broken homelands." What do you make of this argument of failure to assimilate and sort of ruining America? How do you understand this?
I mean, when I think about Stephen Miller and his white supremacist rhetoric, it reminds me of the way the Nazis described Jewish people in Germany. And, you know, as we know, there have been many immigrants who have tried to come to the United States who've turned back, one of them being Jewish immigrants. We know the way that people were described who were coming from Ireland, Irish immigrants. We know the way in which people were described back then when they were Italian immigrants. And to me, you know, we're yes, of course, ethnically Somali. We are in this country as Americans. Yeah. We are citizens. We are productive part of this nation, and we will continue to be.
Now, as this scandal continues to unfold, Republicans say voters deserve answers, not deflection, and real accountability for one of the largest fraud failures in recent memory anywhere in this country. And this is just a small example of fraud committed by Democrats. A whistleblower from a health company of Maine has said that some of the same kind of fraud is taking place in their state, too, also by Somali Americans. And you guessed it, Maine is a blue state run by a Democrat governor, Janet Mills, who's now running for a Senate seat there because nothing like being a Democrat to fail upward. We'll have to keep our eye on this developing story as authorities look into the whistleblower's claims, but I wouldn't be surprised one bit, I bet you wouldn't either, to find out the claims are true. And when we do, we'll just hear more of the same from Democrats who accuse Trump of being creepy and obsessed when he demands justice for you, the taxpayer. Which leads me to the next item on my list, abolishment of the IRS and the income tax. We all know that the IRS has been used to go after both political opponents and anyone else who may reject or go against their policies or beliefs or demands. For example, Barack Obama was the mastermind behind using government institutions against his political opponents. In 2013, he turned the IRS against conservative nonprofits. Investigations later confirmed that there were severe mismanagement and bias in the department, targeting those on the right. His Justice Department and intelligence cronies laid the groundwork for the Russian collusion hoax. He unmasked Trump's associates during intelligence operations, trying to undermine Trump before he even took office. And if that wasn't enough, he had the privilege of a very friendly media. So even if he didn't need to use the government to go after his opponents, he could always use the airwaves. Not only did he weaponize his own government against conservatives, he put in place the people and the processes that continued to do so long after he was gone. I'm on board with President Trump. I believe it's time for the IRS to cease to exist. Sounds nice, doesn't it? Because the president has also touted the idea of abolishing the IRS and the federal income tax. Now that would be a great Christmas present, wouldn't it? All right, next on my list, I have protecting American agriculture. Farmers are the backbone of America. You're probably enjoying some of their great products today, providing millions of people a year with food, from soybeans to corn, wheat, beef, and so much more. It's essential we ensure the success of these farmers so that they may continue to provide Americans with meals. President Trump understands this. That's why earlier this month he announced a $12 billion aid package for farmers. Listen to this.
I'm delighted to announce this afternoon that the United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We're taking a relatively small portion of that, and we're going to be giving and providing it to the farmers in economic assistance. So we're going to use that money to provide $12 billion in economic assistance to American farmers. This relief will provide much needed certainty to farmers as they get this year's harvest to market and look ahead to next year's crops. And it'll help them continue their efforts to lower food prices for American families.
$12 billion, nice move. We not only need to protect the farmers, but also the crops themselves. You might remember earlier this year at the University of Michigan, a pair of Chinese nationalists were arrested for smuggling a dangerous fungus into the country that would have been detrimental to our crops, could have destroyed crops. I held a special right here in Real America's Voice with John Solomon of Just the News on this important topic, and it really is. If America loses its agriculture, the results will be devastating for the entire country and honestly the world. And that's not an understatement. And finally, I want President Trump to continue to make America great again. America is becoming America again after 4 years of a failed Biden administration. It takes a lot of work to fix that. But thanks to President Trump, the American economy is repairing itself. The borders are secure, as we talked about. And America is back on top of the world. Now, that is the best Christmas present you or I or anyone could ask for. Merry Christmas. We're just getting started. Don't go anywhere. This Christmas Eve edition of America's Voice Live will return after a moment.
At Real America's Voice, we know that you want to be a part of something bigger. That's why we've teamed up with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, to build a real community of folks who care about faith and our country's future.
There is no force on earth that can stop us from saving our country.
Want to be a part of this movement? It's easy. Just scan the QR code on your screen right now. That's right. Grab your phone and scan the QR code to join the AMAC and Real America's Voice family today. By scanning the QR code, you'll unlock exclusive content, connect with like-minded Americans, and be first in line for events that celebrate our shared values. So don't wait. Scan the QR code. Join us today and become part of a community that stands for faith, family, and freedom.
Real rights, they come from God.
With AMAC and Real America's Voice. Go ahead. Scan the QR code now. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
From Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
Welcome back to this Christmas Eve edition of America's Voice Live. You know, another thing that would be nice for Christmas, peace. The end of the nearly 4-year-long war between Russia and Ukraine, because President Trump has continued his efforts to broker peace between the two nations. President Trump has brokered many other peace deals between countries that have been at war for decades, but this one a lot tougher than anticipated as Zelensky and Putin continue the senseless slaughter in a war that never should have happened and probably wouldn't have if President Trump was in office. Remember, this is Joe Biden's war. President Trump just trying to clean up the mess. Join me to discuss the ongoing feud between the two countries is former Navy SEAL and former FBI Special Agent Jonathan Gilliam. Jonathan, nice to see you again.
Good to see you as well.
Hey, look, nothing would be better for Christmas than an end to the slaughter, the senseless slaughter in Eastern Europe. I'm a bit of a pessimist, though. I don't trust Zelensky. I don't trust Putin. I don't trust any of them, to be honest with you. What are your thoughts on this Christmas Eve?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't call you a pessimist. I'd call you a realist, because that lack of trust, there's a reason that most of us don't trust them. Zelensky is shady. I mean, Putin's shady as well, but Putin is a trained KGB agent. So it's when you look at his tactics that he uses against people that are not trained to his level, he becomes predictable. And it would not surprise me if during the time when everybody wants peace, that he either plays a peaceful game to try to get what he wants, or he goes and carries out another strike of some kind, because that's what he typically does. He will make promises, and when everybody thinks there's going to be peace, that's when he strikes, because he knows that people are believing in hope, and he is believing in tactics. And I think that's a huge dose of reality that people need to gain.
You know, and I look at this war and I say, to what end? I had arguments on this program dating back 2 years, 3 years, where I said, look, the Donbass and other parts of eastern Ukraine are never going back to Ukraine. You're never gonna make that go away. And here we are, almost 4 years in. The lines really haven't changed. Those eastern portions of Ukraine are still in Russian control, probably going to stay that way. In a peace deal, people are going to have to compromise to get this done. I get it. Ukraine doesn't want to give up territory. I get it. But if you want peace in your lifetime, I don't see how you avoid it. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. And see, here's the problem with the reality of this current day and age is that we believe that warfare is based on the way we think it should be carried out. But if you go back and look at the history of warfare, the spoils go to the victor. And at this point in time, Russia, I believe, they may not be more advanced than the Ukraine when it comes to the weaponry and the courage or the motivation. But Russia has been very effective in their use of time, whereas everybody thought that this was going to take 2 months and it would be over, and then they said a year. Putin has strung this out and used the negotiation table as a push for certain tactics that he uses offensively. And so I think when we look at the reality of this, I think what we're seeing is that NATO, not just Ukraine, but NATO and the United States are going to have to take a bigger step, not in getting involved on the ground, but a bigger step in showing Putin that they would be ready to step in if they can't come to agreement. And then on Ukraine's side, they have to do what you realized is they're going to have to give up some ground. Otherwise, this is never going to stop, because Putin is going to keep working it until he gets what he wants.
Let me ask you this, Jonathan, because you mentioned NATO stepping up. The problem with Europe and the EU is they have neglected their militaries for not just years, but for decades in some cases. I mean, is France really a military? Is Germany? Is the UK? Are they strong enough to take on the Russian army? I mean, the Russian army has turned out to be weaker than I anticipated when they first went into Ukraine, but still, those countries in particular have neglected their military to a point that I don't know if they're viable forces to defend Europe. Your thoughts?
I agree with you in a lot of ways. And look, Russia has faced greater enemies many times, but they persisted over a period of time, and they worked the environment, worked the winters, for instance. And I think in this case, they're working the ineptitude of Zelensky and many, as you just said, in NATO, who've neglected their own military. I think Putin knows a lot of this stuff. And he also knows that the United States doesn't really want to get involved. So I think when you look at the totality of the circumstances, the grand scale of the circumstances, they have to find something to gain leverage on Putin other than a ground war. And perhaps it's going to the table and saying, we will give you this, but you can't come any further than this because that is a red line in the sand, and we will move forward on that. But they're going to have to find something that they can use as leverage over Putin. So far, they have not found that. And until they do, it's probably not going to go to the point where NATO or the United States gets involved on the ground. So it's going to be in a stalemate until that point.
Yeah, I want to shift gears with you just for one moment here, because I want to ask you about one other war that has turned hot, and that's the war on drugs. And I just want to touch this real quickly because it's become a real hot button issue for the Democrats. The Trump administration taking out these drug running boats, which, by the way, was not authorized by international law. It was authorized by the 1986 Maritime Drug Law Enforcement Act of 1986, authored in the House by a guy by the name of Chuck Schumer. He co-authored it, introduced it, and it passed almost unanimously. That's what gave the authorization to shoot drug running boats. It was very prevalent in the 80s and 90s, and now they act like it's a war crime. Jonathan, I'm sorry, but that's just dishonest. Your thoughts?
Well, it's politicians playing war, right? Chuck Schumer, what qualification does he have to be telling anybody what they should be doing tactically to protect this country? I mean, the majority of people in Congress and in the Senate have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to what our threat is, because they don't think outside of D.C. So having been a SEAL in the military, worked extensively in Central South America on the counter-drug, counter-narcotics, and counter-terrorism issues, having been in the FBI and worked multiple drug cases, I can tell you that almost everything that we deal with when it comes to drugs goes back to the border of Canada, but most often goes back to the border of Mexico, and then dwindles down into South America, and then on the border of Brazil, where the immigration there is wide open and people can move terrorists or drugs or whatever they want around. They don't take any of that into consideration when they're playing these political games. And what we're seeing now is a culmination of what we were seeing back in 1999 when I was down in Central South America as a SEAL, and what I continue to see through the 2000s as an FBI agent. And that is, if we don't take the border, the drug war, and the power of the cartels and the corrupt governments that allow them to function, if we don't start taking that seriously, then we're going to end up having, or we didn't take it seriously, and that's why we have what we have. If we don't take it seriously now, it's just going to get worse.
100,000 Americans will die of overdoses this year from illegal street drugs, many of which come from outside this country. Jonathan Gilliam, let's hope in the new year we can reduce these drug deaths and make it a better place. Thank you for being here, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, and let me tell you something. As far as those deaths go, if people started disciplining their children, they'd have disciplined adults, and they wouldn't have people dying of drugs, and that would dry up the market for these people down in Central South America. That's a business, and President Trump is crushing their business model, and that's what needs to happen.
All right, we're going to leave it right there. Thank you, Jonathan. I got to run. This is America's Voice Live.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by Patriots for Patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
You know, I think the snow started here in Michigan, 2 weeks before Thanksgiving. It has not let up. It looks like it's going to be a white Christmas around here. You know, Christmas traditions depend on who you ask. And while some things stay the same, such as opening the presents or leaving cookies on for Santa, there's always a little nuance when it comes to how people do things. So in the spirit of Christmas, we thought it might be fun to get some perspective from some of the folks here at Real America's Voice and discuss how they gear up for the holiday and what traditions they practice. Join me to discuss RAV correspondent David Zier. David, here we are on Christmas Eve. I think Santa Claus just flew behind you, but I'm not positive about that, David. It's possible. I'm looking at all those beautiful Christmas lights. How are you?
Good. We're hoping for a white Christmas here in New York, and you know, Christmas Eve is very special in our family, Steve. Watching our kids raising kids, fifth grandchild on the way. It's a very special night. The Feast of the Seven Fishes as an Italian family. It's very exciting, and cooking with the kids and gathering around and arguing with the crazy uncle at dessert.
Yeah, that's always a fun part. All right, so here's the big question people want to know. Any presents on Christmas Eve or none at all? You see, it's always been our family tradition. You get one on Christmas Eve. You don't get to pick it, one, and somebody hands you one. Well, what about in your household?
So Christmas Eve, we exchange gifts with my brother. I had a sister who passed 3 years ago, so now it's my brother and his 5 boys on Christmas Eve, along with my mother. We do exchange. Now it's turned into more for the younger ones as opposed to, the family, the adults exchanging gifts. And then on Christmas, I have about 30 people from the other side of the family, the in-laws, right? That's always fun, and we cook together. I have about 30 coming, and that's where we exchange with our own children, and they exchange with each other. And but my in-laws are wonderful. So,
yeah. Now, admittedly, Dave, I'm getting older. So are you. But I've still been out sledding a couple of times this year because I'm a glutton for punishment, I think. And with all the snow we've had, we really have had a tremendous amount of snow here in the Midwest. The snowy season way ahead of schedule. Could set some records, in fact. You do anything like that? Do you go out and stroll and look at the Christmas lights? Do you go out and enjoy, the singing or the walking around or the sledding? Are you a sledding man, David?
I was for a couple of decades. Now it's a little harder, but I will say we always wait for the local fire department with their motorcade and Santa on the back of the last fire truck. And we try to have the grandkids there for that. We make our way into the city. I have 2 children and grandchildren in Manhattan, so we try to do that during the holiday season as well. And it's a very special time, from Thanksgiving through Christmas and then New Year's. It's pretty much nonstop. My house is like Grand Central Station there on Long Island.
Yeah. I'm guessing this other tradition from where I'm from, probably not in your list either. We drag the kids around on a sled behind a snowmobile or a quad or whatever we've got in the snow. My brother's attempted to kill me numerous times when I was a child. We do a lot of that sort of thing. I'm guessing ice fishing's not on your schedule either. David, what's wrong with you people in New York?
No, when I was a kid, I used to sketch on the back of garbage trucks with my friends. It's lucky we're still alive here. But there's 2.8 million people on Long Island, so we don't have the snow trails and the snowmobiling and the quads and all that like we do upstate New York. But we do have a second home upstate. Winter is wonderful up there on Lake Sacandaga, the cleanest watershed in New York. It's very special. About 60 cousins gather throughout the year. So it's very special. We have kind of the best of both worlds.
Well, David, I won't keep you any longer. You've got presents to exchange with your brother and enjoy that family time together. I love the fire in the background. Just a beautiful scene. I wish it was at David's house. David, Merry Christmas to you and your family, my friend.
Thanks so much, Steve. Merry Christmas.
And there you have it, David's here. I've never done Christmas in a place like New York. I would, but it is more fun behind the quad, taking the kids around the yard. I'm telling you, that's one of our Christmas traditions. Hopefully we'll be here come Monday. I just hope we survive the weekend. All right. Merry Christmas. We'll be back with more.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Whether or not you got your Christmas shopping done on Christmas Eve today, or if you're still out there scrambling for last-minute gifts at a nice store like 7-Eleven, I'm hoping you kept those receipts because the topic of affordability has become the cudgel for Democrats. Everything else failed. The government shutdown failed. Drug boats failed. Let's go to affordability and tell people we'll give them all sorts of free stuff. President Trump has maintained his push for affordability, ramped up the effort these past few months with the introduction of those Trump accounts for kids and the federal assistance for farmers to the tune of $12 billion. Another point for affordability has to do with gas prices. 2/3 of the country now under $3 a gallon. I saw a station in Denver selling gas for $1.69 just a couple of days ago. It's a welcome development, certainly, and it's appreciative of the people that travel like myself. Join me to discuss further is tax attorney, chairman of Americans for Fair Trade, Steve Hayes. Steve, nice to see you.
Nice to see you again, Steve, as always, and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you. Look, energy is the foundation of this economy. And I forgot to mention the Fed dropped the rate again. That spurred the stock market on. But really, energy is the foundation of the American economy. When energy is cheap, America does better. Americans have more money in their pocket when they pay less for gas, for electricity, for all energy. It's true, isn't it?
It's absolutely true. And it's been true. And it's going to continue to be true going forward. You know, we've got a situation which is what it should be. I mean, under the Biden administration, prices went up 20%. And now you've got President Trump burdened with that 20% increase in prices, working desperately and really in a very smart way to bring prices down. And the biggest thing is not only do we have record drilling domestically, but we also have enough pressure on those prices that we are going to see prices come down. I think the national average, except it's skewed, but without California and New York and a few other states that have insanely high taxes that they impose, you know, it's under $3 now. So we're talking a huge difference for a family that drives, and it's the most important difference. It's the fact that the lower income families are the ones that are hit hardest by that extra 20 to 30 cents or 50 cents a gallon. You're giving them money in their pocket again. You know, and the Biden administration, people actually may have gotten a raise, but they weren't able to buy as much. So their real value of their dollar went down. What we're seeing is a recovery of that. And we're starting to see some of the same indicators, no matter how much the Fed and other people try to stop this. And I say that because I really believe it, that they're actually trying to stop it. You're seeing we're starting to go back to the first years of the first Trump administration, and the growth is starting to move more consistently up. People's lives are going to improve. The economy is going to improve, and you're going to see a very interesting situation at the midterm because, quite honestly, that's probably why the Democrats shut the country down, because the economy slowed way down during the shutdown. They may try it again in January for the same reason, because the only thing that matters to many of the people in D.C. is taking control back and stopping these reforms, which are a real threat.
That's right.
To their embedded control.
They don't really care about the folks. They care about power and control.
That's right.
The GDP, though, even with 43 days of mindless shutdown, is going to be at least 3% for the fourth quarter. Some say it could be as high as 4% for the fourth quarter.
Right.
And that's going to carry into 2026. Those are great numbers, Steve.
Incredible numbers. You know, the problem that the president has, in my opinion, is that he's got some very, very good indicators going into the midterms, because the economy is going to continue to grow unless they shut down the economy again by the government shutdown, which will slow it down, but it won't stop it, because it's on a nice trajectory up. But what he's got to be able to show people is that, look, the reason your prices are high isn't me. It's the former administration and their policies. What we're doing is we're bringing prices down, and he can point to fuel costs. He can point to mortgage rates. And I believe he's going to be able to point to some changes that are going to start taking impact in grocery stores of lower prices.
Yeah, I heard on the radio mortgage rates, 30-year mortgage below 6 points. Right. That was before the rate cut by the Fed. So you could be down at 5 3/4, maybe 5 1/2 on a good deal. That's pretty important. What if the president could come and tell the American people, we solved Obamacare? I mean, look, rates have gone up for Obamacare and delivery of services have gone down for 15 years. If we can put in health savings accounts, or this idea from Rand Paul to have these co-ops, these healthcare associations where you can have 40 million people get up and say, look, United Healthcare, look, Blue Cross, we're going to negotiate, not every man for himself type nonsense. If they deliver a savings for the American taxpayer, stop enriching the insurance companies, that could go a long way for the midterms too, couldn't it?
It can go a huge way. And what he's got to do, I believe, and he's starting to do this, he's got to frame it on the fact that Obamacare right now is rampant with fraud. I mean, look at all of the numbers they're uncovering, and they've only got 31 states reporting. Some of the biggest areas of fraud are probably in the large states like New York, California, Illinois that aren't reporting. So you've got a huge amount of fraud. That's a justification in and of itself to really take a look at this. You've got the insurance, as you said, rates that have skyrocketed because the companies have been basically taking what they consider free money and providing no further additional benefits. So if we can come back and in this country have a health plan that allows more choice, either through, like you said, the co-ops or through individual savings accounts that are, or insurance accounts, whatever you want to call them, that can be used to get your own coverage, you're going to see a tremendous improvement, not only in the cost of healthcare, but I really predict the quality of healthcare, because they're going to have to deliver much better service to get my dollar.
Yeah, at a better price. It's called the free market. It works if you let it and get government out of the way. Steve Hayes, I always appreciate talking to you. I can tell you right now, 2026 looks pretty good right now, doesn't it?
It looks incredibly good. It's not going to work as well if the Republicans don't keep the House and the Senate, but I think there's a good chance of doing it.
Steve Hayes, always appreciate talking to you. Merry Christmas, my friend.
Merry Christmas again to you. Thank you.
There you have it. Steve Hayes. Look, 2026, I'm bullish on 2026. So is he. We'll take a break on America's Voice Live and be right back.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by Patriots for Patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with Patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Well, it is the season of giving, and while we often think about the ones closest to us, we have to also acknowledge the strangers in need out there every year. We often hear of tangible efforts in the form of food and toy drives or soup kitchens, but sometimes the holidays can be painful, urging these efforts to evolve. Groups like the one I'm about to introduce you to provide structure and leadership for communities to stand in the gap for people that are really in need. But the real power comes from people choosing to serve. Joining me to discuss is U.S. Navy veteran and founder of the nonprofit organization, the Dwayne Moore Foundation. It's Dwayne Moore himself. Dwayne, nice to have you here.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm glad to be here, sir.
It's a hot meal. That's great. It's fellowship. That's great. But I understand you do a lot more than that. Tell us about the Dwayne Moore Foundation.
You know, man, it's funny you say that because a lot of time people never understand, you know, we show up, you know, certain parts of the year, whether it be Easter holiday, whether it be Thanksgiving or whether it be Christmas, but it's 365 days a year. When you start dealing with grassroots efforts and the things that you do in the grassroots, you start to realize how many people out there that are faced with these issues, especially in some of our social economic suppressed communities. So it is a tall task, and, you know, it's more than just showing up on the holidays, especially in the ones that we call the season of giving. It's a lot more going to it. And so we're humble and we're honored to be a vessel to have the ability to help those who are in need.
Well, you're right, Dwayne. I mean, people think about it at Thanksgiving and Christmas and Easter and other holidays, but there are big stretches of the year when you don't have a major holiday. I don't see people going out on the food drive for Flag Day, but they should, is the point you're making, because it's year-round need, right?
That's right. That's right. It's a year-round need. I mean, when you think about it, there's, you know, a lot of times there are forgotten communities, I say, and per se, sometimes we don't look at it. You know, you got suburban America, it's not a forgotten community, but when you start looking at urban inner city America and you start looking at rural America, there are a lot of needs that need to be met. And, you know, we give kudos to a lot of the organizations and foundations who really promote these initiatives throughout the year, because that's how we're able to find some of these great organizations to kind of help be more of a pillar to bridge some of these gaps. So it's a tall task. There's a lot of work to be done. I think it's proverbial biblical that the harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few.
That's exactly true. You've got to plant the seed for the harvest. We know that, but you've got to have people that deliver the harvest when it's done, or plant that seed, or do the work in the field to keep the weeds out. All of those things are true. You mentioned rural America, and I think that's so true. If you're in the city or the suburbs, usually you can find something to get through. But if you're on a back road, you know, somewhere in the middle of Missouri or Alabama or wherever, you might just be forgotten, you know, passed by everybody else, because they don't realize there's somebody in that house who needs a meal. There's somebody in that house that needs a prayer. There's somebody in that house that just needs to talk to somebody, right?
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, I'll give you an example. Sometimes in some of the schools, systems that we have across our country, especially in some of those rural areas, when you start to see suppression, sometimes it comes as a grade being a felon. And I think it brings an awareness to some of the guidance counselors of what's going on, the reason why this kid is failing in school. And sometimes we have to dig a little bit deeper to understand what's really going on at home. You got to get to the roots of what's really going on. And a lot of times you start to see, well, is this kid eating? If the kid is not eating, why is not the kid eating? So let me tell you, it's a lot of digging, but when you go beneath the surface, you start to understand that it takes a lot to make up a village. It takes a lot to make up a community, and we need individuals who are going to get in the grassroots in order to help make some of these provisions, because let me tell you, there's more people that's out there hungry and in need than there are people that are in advance here in our society.
I don't disagree with you on that, and we need to reach out. And one of the things that happened here in recent years during COVID, especially, small charities were really hit hard. Those being that bring in $1 million or less, they took it harder. The big charities always make it through because they have enough roots and reach to get the money they need to keep going. But some of these small charities that do work on the back roads or in the inner cities, those are the ones that took the biggest hit, and those are the ones that maybe have created the most need in some areas. Would you agree with that?
Man, I totally agree. And I always talk about this. When you talk about social issues and social movements, when you talk about activists or who are in the grassroots, those are usually the small initiatives. Those are usually the small nonprofits and foundations that there's not enough awareness that's brought to them in order for them to survive. And so what happens is that the bigger ones, you know, gets all the awareness, all the attention, all the donor base. When I'm not kicking them, but usually they're more on a commercial corporate level to where they're getting the funding, but the ones that really make the most impact and most influential are those small organizations. And you're right, a lot of them got gobbled up, you know, from COVID days.
Yeah, and those small organizations are the ones that know people in the community. The corporate charities, look, I give them credit too. There's some great ones out there. But it's the small ones that are connected to that community, that are connected to those people, that might have more awareness of who needs that meal or who needs that fellowship or who needs that prayer. Dwayne, I'll give you the last word.
Man, listen, I don't kick the large organizations who are out there, but I think, even from a political standpoint of view, I think that I'll always say, whether you're a U.S. senator, whether you're a governor, whether you're just a city council person, like, you need to have someone that's boots on the ground within our communities, within our cities, and within our counties. That's why those communities are not forgotten. Yes, we deal with a lot of political issues, but I think we have to deal with some of those grassroots concerns that's within our community.
Dwayne Moore of the Dwayne Moore Foundation out there doing the heavy lifting in the places that people don't always see. Dwayne, thank you for doing what you do.
No, thank you guys for bringing attention and awareness to what we do.
Thank you, my friend. There it is. Look, the smaller charities are the ones that took the biggest hit, and they're the ones that have the biggest need. And like I said, they connect to communities like yours. If you're in a smaller place or in a place that's kind of passed by time, look at those smaller charities. And in the season of giving, maybe you can give a little bit of help too. We'll take a break and be back. It is America's Voice Live.
What if watching Real America's Voice was just the beginning?
Proud to introduce the RAV Ambassadors,
the new grassroots platform that turns viewers into leaders, connecting directly with hosts like Steve Bannon, Dr. Gina, and more.
Built by patriots for patriots.
Inside the RAV Ambassadors Hub, you'll get exclusive updates, challenges, and behind-the-scenes missions straight from the people shaping the fight for faith and freedom. Every action you take, every share, post, and mission earns you points, badges, and ranks. Compete with patriots nationwide. Unlock rewards, exclusive gear, even chances to appear on air or attend live RAV events. But this isn't just about watching, it's about doing. Joining campaigns, volunteering locally, standing for truth.
This isn't just a fan platform, it's a movement, one voice at a time.
Scan the QR code or go to ravambassadors.com to join now.
Because America's voice is your voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
RAV has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
What makes America wonderful? We do it every day with the hope of putting a smile on your face. Today's story comes to us from Lebanon, Ohio, where every year a woman who has diligently thanked the one who turned her life around. Kimberly Slavens remembers December the 5th, 2015 as the day in which she got a much-needed wake-up call after a routine traffic stop quickly turned hairy as the sergeant who pulled her over found her to be impaired and cited her with an OWI, her second in just the span of 16 months. After that, Slavens chose to be sober and chose to diligently hand-deliver a letter to Sergeant Brett Lee every year, thanking him for helping her realize that the path she was on would only lead to heartache and suffering. This year, however, the tradition became even more special as Slavens celebrated 10 years of sobriety. 10 years. I tip my hat to that, marking a huge milestone for both of these people. Sometimes the best gift isn't something tangible. And Kimberly Slavens' continued efforts to remain sober after a moment of introspection reminds us that we can all change our path in life. And today that moral reminds us of what makes America wonderful. You know, your worst day can become the catalyst for your best day. That's the moral of today's story. What is your favorite Christmas tradition? What is it? That's the question of the day. What is your favorite Christmas tradition? Well, for Sam Folds, the third festive outdoor holiday illumination displays. It's interesting to drive around the neighborhoods and see who the Grinches are. In all seriousness, how can you not celebrate the day God sent his only son to save us? Amen to that. Scott King, decorating the yard, an eggnog. I'm an eggnogaholic. Well, you might want to see a 12-step program about eggnog. Remember, Scott, you could be powerless over eggnog. Keep that in mind. Kate Zagat, my hubby and I watch Albert Finney's Scrooge on Christmas Eve night. I think that's a great movie. I do. It's a great movie, no question. Mark Connor writes, nothing more important than being with family and loved ones. Family and loved ones. Elizabeth Smith Miller takes this, baking cookies, making bourbon balls. What are bourbon balls? Decorating the house with tree. What are bourbon balls? Anybody? I must know more.
We're interrupting this program for a special live report. We're interrupting this program for a special live report.
Well, hope everyone's having a fantastic Christmas Eve as we break into our coverage to give you extra bonus coverage on this Christmas Eve. We'll head down to Mar-a-Lago here in just a few minutes and get an idea of what President Trump is doing the day before Christmas. Also, we'll have a few others check in with us as well, but we hope you're having a fantastic day before Christmas. Christmas Eve, where many of you probably are still trying to figure out that perfect gift. Maybe you're hustling in and out of stores, or maybe you're wrapping some stuff at home, but whatever the case may be, we're glad that you're joining us here on this special day, special coverage as we continue to provide you 100% coverage of President Trump, whether or not he's in the Oval Office, he's in the North Pole, or perhaps he's down at his home in Mar-a-Lago. And that's where we have Ravs Javier in charge of our Real America's Voice Latino, as we have laid out a new segment in our network to reach the Latino community. Javier, tell us where you're at right now. From what I understand, you're physically at Mar-a-Lago.
Glad to see you, Brian. I'm in Mar-a-Lago. Merry Christmas to everyone. We're waiting for President Trump. He's going to make some calls and NORAD Santa calls. You know, little kids, they are going to make he's going to make some call like, hey, what do you want for Christmas? What present do you want? Now we are in a living room in Mar-a-Lago waiting for him. In the main lobby, everything is prepared. You can see presents, you can see the Christmas tree, and you can see all the security. You can see all the security press, like the coverage.
Yeah, what's interesting about this long tradition here is it started off, Javier, as a complete mistake back in 1955 when a little kid mistakenly called the Colorado Springs Bureau there for the NORAD and asked to speak to Santa. And so that tradition continued, and it's been something that all presidents have done. And it's nice to see that President Trump is taking that opportunity today to once again participate in a long tradition on New Year's Eve, or Christmas Eve, I should say.
I'm sorry about the coverage, and it's Christmas time also in Spain, and people is calling me. I'm sorry about that. But it's very important for Trump to be close to the kids. Melania Trump is going to attend also. And after the event with the kids, with this NORAD Santa call, he's going to make some calls to the service member, to the military. According to the White House sources, yesterday he was playing golf. This morning he had some meetings because he never stopped. He's working all the time. And tonight, he's supposed to be in the Christmas Eve dinner at the ballroom in Mar-a-Lago. I'm going to be there also to tell you like what's going on over there. So in 10 minutes, we are expecting that Trump is going to show up and he's going to make some calls to the kids and he's going to ask what they want for Christmas time, and we will try to make him like some question about Venezuela, because today we have more news about Venezuela. We're going to talk him like what's going to be some plans. He's going to have more meetings with other leaders. So we have to see when he's going back to the White House. But we have been walking around the Mar-a-Lago and people was on vacation in the beach, having lunch. It's a wonderful place that I really recommend. We're going to make a Hispanic gala in the February 10th for all the Hispanic community, which Trump is very worried about that because right now we lost Miami, we lost New York because of the misinformation through this Hispanic community, like outlets of Telemundo. So we are happy to see Trump like being in the role of Santa. So I will tell you what's going on in briefly.
Yeah. Well, also pay close attention that if President Trump wants to take questions from reporters, that perhaps we keep it on the Christmas theme there, but nevertheless, definitely he opens up that opportunity to talk about Venezuela. Certainly, you'll be able to do that. Let's also flip it over to Oscar. He is obviously a very familiar face on this network. He has done a lot of coverage, as we expect, down in Mexico and Central and South America. Oscar, from what I understand, you just landed in Tijuana. Give us a very latest update on what you're working on.
Well, we closed the year, as this incredible year of Real America's Voice News. You did an incredible job, Brian, in the White House. And we closed the year covering the international borders between Colombia and Venezuela. We went down there to see the reaction of the National Guard of Venezuela of what they were doing and if they were intensifying their security on every border that is connected to Colombia, and certainly it was. The National Guard of Venezuela has intensified their security due to the new designation of the regime as being as a narco-terrorist organization. We talked to a lot of Venezuelan people who were crossing the border back and forth from Venezuela to Colombia. All of them, they're expecting and to see what can happen with the American government pressuring Nicolas Maduro to leave the regime or pressuring them and, basically taking over these vessels of petroleum in international waters, attacking all these boats in international waters, destroying all these narco terrorists. All of the Venezuelan people are in favor that one day this can change and that one day they can have freedom and that one day they can have peace.
So, Oscar, that was going to be my next question for you. So what you're telling me is that the citizens of Venezuela are for some type of regime change as far as Maduro, I guess, leaving the country, and Muchada, I guess, would be the presumptive nominee for the president there, or someone that would take over. Is that accurate?
Yes, absolutely. We talked to a lot of them, and it's not only we talked to 5, 6, 7 of them. We talked to just almost hundreds of people that they were crossing back and forth, and every single one of them, it was yelling to us, you know what, we want a regime change. We want Maduro to fall. We want, a new government. We want freedom. A lot of them, Brian, they did not like to speak on camera because they were scared of the persecution that actually it is on pursuit right now on every citizen. If they speak against Maduro and they have that evidence on their phone, they will be serving 30 years in prison for terrorism and for traitors of the country. So that's the regime that they are sick and tired of it. The economy, the medical, everything that you can even imagine as socialism. It's the ultimate destruction of every country. And the only ones that they're advocating for this, Brian, is the progressive mercenary liberals in the United States of America, who they push this agenda, now supporting Nicolas Maduro, when the Venezuelan people, they have, more than 12 million, they have migrated outside of their country.
Okay, so so you're saying that the presumptive person that would take over the country is Machado? Is that right?
Edmundo González Urrutia, that it was the number one, that it was running for president, and Maria Corina Machado, that it was presumptively the vice president, will be the ones that, presumptively they will be taking over the country, or they were taking over the leadership of the country, because the majority of the people, they have said, we voted for them, we won the election, they stole the election from us. And it is not the first elections that they have stolen. They have stolen multiple elections. This is why the Venezuelan people have protested for so many years. Let's remember the protest, that it was the bloodiest protest in 2015, that they rise against the government, and more than 43 students were assassinated by the regime. The tanker, a military tanker, going over these protesters. So the people are tired, Brian. They're sick and tired of it. And they appreciate the efforts of Donald Trump attacking the boats in international waters and also designating the regime and designating Nicolás Maduro, the head of the snake, as a narco-terrorist.
That's interesting to hear that. Now, I would think that they would be supportive of kind of eliminating any type of drug cartel going out of Venezuela, and of course all the violence that's associated with that within their own country. That's very interesting. So we'll pause right there. So Javier, you do a lot of coverage as well. You've got a good finger on the pulse. What are you hearing in terms? Do what you're hearing echo what Oscar is saying?
What I'm hearing is like we are not gonna have like attack in the next days, in the next weeks. It's gonna be like a Cold War because Trump knows that a lot of American companies, they have a lot of interest in Venezuela, and if we have a long war, some of the interests of big companies of oil, it's gonna be injured, it's gonna be damaged. What I'm thinking is like Trump is making pressure. He's trying to make a good deal with Maduro, but what Maduro wants to have the American attacks. He wants to have a war, and to involve Cuba, to involve Russia, to involve Iran. Trump wants to be remembered as the peacemaker, as the most important president of the history of the United States, as he did in Israel, in Palestine with the Isaac Accords. But my friends from Venezuela, they are expecting a big attack in some days, but I told them, according to my sources, that we are not going to see a big attack from the United States, except the movement that we are seeing in the Caribbean Sea with the boats against the narco boats and narco dealers. But it's trying to show up the world that the power that Trump says that Trump can show to everybody. But I'm not sure that we're going to have a war in several weeks. I think it's going to be very complicated, and I think we're going to have a solution for Cuba before than a Venezuelan solution.
Interesting. Oscar, I'll toss it over back to you for a second. This has been a very active year. 2025, we have seen so many things develop under President Trump. What are some of your few of the takeaways for you personally, and from what you've seen, some of the big changes that President Trump has been able to provide, not only for the United States, but around the world?
No, not one president, Brian, in history has ever done what he has done, designating the cartels as terrorists in Mexico, and also ultimately designating dirty politicians in Mexico. Nobody has ever exposed what he has done in history. He exposed more than 50 politicians. He has pushed the Mexican government in terms to the cartels and the operandi in Mexico. He has pushed the Mexican government to basically dismantle laboratories, to expose them of what they were doing behind the 6 years of Andrés Manuel López Obrador, that it was the past president before Claudia Sheinbaum. He has completely dismantled more than 1,200 laboratories, pushing the Mexican government to do so. Now designating Nicolás Maduro in all the fractions that Nicolás Maduro and the regime have created, Cartel de los Soles, Tren de Aragua, in the regime of all of them, that they're working in cahoots with guerrillero groups in Colombia like ELN, like La FARC. All of this, it has created by Donald Trump. He is saving lives in the middle of the Darien Gap that we walked 4 times and we saw children die. We saw children dying, women being raped, women dying, pregnant women dying. Now you don't see nobody dying, no mass migration, no narco terrorism taking over Central and South America, and also no massive caravans on the south of the border. We walked more than 12 of them in the south of the border in Tapachula, Chiapas. There's no caravans right now. There's no illegal and illicit activity in terms of massive trafficking of children that are under the Biden administration. More than 350,000 children were trafficked. You don't see that activity right now at the border. So safeguarding migrant lives, it is the number one thing that I have seen him do for the people that they're funneling with this narrative that he doesn't care about the Hispanic community and the migrant community. He's saving lives and he's attacking the narco terrorism and designating the politicians as narco terrorists. That's the number one that I believe.
Yeah, no, those are great, excellent points. And we know what happened under the Biden administration, just the violence that surrounded these borders towns as well. Oscar, if you can kind of weigh in on that, as what you saw, the violence up and down, not only the Texas, Mexico border, but also Arizona as well.
Well, under the Biden administration, the cartel grew 2 times stronger, not only economically, but also on territory, on technology. We see that right now, that on technology, the cartels have been a motor operandi with massive drone attacks in every single border that is connected to the United States of America. And also under the Biden administration, the cartel just funneled and had a lot of control over United States territory. I think that is one of the biggest mistakes. And in terms to open borders, the Globalist Compact of Immigration, the Biden administration aligned with the United Nations, opening up the floodgates for terrorists to come in, bad people to come in, fractions of terrorism, now like Tren de Aragua, infiltrating and directing themselves in terms to New York, Denver, Miami, into particular cities that they knew that they were operating. This was critically designed. It was specifically designed to destabilize the borders of Mexico and the United States and every single border from Central and South America. Donald Trump immediately got out of the Globalist Compact of Immigration, shut down the borders, secured the borders, and pressured Mexico with the 25% tariff. That is the best strategy that you have ever seen. After that, also exposing every dirty politician, pushing the Mexican president to say, hey, I'm watching you. I know what you're doing, and I know your pinpoints of every dirty politician that it was funneling and that is in cahoots with the organized crime and the cartel. But one of the things that I would like to say before you toss it into to Javier, Brian, it is that he also has pressured and shown to the American public the trafficking of gasoline, that is el huachicoleo that we call it in Mexico. Wow. That is brand new for American citizens. Nobody knew about that, and Donald Trump exposed that to the world.
Yeah, I didn't know that previously as well, Oscar. That's good stuff there. Javier, I'll toss it back over to you. You've now been on Pebble Beach there at the White House. You've been in the briefing room. You sat in the new media chair not too long ago. What has the experience been for you as a new addition, not only to Real America's Voice, but also in the White House? What's been your experiences, Javier?
It's very important to show the world that the White House is open press for the new media, especially for the Hispanic community. In the Hispanic medias, normally they are controlled by the Democrats, by the globalists, and they are telling lies to the people about the ICE operation, and they are not telling the truth about the massive deportation that Trump is doing through the Homeland Security. They are not telling the people that there are people with criminal antecedents, criminal records. So we have to show the reality. And for me, it was really important to be part of the White House press office, to make a question directly to Trump in the Oval Office without censorship. In my country, in Spain, I'm not allowed to make questions in the government palace in La Moncloa because the president, he don't like the uncomfortable press like me. If we make uncomfortable questions, they want to take out of the institutions, and they want to censor us through the social media and through the press office. So I'm showing all the world like the White House is open press for everybody. And you can ask directly to Caroline Leavitt, you can ask directly to Trump, and they are really close to the press. No matter if they are uncomfortable, no matter if they are aggressive, they are taking all the time questions. It's example of freedom of speech. So when I was in my country, I was thinking about the White House, like it's gonna be impossible for me to make questions to Trump. And now with Rob Sig, Parker Sig, with your help also in the White House, I'm making a question. It's like a dream comes true. But it's really important that the United States is protecting the freedom of speech, and now we are in a beautiful place. I'm gonna show you like the living room. So we are in a beautiful place in Mar-a-Lago where the power is, and my friends are calling me, hey, it's impossible. Are you doing that? Are you working with AI? Because people can't believe that Trump is an open press guy,
Yeah, no, he's one of the most transparent presidents we've always had, and 2016 proved that, and now in 2024, I think it's 10x that. Hey, I want to bring in our own Ben Bergquam to the mix here on this Christmas Eve. If you're just now joining us, welcome. We are awaiting President Trump to address the NORAD, and of course, it's a long-time tradition for the President Trump to call and check on Santa and talk to some kids, as well as some military service members as well. But Ben Bergquam, give me an idea where you're at and what you're looking at today.
Hey, brother, I'm actually in California, visiting family, California. We escaped. We were political refugees from California. We live in Arkansas now, but we're out here visiting family, and just got back from AmFest. We'll be back out with Border Patrol and ICE right after the New Year, Christmas, the New Year. So just God bless America. God bless President Trump, ICE, Border Patrol. And you know, I love the recent ads Homeland Security is doing. We're sending people home for the holidays. This is what their job is to remove the illegal aliens that were invited under Joe Biden and the Democrats, and now we are removing them and sending them back to their homes. And and now we're actually offering an extra couple grand to go with it. So $1,000 to repatriate. Now it's 3,000. So I'm looking for big things in 2026.
I was going to ask, I want to get everybody's thoughts on this, how they up the incentive to 3,000 if you self-deport. I know I've seen a little bit of negative feedback on that, considering our troops only got, 1,776 illegals, get now up to $3,000. I'll toss it around the horn there. Ben, what's your take on this? I mean, you've already said you think it's a good idea, but do you want to expand on that?
Well, look, we're spending a lot more on keeping them here in our country. So the more that we can incentivize to leave voluntarily, the better. And you're seeing that every single one of these operations that ICE and Border Patrol do. I was with the Border Patrol Chief Mike Banks last week, and he said every operation, these targeted enforcement operations they're doing across America, every time they're in a community, they increase the number of self-deportees or self-deportations that they're having. Increasing the amount. What I'd love to see is the people that invited the invasion actually have to pay for it. I don't like seeing our tax dollars being used to pay illegals for something that they shouldn't have done in the first place. But if it means securing our country, I want to give ICE and Border Patrol every opportunity to do that. And in particular, to me, this is one of those things that President Trump is. As a businessman, you look at everything. Is it a net positive or a net negative? And if it means you're going to pay a little bit on the front end, but you're going to save a lot more on the back end, then I'm all for it. Taking the CBP One app that invited illegals into our country, bringing it into the CBP Home app, sending them back to their home country. I am all for that. Now, the number, I can understand people saying, why are we paying illegals? But when you look at the instruction, the other thing, Brian, I wish we didn't have to pay them anything. The problem is we have these obstructionist mayors and governors that are out there blocking ICE from doing their jobs. What I'm waiting to see, what I want to see President Trump, and what I want to see Pam Bondi and Kash Patel and the Justice Department do is start arresting and prosecuting these politicians that are aiding and abetting illegal aliens. They just had a big old press conference yesterday, Governor Walz in Minnesota. Those politicians that directly aid and abet, and the organizations like the Rapid Response Networks and all of these NGOs, it's the same NGOs. I actually had Border Patrol tell me last week that the cars that were chasing them in LA, they tracked the license plate back, and they were actually, many of them were registered to Catholic Charities. So the same NGOs that were inviting the invasion into our country, that were profiting off the invasion in our country, are now also working with the activists attacking ICE for picking up the illegals that they profited off bringing them into our country. So that's what I want to see. That's the biggest, my 2026 wish, prayer, hope is that we start arresting some of those organizations and individuals that are the enemies within our country. And to me, that's more important than even getting rid of the illegals themselves.
Oscar, I'll toss that same question to you. Your thoughts on the $3,000 offer to get these people to self-deport, and what is, in fact, on your 2026 wish list, Oscar?
Well, this doesn't even compare to what the Biden administration spent on NGOs, on all these dirty politicians, Chuck Schumer, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, all these AOCs that they were basically pandering and advocating for irregular migration to come in through the mountains, where people were dying, where people were being basically trafficked by the organized crime and the cartel, who they were the ones that they profited millions out of this. This does not even compare to what the United States taxpayer was paying under the 4 years of Joe Biden. And I echo to what, my brother Ben Bergquam, that we have gone through places where we have the same ideals as we need to go after all of these dirty politicians, specifically Alejandro Mayorkas. I don't know why it hasn't been investigated as a traitor of the country. He was the one that manufactured with all the United Nations, with George Soros, Alex Soros, Antonio Guterres. These are the ones that they created the globalist compact of immigration, where this compact, instead of being humanitarian, it was completely the opposite, inhuman, where people were dying, people were being funneled and trafficked. So these $3,000 to the American people, it does not even compare of what the American people lost with the 4 years of Joe Biden, giving all your American taxpayer to the OIMs, to your UNHCR, to the United Nations, to all of these NGOs who profited, who made millions out of human suffering, and that ultimately, at the end of the day, Donald Trump cut this funding immediately when he came into office. USAID was immediately cut. CBP1 at the first minute that he came and to being president, immediately cut off, and they stopped profiting. Now what they're doing is just putting lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit, because they have created this idea that they're violating human rights when they were the ones that they were pushing for this illegal migration, not only through Mexico and the United States, but through all South America. So basically, it does not even compare to what the 4 years of Joe Biden, the American taxpayer, paid. And what my Christmas gift will be to arrest Alejandro Mayorkas. That will be, for me, one of the biggest accomplishments in terms to documented immigration, because this evil man, his hands are full with blood, and he's the accomplice, and he's the number one complicit actor of creating this idea of control flow. And because of him, a lot of migrants and a lot of people from Central and South America died trying to get to the United States of America.
I agree. In the last session of Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene actually was successful in impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas on that. Now, it failed in the Senate, but I think something needs to go a little bit further, like you just spoke of. Hey, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Time out. We are live today, awaiting President Trump there in Mar-a-Lago. But before that, take a listen to the new anthem. We were able to get it to #1 during the AmFest, and you have an opportunity right now to download the latest single from the J6 Choir. Take a listen, and we'll be right back after a short commercial break. We are live, waiting for President Trump there in Mar-a-Lago on this Christmas Eve.
My name is Shane Jenkins, Enrique Tarrio, Robert Morris, Daniel Caldwell.
My name's Mickey.
My name's Pete Schwartz, Barry Ramey, Ryan Nichols,
Deborah Mamone, Olivia Pollock,
John Nassif, Jordan Mink, George White Wolf Riley, Robert Gieswein, Kyle Fitzsimons,
Adrienne Southern,
Andrew Taki,
Jessica Watkins,
Timothy Hale, John McHugh, Billy Cressman.
This anthem means a lot to me because it's what held us together.
Against the odds, our faith that our days of this nation will be renewed is still there.
We formed bonds that can never be broken.
I, along with my brothers and sisters, weather the storm.
We will never stop fighting for this country.
And my friends and my brothers that also helped me through this tough time.
Because we are what makes this country the greatest country on this planet.
And this moment, and this anthem, is living.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Hey, freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive. Hey, rest in peace, Corey, all the fires that you fight. To the cops and military that been fighting day and night, so we could have liberty and our God-given rights. To all the mothers and fathers that's just trying to protect their child. Hey, freedom worth dying for, dreams worth fighting for. God got us, I promise, that's the reason I smile. Protesting with our voice and our presence and our words. We ain't killing people for disagreeing, man, that's absurd. We ain't burning down cities cause we pray to the Lord.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty.
people that just want to debate. When we protesting, you ain't see no guns and no flames. We don't have to agree, we ain't gotta think the same. Country built on conservative values, let's reclaim it. It's not about hate, we just wanna feel heard. We standing for the truth, not just following the herd. You can love your country and still call out its flaws. You can back the Constitution and still question the laws. We don't wanna be killed just for speaking our voice. God coming soon, man, so it's time to rejoice. Let the ballots be counted, let the questions be asked. Let the people decide, don't just bury the past. And don't let evil get you down, cause God wins at last.
The people who never made it home. Through us their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Another person that I have to thank is Donald J. Trump. Our brotherhood that we built and the country we believed in, and especially our president, we never would have made it out.
Blessed by God, pardoned by Trump.
Thank you, Donald Trump, for pardoning us and giving us a second chance on life.
President Trump for pardoning me.
For saving my soul, and Donald Trump for giving me the pardon.
I want to thank Donald Trump for pardoning us, and it's the only reason that we're here today, all together, free, with smiles on our faces.
Our voices ring, the anthem of the free.
Welcome back to a very special edition of Christmas Eve here on Real America's Voice. We're waiting for President Trump to walk out at Mar-a-Lago. We've got Javier joining us at Mar-a-Lago. We also got Oscar Ramirez as well, and our own Bill Burkholm joining us out in the field. So first, I want to get everybody's thoughts on that single. You know, Ben, you and I were at AmFest last weekend, and we were able to watch that song just climb through the charts, go to #1, and perhaps take over even artists like Mariah Carey. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, no, it is. And I got to say, AmFest, one other thing. So that huge, I was just into this debate. One of the guys I actually ended up debating outside of AmFest was Brian Shapiro. I just got off of his show earlier today. And, we were talking about January 6th and the difference between Joe Biden and President Trump and the weaponization of our justice system against American citizens that we saw under Joe Biden, both against President Trump, against Steve Bannon, and against many of the January 6ers. And now those guys getting to go home. And I'm still waiting for a pardon for some of them. I think Joe Biggs and a few of the guys that got commutations that need a full pardon. But to see those guys come back, get out of prison, be able to make that anthem. This is, that's my prayer for 2026 is that we can see America return to the foundation that it was created on, the godly foundation that, it's Christ's family country. And it's pretty cool to see that a song that was created by those guys that were freed going and beating out all of the mainstream media, mainstream music industry. Absolutely.
No, cool. All right, Javier, for our viewers that are just now joining us, we're live all over the place. Let's go over to Javier, who's at Mar-a-Lago right now. You're in the living room area waiting for President Trump to walk out and address the ones that are there. Give us an update of what's going on there.
We are expecting to see President Trump in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. He's going to take part in the NORAD Santa truck calls. A lot of kids are calling this hotline to see if Santa Claus is going tonight to their homes. So it's going to be fun when Donald Trump is going to be one of the volunteers, like more than 1,000 volunteers that are taking calls for all over the world, especially United States, to have this presents for the little kids. It's going to be fun to see how Melania Trump and how the President Trump, they want to show the world that they are really close to the children, no? Because we have to go. Okay, I have to go. I'm gonna tell you in a little well. So, but we are very expecting about Trump NORAD calls. It's a tradition for 70 years. More than 1,000 volunteers. They are taking calls from 4 in the morning to midnight. So I'm gonna tell you later how it's going on. Okay.
There you go, Javier, live from Mar-a-Lago there in that living room. Well, thanks for joining us. We'll keep an update on what's going on with you. You know, he talked about this it started back in 1955, almost as a mistake, that a little kid got a number out of a Sears catalog and called to talk to Santa, but ironically reached the Colorado Springs office there for NORAD. And of course, the long tradition continued from there. But Oscar, I'll have you and Ben weigh in on this. President Trump has always shown a very special side to kids. He enjoys his grandkids. You see him taking the grandkids with them on the golf course there at home in Palm Beach and other places. And that just goes to show like the man could be the leader of the free world, but he's also a soft, genuine grandpa. And I think that President Trump really, really enjoys spending this Christmas time around kids and other holidays as well.
Yeah, what of a difference of an administration from the past administration, completely different of a leader. This is what a leader does. He shows family, and that is the number one principle that the United States of America is fighting to get again into every home. You know, President Trump has done something completely different that is bringing back Christians, bringing back the cross to be respected. Like the song that I'm seeing right here, I got a little bit emotional because I see the cross now. It is not being mocked by LGBTQ protesters like they were doing under the Biden administration every single month. And Christians were looking back and seeing what is going on in our country. And now you have a leader that, basically respects the number one foundation of Americans, that is family, love, and God. And that is basically what Donald Trump has done until this moment. And, it is joyful. It is exciting to see a leader like that and to just basically expand it to the whole world as he's doing in the continent, being a leader. And one of the things that I never understood first when he said it, but now I understand, peace to strength. That is one of the things that I understand now, how he's doing that, peace through strength, letting everybody know that he's fighting evil and he's bringing God with it.
Yeah. Ben, I'll ask you the same question. I mean, you've been around President Trump. You've been covering the rallies for years. We've seen these special moments that he's had with kids. Either it's the Easter egg tradition on the South Lawn, or in fact, if it's tradition there at Mar-a-Lago for what he's doing right now. President Trump is absolutely, you can call him a family man.
Yeah. What's crazy too is the days like today, it's beautiful. We go into Christmas and you get President Trump to do one of these, he's doing this thing that is outside of what he's normally doing. He's normally spending most of his days, 20 hours a day, fighting for America, fighting the enemies of our nation from without and the enemies of our nation from within. But you can see his heart is really getting back to those genuine principles that make America great. And that is God, family, country. And all you have to do, President Trump even better than
That's all they're good at cheating in elections.
But everybody that I know that really knows President Trump well says
That's
he's
all
one of the most
they're good at
genuine.
cheating in elections. Very good at cheating. They're professionals.
Is this live right now, Brian?
I don't think this is live right now. Let's see. I don't think they're.
We're not President Trump. But he's right. They are good at cheating elections. But you look at you look at what President Trump. Everyone I know that knows him personally says he's one of the most genuine, loving people that they know. He gives more generously than just about anybody. And all you have to do when you gauge, the Bible talks about looking at the fruits of a man, and that's what comes out from. It's not what they say; it's what they do. And what comes from what they do. And all you have to do is look at his children. Look at how well they are. Every single one of them are the epitome of class and of hard workers, of strong, courageous. From Junior to Eric to Barron, all of them are just the strongest people that you can see that you know, to me, that is really what it's all about. It's a father raising his children right. And you know, even through all the tumultuous times of all the different marriages and everything else, you think back about President Trump's past, in all of that, he still raised really great kids. And when you see him interact in particular with his grandkids, it's something to watch. I mean, he's just an incredible guy. And I just wish, my prayer, again, one of my other prayers for 2026 is that we get the mainstream media out of the way to actually say the truth about President Trump, rather than just spend all of their time attacking him. How about you just give him a chance to let his policies, see if they work? I mean, what's the worst that could happen? If all the Democrat politicians out there and all the mainstream media stop lying, step back and say, what's best for America? I mean, can you imagine if that actually happened? But yes, to your question, it's clear President Trump cares about children, cares about American citizens in particular. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. He doesn't have to do this. It's a pretty thankless job for him, but he's doing it because he loves America and wants the best for the next generation.
Yeah, and we talked earlier, obviously, immigration is a big topic we've talked about, and ICE agents across the country kind of rounding up the worst of the worst, if you will. And a Supreme Court a judgment just came out just days ago blocking National Guard from able to go into even Chicago. Now, Oscar and Ben, I'll let you guys kind of ping pong that back and forth. Both of you individuals have been in Chicago on some of these ICE raids and things like that. What's your thoughts on the National Guard being prevented from going into Chicago?
If you don't mind, I'll jump on that first. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is crazy. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. The fact that we have politicians that are obstructing ICE, I'm riding with ICE, we're getting attacked everywhere we go, everywhere we show up, we're getting threatened, we're getting surrounded. ICE is trying to do their job to take out illegal aliens from those communities. And those communities, the police chiefs, the mayors and the governors are actually using their law enforcement against ICE. The fact that that's happening, and it's shocking to me that the Supreme Court would say that he can't send ICE, National Guard in to protect them. It's shocking to me.
Yeah, it's beyond words on American Sunrise today. We talked a little bit about that. Oscar, I'll let you weigh in on this. National Guard, I mean, we've seen what it's done here in D.C., and it's dramatically lowered crime on the streets. What say you?
Well, it's the consequence of the weaponized migration. That's the word for it. You know, the Democrats and the open borders advocates did this. And now the progressive mercenary liberals, Antifa, and all these groups, they're using these topics to basically, you know, attack the Republican Party, attack, you know, politicians, attack President Trump, and it is weaponized. You know, this is one of the things that it has a lot of consequence because of these policies. And now, you know, ICE agents, you know, Border Patrol agents, people that they are sent to do law and order and to basically deport the bad people. You know, it's incredible. And it is just, for me, it's just unbelievable that an ICE agent is going after a rapist, and you have incompetent and ignorant people protesting outside defending a rapist. It's just unbelievable. It's I don't understand. And it is the narrative that the progressive leftists and the Marxists have created, that everything that is against their narrative, it has to be protested and it has to be radicalized. And that needs to stop.
Yeah. All right, let's shift in gears just a moment. It is Christmas Eve, and I would be doing it in disservice to not ask each one of you, what was it like you growing up for Christmas? Any family traditions that you participated in? Anything that you're doing now that perhaps you didn't do growing up? Ben, I'll toss it to you first. Family traditions on Christmas Eve.
Well, you know what's crazy is my parents were missionaries in Africa. We were just talking about this earlier. My first memories of Christmas were in the deserts of Africa, and the Christmas trees were actually palm trees that they put little lights on. And so to be, you know, to have our kids and to be in this blessing that is America, if you're, you know, we talk about privilege in America a lot, different colored privilege, depending on the color of your skin. The reality is, if you're an American citizen, you are privileged. If you live in the first world, you are privileged. If you have a present under a tree, you are privileged. And so for me, Christmas is all about being thankful for what God has blessed us with and appreciating every day. And to be a dad now myself and raise up my kids, it's the best day. Birthdays are great, but Christmas is the best because we get to celebrate Jesus and see the light of Jesus through our children. So it's awesome.
Yeah, amen to that. Oscar, you want to weigh in on that as well? What was it like in your family?
Well, my dad is an old school Republican with my mom, and we go by traditional values. And my dad always at the table, he does some kind of a brindis. He toasts, and he says we need to appreciate that we have a home, that we have a roof, that we have just a plate of food that we're eating right now. A lot of people do not have that. And, we need to be, thankful to God that we are united and that we are alive. And I just, one of the things that I'm thankful as a dad right now is that I still have my dad so I can hug him, and I still have my mom. Some families, they do not have their fathers and their mothers, and they have to spend Christmas like this. So let's make it a memory, and let's appreciate these moments with our family members and with our children. Now that I'm a father, I can say that I try to make the best of it to my son and, and to my family, to remember every single moment that we need to be appreciative of every single thing that we have.
Yeah, that's great words of wisdom there. And of course, a lot of people lose focus on what is really important in their life. And you just nailed it. It's you got a safe, secure place to live. You got food, you got opportunity, you have friends, family, love. And of course, we celebrate Christmas here in just a few hours, actually, in the birth of Jesus Christ. I know that it means so much to Americans. Now, if we look back of what the White House looked under the Biden administration, Ben, some describe the White House as being almost carnival-like, with some really bizarre Christmas decorations. That's all changed, and Melania Trump, First Lady, who's in charge of decorating the White House, she's done an amazing job this year.
Yeah, well, and I would even go beyond Christmas to Easter when they did the Transgender Day of Acknowledgement, or whatever the heck that was called. It's the battle we were in, everything we're talking about today and everything that we're going to be battling for in the days and weeks and months, years to come, is good versus evil. And all that's what we saw. We saw light versus darkness. You see light now, we saw darkness then. And that's even beyond everything else we talk about. The most important thing that we can do as individually, as families, and as a country is get back to the foundation that we were created for. That's God's purpose in our life. And so, we celebrate tomorrow the birth of Jesus, and then a few months we'll celebrate his death and resurrection. Those are the most important 2 days of the year globally, and that's, to me, really where we should be putting our emphasis.
Yeah, and it's interesting. And Oscar, I'll let you weigh in. I don't know if you had a chance to see any of the decorations at the White House, the tree, all of the Red Room, and all the way that the Oval Office, all the things that they decorated. You want to weigh in on the Christmas decorations compared to Joe Biden and President Trump?
One day God will provide me that opportunity, Brian. But I would like to say this: the comparison, the fight that we have walked with my brother Ben Bergquam. I remember being 4 times in the Darien Gap, and we were looking at each other and sick, and trying to get out of it. And Ben was telling me, "We're doing this to expose evil, Oscar. We're going to win." And I remember I was walking in a caravan, and Ben called me around 3 o'clock in the morning, and he said, "Oscar, we won." And I said, "Ben, God won." God won. And it was when President Trump won the election, and we knew that things were going to change, and this has changed. Family, God, values, peace to strength, all these kind of things, they're tossing up little by little, and first the American people. And those are the kind of things that I'm so proud of, to stand right here with my brother right now on the 24th of December, through all the things that we have gone through all the fights against these progressive mercenary
Oscar,
liberals. That's how they call them.
It looks like President Trump's ready, Oscar.
Yeah.
Let's take it to Mar-a-Lago.
Place directly on the line with you. And then you'll hear our team let the child know that they're connected with you, the president.
That sounds great, General.
Do you have any questions?
Well,
okay.
General.
Caller is ready for you if you are.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Perfect.
Mr. President,
yes.
I now connecting you to Anastasia, who is 4 years old, and Jasper, who is 10 years old. They live in Sapulpa, Oklahoma, and Santa is currently headed for Prague, Czech Republic.
Oh, very good. That's very exciting. Right. Good. Let me have them.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. How are you? This is the president.
Hello, oh my goodness, Jasper, Amy. Hello, hold on 1 second.
Hello, Brett.
The president.
How are you?
Merry Christmas. Say hi, Trump.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
Merry Christmas.
I love Oklahoma, by the
Merry
way.
Christmas.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you. Hi. Merry Christmas. Thank you very much, honey. Very much. Very happy Christmas and Happy New Year to
Do
you.
you know where he's flying over?
Thank you.
Do you have a question to ask?
You have a
He's
question?
over Germany right now. So
What's your question?
2 hours and he will be at your house.
They ain't got the time.
Yes. What did you ask Santa to bring you?
Go ahead, and you can take your time.
Oh, wow.
Go ahead.
You love video games?
on him.
Yes.
Right.
I hope he will be
Yeah.
right.
Go
Hope
ahead.
the dreams come true.
has a tracker on him.
Okay.
Well, we track Santa all over the world. We want to make sure that Santa is being good. Santa's a very good person. We want to make sure that he's not infiltrated, that we're not infiltrating into our country a bad Santa. So we found out that Santa is good.
Thank you. Bye.
Santa loves you. Santa loves Oklahoma like I do. You know, Oklahoma was very good to me in the election, so I love Oklahoma. Don't ever leave Oklahoma, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
Good. That's good. And
Andy, you got a question?
go ahead, hon.
You want when Santa? You want to ask when Santa's going to be here? Okay, ready? Yeah. Okay, when is Santa going to be here?
Santa's going to be here.
Well, Santa's going to stop over tonight, leave you a lot of beautiful presents, like really beautiful presents. What do you want more than anything else? What present would you like?
Hello, Emily. Hello. Merry Christmas.
Wow, a dollhouse. I think we can work that out. I have a feeling, Mommy, that we can work that out, right?
Family.
I think Santa's going to bring you the most beautiful dollhouse you've ever seen, okay? Let me know how good the dollhouse is, but we owe a lot to Santa, so I think Santa will fulfill your wish,
I
okay?
look forward to it too. So, are they?
Thank you,
are they
honey.
there?
Take care of yourself. Merry Christmas. Say hello to Oklahoma. We love Oklahoma, okay? Thank you.
All right, Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, darling. Thank you very much. Okay, next.
Emily, you hear me?
Figure you should hear some of this, otherwise you're not going to know what's going on.
Oh, maybe she's shy, right?
And she's very
waiting
good
for
at
Santa. Just
not
after
listening to
Santa
this.
is now over
She's very focused.
Slovakia.
First Lady's very focused.
Yes.
Okay, you can go ahead. Next one. General.
I think it will be when it will be very dark. Very
Yes, Mr. President, we're about to drop the next one into your line.
Yes, so I think it's best if they go to sleep. Emily, it's best if you go to sleep. And then Santa will arrive to your house.
Do you like this better, hearing it? It's better for you.
Yes, sir.
And she's able to focus totally without listening to this. At least this way you know what's happening, right?
Mr. President, or you can.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are passing you to Savannah. She's 8 years old and she's from Salisbury, North Carolina.
Good. Hi, how are you? Merry Christmas.
It is. Yes, correct. Santa,
Hi,
my love,
how are you doing?
and
Okay?
Christmas to you and your family.
Yes.
That's
How
good.
are you?
I'm fine. You
you very
sound
much.
so beautiful and
Night.
cute. How old are you?
I'm 8.
Wow, so smart. You sound so smart. So do you have a question for Santa, or do you want to know anything about Santa?
So I do have another question.
Go ahead.
So, I don't know. So will Santa ever get mad if we don't leave him out any cookies?
This was getting good. Go ahead, say it again, honey. Go ahead.
Um,
Will Santa ever get mad?
Will Santa ever get mad if we don't leave him out any cookies?
Thank you.
I think he won't get mad, but I think he'll be very disappointed. You know, he tends to be a little bit on the cherubic side. You know what cherubic means? A little on the heavy side. I think Santa would like some cookies. You'd like to leave some cookies for Santa, right?
Merry Christmas.
Yes.
But you're not going to forget. You'll leave some. I would leave them. I think Santa has a serious appetite.
Yes.
Right? And it's so good to talk to you. Are you looking for something specific from Santa? What would you like to have as a present?
Are you waiting for Santa? Do you know where is he now?
Right, that's nice, honey. Well, you just take care of yourself. North Carolina is a great place. It's a great place.
Yes.
And you have you're surrounded by great people and great parents, and say hello to them, okay?
He will be very hungry when he comes.
Thank you, honey. Take care of yourself. Good. Say hello to Santa if you should see him. Goodbye.
To leave him something.
Bye.
His belly will be full.
Thank you, General. Go ahead.
What did you ask Santa for?
General, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President. Your operator will be dropping another child on your line here in just a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Nice setup,
Merry
right?
Christmas.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
This way you can hear what's going on. I think it's a little bit better.
Oh, that's very nice.
One-sided calls are never good,
I wish you all the best, all your family.
but they're much less dangerous.
With Amelia,
Thank
aka
you.
from
Thank
Anthony,
you.
Kansas.
Good.
And Santa is currently in Sweden.
Okay. Santa's in Sweden.
Hello?
You
Hi.
are now connected with the President of the United States.
Hi. How are you?
Where's Santa? How long until Santa will be?
Okay, well, Santa's now in Sweden. So Santa's got quite a trip to get to your great area, your great part of the world, because you live in a terrific place. But I would say Santa will make it in record time, probably in about 5 hours. 5 hours from now, Santa will be coming down your chimney and have a beautiful present for you. What would you like Santa to bring?
Not coal.
Not coal. No, you don't want coal. Well, coal is, you mean clean, beautiful coal. I had to do that, I'm sorry. No, coal is clean and beautiful. Please remember that at all costs. But you don't want clean, beautiful coal, right?
No.
What would you like?
Barbie's American Girl doll.
Barbie, okay. Well, you'll get that, I'm sure. What else? Anything else?
Clothes.
Clothes, good. That's good.
Candy.
Candy, well, candy is good. Candy is good. Do you eat candy? Do you eat much candy?
Not all.
Yeah. You eat as much as you want. Be healthy, okay? But Santa's gonna be there in about 5 hours, leaving Sweden right now. He's taking care of Sweden, leaving right now, okay?
Okay.
And he's gonna have beautiful presents. And say hello to your mom and dad, okay, honey?
Okay.
Okay, bye. Bye. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mom. Thank you. Take care of yourself. Sounds like you have a beautiful daughter. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello?
It's fun, right? Yes.
Howard?
This is America.
Yes.
Okay, I'm ready, General. See, she just keeps storming through.
Perfect. Thank you.
That's good.
Hello, Walker. Hi. Hi, how are you?
Hey, General.
Merry Christmas.
Mr. President.
Do you know where Santa is
Okay.
right now?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
He's over Sweden. He's over Sweden. Yeah? You tracking him? Yeah.
Sorry, it takes a second to get them from line to line.
Okay, that's okay.
Perfect.
No
What
problem.
did you ask Santa? What do you want for Christmas? You don't know.
This is a nice
It's
room.
still a time, maybe, right?
You like the room, everything?
Okay.
Sure.
So.
No ceiling height
cookies and
problem.
cream,
Plenty of room for your.
So he will be hungry.
For your mics,
when he
right?
goes here to your house.
Let's see.
Yeah? Do you have brothers and sisters? You do? How old are you? Brother, okay. Say hello to him. And
Mr. President, we
he's
are
very
connecting
small
you
then.
to Cruz.
Take care of him,
Years
okay?
old from State College, East Pennsylvania.
And have a Merry Christmas.
For Copenhagen, Denmark.
Whoa. That's pretty good.
Merry Christmas, you too.
Hi.
Thank you.
How are you?
Thank you. Merry Christmas, Mom.
This is Cruz.
Thank
Hi,
you.
Crew.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Pennsylvania.
Right, I know. Oh, Pennsylvania's great. We won Pennsylvania. Actually, 3 times, but we won Pennsylvania. We won it in a landslide, so I love Pennsylvania. So Santa right now is in Copenhagen, Denmark. And he's heading toward our country. What would you like from Santa?
A sweetie pen, and I want glade digger, and I want science stuff, and a robot.
Well, you'll get all of it. Mom, I think he's going to get all of it, don't you think, from Santa?
Thank you. Merry Christmas, General.
I think so. He was really good.
Thank
Well, he sounds like he's good. Sounds like he's got a good mom, too, right?
Yep. We love President Trump, right?
That's so nice.
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh, wow. I'll bet your mom voted properly. Well, we love that wonderful place you come from. You know, we have very good feelings about it. We did so well there, so I appreciate it, Mom. Okay? Pennsylvania's a great place. Really great place. So I want to thank you and good luck. And I hope you get everything you want, but I think Santa will come through. He's heading here from Denmark, and he should be here in about 5 hours, but you'll be sleeping, right?
Yep.
When you sleep, when you wake up in the morning, you're going to be the happiest young man.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm excited.
You're excited? Well, I'm excited too, because the country's doing well. And Mom, thank you very much, okay? Thank you, Mom.
You're welcome. Merry Christmas, President Trump.
And you too and your whole family. Thank you, darling. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Thank you. Take
Bye.
care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Nice, right? Could do this all day long. We have to get back to China, Russia, Ukraine. We have to get back to other things, but you could do this all day long. Okay, General, we're ready.
Yes, Mr. President. We'll work another one through.
Okay. $4.3 GDP yesterday. That was 2 points more than they thought. People were shocked. The tariffs did it. When the tariffs came through, as I said they would. Great numbers, great financial numbers. I don't think the kids are too interested in that. I think they like to talk about other things. How are you doing, First Lady? Oh, look at you.
I'm waiting for a phone call.
Is this the greatest First Lady? People love our First Lady. Right, honey?
Yeah.
Look at her. How elegant is the First Lady? Look at you. I'm not supposed to be doing this.
Matt, anybody else? Are they calling? They do?
Yeah,
Okay.
this will be both your last call.
Okay, perfect.
Is that her last call?
Both of you.
Okay, good. General, I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think they have one coming through right now.
See, we put a general in charge because we want to make sure it works out right.
Did you make a Christmas list? Yes?
Are you guys going back or are you going to stay here? Exciting time, right? For the country, it's exciting. We're doing well. Yes, sir.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I have Spencer on the phone for you. He's age 10 and Beckett age 6. They're from near Tacoma, Washington.
Good. Wow. That's great. Hi. How are you both? Okay?
Yeah, Spencer and Beckett, you are on the phone with the President of the United States.
And you know who I have here with me? The First Lady. We have the First Lady of the United States. That's exciting. That's more exciting than the President, actually. That's good. Go ahead. So, you know where Santa is? Santa is very far away, but heading to your state, very quickly heading to your state. So, and what do you want from Santa?
Yes. How are you?
Oh, that's a hard one.
Hello?
For me, I probably most want a here.
You want what?
A Kindle.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Well, you must be a high IQ person. We need more high IQ people in the country. So, we definitely need more high IQ. So,
Oh, I was like the most this year. I'll I'll make a pinball machine.
no, pinball machine. That's great. You know Elton John, he did Pinball Wizard. We'll have to send you a copy of Pinball Wizard. Well, that sounds great, actually. So Santa's not going to let you down. Santa is a good Santa. Not going to let you down. Mom, how are you doing? Okay?
We're fantastic, sir. Thank you so much for accepting their call.
Oh, absolutely. You sound fantastic. And the kids sound great, right? They sound great. The country's doing well. We've saved our country. Our country was not going so good. Now it's doing great. Great numbers, great everything. So we're in very good shape. It's going to be a good Christmas. But I just want to thank you, and I think that Santa's going to really be good to you tonight. Be coming to your area in about 6 or 7 hours when you're sleeping, but Santa's going to be very good to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, honey. And have a great Christmas. And Mom, have a great Christmas, okay? And your family.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You sound so great. You sound great, and your kids sound great. Thank you very much. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, sir.
Nice talking to you. And General, thank you very much. You did a good job. That's not easy coordination, actually. Thank you. You too, General. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay. Bye.
Goodbye.
Good job, right?
Thank you, Press.
I mean, they did a good job. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Press. Back to the venue.
Good job, buddy.
Yeah, it was very nice.
That was good that you heard that, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what she's listening to, too. Good job, buddy. You know, if you want, is that camera off now? That's the main camera. Want to turn that off?
Looks like it's still on.
Is it off?
No, it's still on.
You
I
want
mean,
it on?
is it broadcasting into the studio? Could you turn it off?
You want it on?
I want it off.
Oh, okay.
Let's go, guys.
All right.
Go. President Trump wrapping up probably about 20 minutes, speaking with the kids via the phone. Melania Trump First Lady taking calls as well on a number of issues. And it was really interesting to see President Trump sometimes when you get kids either in person or on the phone, you have to kind of pull the information out of them. Very interesting to see how President Trump dealt with that. And of course, I had a call from Oklahoma, a call from Pennsylvania, South Carolina, North Carolina, and President Trump, sparing no time to weigh in on how popular he is in those states and how he won those states. Very interesting crosstalk. Hey, if you're just now joining us, so we've been live. We have Javier, our Real America's Voice Latina correspondent, White House correspondent, is there on the ground. I'm not sure when he can rejoin us for this. We've had Ben Bergquam as well, and Oscar down in Tijuana, just landed there shortly after. It looks like I have the great Ben Bergquam joining me now. Let me get your thoughts on what you just heard. President Trump speaking to these kids, trying to find out what's on their wish list. And I would imagine Santa's got some work to do tonight.
Yeah, it's so funny. Listening to President Trump is just his ability to go off the cuff, and he's trying to hear the kids and the answers. And you got to love President Trump to always throw the little quips in there about the state. I think actually the kids were excited. The girl asking about the cookies, I love that question. But the parents, the moms, like the joy that they had getting to speak to President Trump as Santa's making his way around the world. It's just cool. I mean, that's just cool. Imagine getting that phone call. I know there's a lot of happy people around the country, and I just had to go pick up our littlest one, Lily. She was at AmFest with us all week, and that's what it's all about. It's all about the kids, Brian.
Yeah, she's gorgeous. And I said that, we had kind of a company dinner the other night at the hotel, and they said, wow, Ben's little one's down there not making any sound at all. And I said, are you kidding me? She's down there. You have the best behaved kids, I think, of anybody. I know my kids at that age would have been all over that restaurant. So for you, Santa is over Denmark, about 5 hours away from, I guess, landing somewhere on the East Coast. So you've got a long night ahead of you, getting these kids to bed and getting them prepared for Santa.
Yeah, that was the only thing President Trump was a little optimistic on how early we could get our kids to bed. He said 5 hours. I was like, geez, who gets their kids to bed before 10 o'clock on Christmas Eve, man? When I was a kid, I was out there till midnight, always trying to see Santa coming down the chimney. So it's, but hey, more power to you. If you can put your kids to bed at 9:30, that's an extraordinary parent right there.
I agree. And I do like the chat that he had, not only about what they wished for, and one girl asked for, I think, a dollhouse. And he says, well, I think you're going to have the best dollhouse ever. And the parents are like, yep, we better hope that Santa brings, fingers crossed, these dollhouses. But it is interesting how he's able to make this small chat, but then he turns it around for the adults, thanks them for, I'm assuming that they're Trump supporters and they voted for him in these particular states. He does a little political crosstalk as well.
Yeah, President Trump has the uncanny ability to be able to turn anything from whatever it is into a potential political campaign speech in a way that is, if other people would do it, you'd say, oh, I don't know if it's the right time. President Trump does it. It's like, well, President Trump, it's always the right time.
Yeah.
One other thing I was just thinking, Brian, as I was watching that, your question right before we went to President Trump and Melania was about the decorations of the White House. And I look at Melania and just the grace and elegance of her as the First Lady. What an extraordinary woman, what an extraordinary legal immigrant in America who, just is such a great representation of what a woman and a wife and a First Lady should be. I thank God every day that we have President Trump and Melania back in the White House.
Yeah, I tell you what we're going to do, perhaps for some last minute shopping thing. Let's go ahead and toss to the J6 Choir. You and I were at AmFest. We saw the release of this at midnight, I believe on the Friday, and then by Saturday, this thing was already to #1. Let's go ahead and toss to Anthem of the Free, the J6 Choir. We'll talk on the flip side of it, and then we'll kind of wrap up our broadcast, Ben.
Sounds good.
My name is Shane Jenkins. Enrique Tario. Robert Morse.
Daniel Caldwell.
My name's Mickey.
My name's Pete Schwartz.
Barry Ramey.
Ryan Nichols.
Deborah Mamone. Olivia Pollock.
John Nassif.
Jordan Mink.
George White Wolf Riley.
Robert Geeswine.
Kyle Fitzsimons.
Adrienne Southern.
Andrew Taki.
Jessica Watkins.
Timothy Hale.
John McHugh. Billy Crespin.
This anthem means a lot to me because it's what held us together.
Against the odds, our faith that our days of this nation will be renewed is still there.
We've formed bonds that can never be broken.
I, along with my brothers and sisters, weather the storm.
We will never stop fighting for this country. And my friends and my brothers that also helped me through this tough time.
Because we are what makes this country the greatest country on this planet.
In this moment, in this anthem, is living proof.
We sing for all the people who never made it home. Through us, their stories will be told. We stand as one, united in this fight for liberty. Justice for all, our voices ring. The anthem of the free.
Hey. Freedom ain't free, no, it comes with a price. Rest in peace, Charlie, can't believe they took your life. Didn't make it back home to your children and wife. By any means, we have to keep freedom of speech alive. Hey, rest in peace, Corey, all the fires that you fight. To the cops and military that been fighting day and night. So we could have liberty and our God-given rights. To all the mothers and fathers that's just trying to protect their child. Hey, freedom worth dying for, dreams.
Yeah, that is the Anthem of the Free by the J6 Choir. Go ahead and download it. That is on iTunes, wherever you buy your music. Let's keep that at the top of the charts. All right, final thoughts on this Christmas Eve, Ben. Final thoughts.
Hey, it's about Jesus. It's about family. About these guys. You ready for Santa? What's Santa say? Ho, ho, ho. That's what it's about. It's about the kids, the next generation. God bless you. If you're alive, you're blessed. And we need to be thankful for all of our blessings. It's an honor to work with you, Brian, and honor to work with this network. We are blessed people. So God bless you, my friend, and Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you. It's an honor to work with you, Ben. You are a national treasure. We love you and we adore you, and everyone at AmFest that came up to you said the same thing that I'm telling you right now. So Merry Christmas. God bless your family, and we'll see you on the backside of this holiday.
Thank you, brother.
All right, we want to appreciate you guys joining us for this very special edition. We'll turn it over to Steve Bannon in the War Room.
The J6
There's the promo code on the screen. Download it today.
Singing the national anthem through prison phones. President Trump added his voice, and the J6 Choir shattered records, going #1 on the Billboard charts with their song "Justice for All." They sang as captives. Now they sing again as free men.
The anthem of the free.
Hey.
Their new song, Anthem of the Free, is available right now on iTunes. Scan the QR code or search Anthem of the Free single by the J6 Prison Choir and High Res. Scroll down and click Buy on iTunes Store. Let's shock the system again. Stand with the J6 Patriots. Order Anthem of the Free today.
Religion, freedom of gathering, and the rest of the world does not know that because it's rooted in Christianity, right? There's a few countries that follow all the United Nations charter with respect to human rights, but that's our gift to the world. Now, unfortunately, others and other religions who do not believe that love is the central command, nor do they believe that there's a loving Father in heaven in several traditions out there. They don't have a human rights tradition at all. And speaking of Islam, most concretely, Allah is so transcendent that there is not this fatherly love for you. And they do not have a human rights record. They had very smart people back at about 1300, right? Averroes, Avicenna, with Maimonides in the Jewish side, with Aquinas, having great debates. But since then, it's the West that developed Oxford and Cambridge and Harvard and all the great Christian universities. And where are the Islamic scholars and thinkers in universities? That's a sign.
Dave, hang on. I know you got to bounce, but I do want to hold you for another segment. We're going to go live as soon as we get set up. I believe we were a little delayed in Bethlehem, because of the Muslim call to prayer. I'm not making this up. The Muslim call to prayer. Jason Jones is in the heart of Bethlehem, right next to Manger Square. We've got Ben Harnwell is getting set up in inclement weather at St. Peter's Square. Dave Bratt's with us. We're going to talk about Christmas Eve in the place where it all started in Bethlehem, in Israel, and at the Vatican today. And we're going to hopefully saturate this show with some of the incredible music of the Christmas season. Short commercial break. You're in the War Room. It's our Christmas Eve special. We'll be back in a moment.
Christ on Christmas Day in the morn. Oh, the rising of the sun and the running of the deer, the playing of the merry organ, sweet singing in the choir.
Hey folks, it's your friend John Rich. I co-founded Old Glory Bank because we heard too many stories about people getting canceled by their bank because they didn't agree with their politics. The government wanted to know where you shop. If you bought a Bible or you shopped at a sporting goods store, you're probably on a list. We created Old Glory Bank because America needed a bank that would protect their privacy and security. Exercising your constitutional rights is not a criminal activity, and neither is loving your country. At Old Glory Bank, we stand with you.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
We were prosecuted, persecuted.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again. Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000. Go now to j6support.com and donate today. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host.
But under the command of Captain Kaylee Cuniff, is currently performing cutting-edge defense activities at an undisclosed location. I'd like to tell him where you are. I know, but I won't do that. But I just want you to keep up the great work, and I'm very, very honored by Space Force, the job you've done. What you've done is incredible in a very short period of time. I always said it's going to be one of the most important things I ever did. Last but not least, let me thank the members of the United States Coast Guard who are also involved in the fight against drugs. Our fantastic crew on board the Coast Guard cutter Glenn Harris, led by Lieutenant Hunter Blankenship, is doing a great job stopping narco-terrorists and keeping trade flowing off the coast of Bahrain. So once again, I want to thank you all. I want to wish you a Merry Christmas, and I look forward to hearing from you. And I just have to say that it's really great having our First Lady here. She's been an inspiration to so many people. She's loved by so many people. And thank you very much. First Lady, would you like to say something?
Thank you all for your service. Please stay safe. And I wish you and your families a Merry Christmas. I'm sure they miss you at home, but they're rooting for you and they're very proud of you. So are we. The nation is proud of you, and Merry Christmas and a happy and healthy New Year.
Okay, so do we want to go ahead? Is it on? Is everything fine with the picture, etc.?
They can see you. Yes.
Okay.
So first we're going to turn it over to Colonel Eric Soltz of the United States Army.
Okay, Eric.
Hey, Merry Christmas from Iraq, Mr. President.
Thank you.
It's an honor to be here to talk to you about the 2nd and 34th Infantry Brigade Combat Team. Myself and Sergeant Major Josh Lund are responsible for over 3,400 Iowa National Guardsmen. We currently have over 1,800 here in Iraq and Syria and Jordan and Kuwait, performing primarily base defense operations, counter UAS missions, security forces, and then also doing some partnering with Syrian partners. And we're here through until about April timeframe, and then we'll be going through our.
The sound was cut off.
We just lost the connection, so we're going to try and bring it back up.
Okay. The sound was cut off. The picture was cut off. I think that's the enemy doing it.
All right. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press. We're going to go to the left. To the left, please.
Thank you, press.
This way, please. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you,
press. Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Reporters, keep coming.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
This has been a live special report. We now join our programming already.
It says they were Jews, they spoke Arabic, there were Arabs, there were Medes, there were Greeks, there were Egyptians in the upper room at Pentecost. And so when you think of Palestinians, whether they're Muslim or Christians, and then even the Mizrahi Jews, the Arab Jews, they've been here together since the time of Christ. And as we are as human beings, in a way, they're really one genetic family, but three religions.
Islam, though, didn't come to this area to what, 600, 700 AD? I mean, at the time of Christ, it was essentially, Jews or Arabs that believed one of these, Mithras or one of these other pagan cults, and then a small group of Christians, correct?
Yeah, correct. This was Christian. And of course, we also had the Arian heresy, and then Arianism swept across North Africa and the Middle East. And in many ways, I see Islam as a continuation of the Arian heresy. And so many of those Palestinian Christians became Muslim. But they see themselves as one community, one family. That I was on, out today for the parade as scouts came from all over the West Bank, and Cardinal Pizzaballa came and gave a very powerful speech. But there were Christians and Muslims, and I interviewed dozens of people, and they all said that their favorite day of the year here in Bethlehem is Christmas. And Muslims, of course, see Jesus as a prophet.
Yeah. Right. What do we have? Are pilgrims starting to return at all? Are tourists starting to return at all? I know obviously after October 7th, everything was shut down for a couple of years. Is there any beginning of even allowing people in, whether they have the courage enough to go or they feel that there's enough safety? But where do we stand with, because I remember years ago you would do these, broadcast TV or BBC would pick it up at midnight mass. And it was pretty packed. Manger Square was packed and pretty robust international crowd. Tell the audience what's happening now. Are there pilgrims starting to come back? Are there tourists starting to come back?
They're trickling in. Most of the pilgrims were migrant workers, whether Indians or Filipinos that work in Israel. But still, it's a trickle. I maybe saw a handful of Americans, or maybe 20 or 30 Americans here that I've seen. And so it's quite sorrowful, but it is extremely safe. I was here last Christmas, and I was the only person who was not from Bethlehem in Bethlehem. And it was quite sorrowful to be the very place of the Nativity, the very place where Christ was born. And I was able to pray for hours alone. And it was safe, but people had fear. But there's no fear. Come to Bethlehem. Come to the West Bank. It's beautiful. It's safe. I feel too at home. I am a little embarrassed at how home I feel here, but I'm really committed to coming as many Christmases as I can. And I have two of my sons here now. I'm bringing my entire family here for Easter, and they're longing for pilgrims. Their economy desperately needs pilgrims to return. I interviewed the mayor yesterday, and today the director of tourism. And they're really eager to see the return of pilgrims to the Holy Land and to Bethlehem.
Because that's basically their income is almost, I take it, 100% or close to 100% predicated upon tourists or things that they sell to tourists or sell internationally online, but all predicated on pilgrims coming and actually seeing these holy sites.
I mean, definitely it's a huge part of their economy, but it's also their cultural identity. They're very proud of Bethlehem. They want to share it with the world. They long for pilgrims to come here. To me, it's quite a tragedy that the most important site for Christians, there's 1 billion of us, that maybe less than 100 had the initiative or the courage to come here this year. Or maybe it's, maybe I don't want to go there, but I don't understand. Please come here. Please come to the Holy Land. Come to Bethlehem. And, when you come here, I look at our faith, Steve. I'm so grateful to be a Christian. I'm so grateful to be a Catholic. The Romans believed that they descended from the Trojans, and they never wanted to see what happened to Troy happen again. They became obsessed with building roads. Their mission was to build roads. The Greeks, Socrates, gave us the concept of logos. And then the Jews were promised the savior of the world, the Messiah. You had Jews walking Roman roads using Greek language to share the world the truth about God. But the second person of the Trinity, the Logos, became man right over my shoulder. And it was the fullness of time in the perfect place. It's right over my left shoulder. And you really want to come here and experience this.
Fantastic. I tell you what, Jason, hang on. We have a bunch of guests that you've helped book today. We're going to go between Bethlehem and the Vatican. Ben Harnwell. The weather in Bethlehem looks terrific. In Rome, not so much. It's a very inclement, but our intrepid, indefatigable Ben Harnwell is setting up. Dave Bratz riding shotgun with me. We're going to have a combination of tremendous photography, great interviews, and of course Christmas music. We're going to take leave now for a short commercial break. We're going to return. Dave Bratt, Jason Jones, Ben Harnwell, Stephen K. Bannon. Christmas Eve special in the War Room.
We're told in Genesis chapter 1:26 that God has made man in his image, and by his likeness has he made him.
Genesis is a book of fundamental importance for the Jewish and Christian faiths, and a literary masterpiece that has profoundly shaped Western civilization. Now, in this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College, you can deepen your understanding of how this ancient book is essential to you today. Sign up for the Genesis story, absolutely free, at learnfromhillsdale.org. Dr. Justin Jackson, a distinguished Hillsdale College professor, will guide you through this fascinating free online course that unfolds the biblical stories of Adam and Eve, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph. When you sign up, you'll explore some of life's most important questions, gain a greater appreciation for how the Bible confronts pain and hardship with redemption and hope, and discover how the struggles people faced thousands of years ago are deeply relevant to us still today. Take this 6-lesson course whenever it's most convenient for you, at your pace or on your schedule. Signing up is easy and free when you go to learnfromhillsdale.org today.
So the fun thing with the serpent is, how does a serpent talk? And not only that, but why is the serpent's punishment to crawl on its belly when that's what it does?
Join the hundreds of thousands of Americans who are enriching their lives through this exclusive online course from Hillsdale College and gain access to this premium content today.
What I hope you'll get from studying Genesis in this course is a deeper appreciation of the biblical insights with regards to the human person, its psychology, our predilection towards rivalry, but also reconciliation.
Sign up for the Genesis story, free of charge, at learnfromhillsdale.org today.
With riots and violent looting going on all over the country, I don't feel safe leaving the house without this banana. Normally, I would be worried about this creepy guy, but I've got my banana with me. That same car has been sitting outside my house for a while now. Better keep this banana by the door.
Sounds ridiculous, right? Now imagine this banana was capable of incapacitating an attacker from over 60 feet.
At Byrna, we don't sell bananas. Go to Byrna.com to learn more.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
We're going to put the playlist up later so that you can get access to all this music. Also, don't forget, was it the J6 Prison Chorus or Choir on there? And if you go on iPhone or iTunes, I guess it is, and purchase that, I think it's $1 something. The J6 Prison Choir releasing their new song, Anthem of the Free. We've taken it up to #1. I think it's still #1 in rap. And it's we're trying to drive that to #1 in the country again. So if you get a chance to do that, maybe give that as a Christmas present. Birch Gold, I want to thank Birch Gold. Gold this morning, I think an all-time high, $4,500. Silver broke 70. Where'd you hear that first? It's not about the price today of those what do you call them, precious metals. Think about it. Today we're spending time in Bethlehem, really talking about an event that happened over 2,000 years ago, and in Rome, which has been the center of the world for even before the 2000, at least the material world before 2000. Go back in that time, you can see why gold was a hedge in times of financial turbulence in those times. Find out about that. Find out about the U.S. dollar. Do it all. Do it over the holiday weekend, this holiday period. You're going to have maybe some spare time on your hands by yourself. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, End of the Dollar Empire. Make sure you get it, study it, read it. Make sure that you, most importantly, understand it, and then talk to Philip Patrick and the team. Dave Bratt, I want to thank you for doing this coverage. I know you've got family obligations. We try to do this every year. Give me your thoughts. We're going to lose you now, but give me your thoughts before you take off. In fact, in Catholicism, obviously the Vatican and Bethlehem and Nazareth, Jerusalem are very important. I think you're going to South Bend, Indiana, the home of Notre Dame, which is also very important to Catholics. Very, very important to Catholics, particularly back years ago when it was a Catholic university. Give us your closing thoughts, sir.
Yeah, well, just Merry Christmas to everyone. You know, when I do the politics, I say all thought are my own. But, I speak on behalf of Liberty University with the good news of the gospel of Jesus Christ. I just want to leave everyone with one wonderful idea I learned about in seminary. It's called the Wonderful Exchange. And so that is God Almighty, the all-powerful, all-perfect creator of the universe, came to earth and humbled himself. God Almighty, the creator, came in the form of a baby in the second person of the Trinity. Why? To redeem us from our sin and from ourselves, right? And so I want everybody to reflect, right? The gifts and all that, that's neat celebration, but there's a darker side, right? It's the sin and the worldview and human nature. That's why God had to come to earth. And so we see through a glass dimly now at the light that shines in the world that has overcome the darkness, but we still have work to do. And so the wonderful exchange is God came and suffered on the cross, died, was buried, resurrected from the dead for our sins so that we can have a wonderful life, right? And so that's the great, wonderful exchange. God exchanged places with us, took upon himself what we should pay for justice. He took it on and set us free so we can have life abundantly. That is Christmas. And boy, what a gift. So reflect. If you're not thankful after reflection on that, and then, just in closing, we're all made in the image of God. And what does that mean? If we're supposed to be humble, but you think that through carefully. Jesus said, if you have faith of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. You can say to that mountain, move. On this show, on the War Room, daily, Steve and others say, move to that mountain, and that mountain has moved through your faith. And so I just call everybody on this great Christmas celebration day, fully reflect on the power God has given you. In faith, you have tremendous power. It should be used to build the kingdom of God. But you have tremendous power that's been given to you by God Almighty. And so I just want to wish you all a very Merry Christmas. God bless you, Steve, for what you're doing.
Thank you, Dave. Merry Christmas. Just one question. The Puritans, pretty hardcore. I think the Puritans and the Pilgrims actually banned Christmas celebrations because they thought they were getting too festive. coming. Many of these traditions coming from England. They banned in Boston. I think they banned it from like 1670 to 1690, roughly. They banned Christmas. Now I think you're a Calvinist, right? Pretty hardcore.
Yes.
Pretty austere. Did you guys, as a kid, did you guys do the traditional Christmas celebration, or was it considered too much frivolity?
No, we celebrated Christmas, but, my dad was a Dutch Calvinist theologian, missed his calling, became a medical doctor, retired and went to seminary. So, Christmas, we got plenty of reading lists and study and faith and Bible and prayer, along with, a nice 10-speed bike when you're 12 years old or something.
Yeah, that's great. Dave Brad, our resident Calvinist. Sir, social media, where do people track you over the holiday weekend?
Yeah, just Brad Economics on Getter and X. And, I'm a Calvinist, but I'm also Catholic with a small c. And we got a lot, the creeds, everybody go look at the creeds. It's a unity, right? Every tradition has its weaknesses and its strengths. And so just everybody go out and get the deep meaning today, right? In between the presents and the eggnog and whatever. Go get the deeper meaning of Christmas. God bless you all.
Merry Christmas, Dave. We're very happy and comfortable with that. The decision-making unit in the Bratt household is Catholic, right? So we'll leave it at that. Right, Dave Bratt, right. Merry Christmas, sir. Merry Christmas, you and the family.
Merry Christmas, Steve. God bless.
We've got Jason Jones in Bethlehem. We're going to go now. We got Ben Harnwell in inclement weather at the Vatican, right at St. Peter's Square. Ben Harnwell, sir, Merry Christmas, and thank you for doing this as we try to do it every year on Christmas Eve, sir.
Steve, good morning to you. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm dreaming of a wet, grey, dreary Christmas, just like the ones I used to know. And God has heard my prayers, and that's what we have. Torrential rain all day here in Rome. That's why I've got a slightly different shot from the one I normally have, which is a couple of 100 yards up there. But you do have the Vatican in my background. Why? Because this evening at 10 o'clock, Pope Leo will be celebrating the Christmas Mass. Beautiful, famous candlelit liturgy that's taking place over my shoulder later on this evening.
Yeah, talk to me about that. It's done. It's on American TV. NBC, I think, has done it for decades. Talk to us about what we refer to as midnight mass. It starts at 10 p.m. It's always, and I guess today, normally we do this shot with you at this time on an annual basis, and it's pretty packed. The weather, I understand, has been torrential rain in Rome for a couple of days.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad, but it accelerated actually from around 4 or 5 o'clock this morning. It's actually been terrible. The whole of central Italy, it's been torrential rain non-stop. I think that might explain somewhat the lack of the milling crowds that one might have expected. But there we go. That's the weather, which is in God's good hands.
How do you actually get into midnight mass for those who have never been there at the Vatican? Do you have to get a ticket in advance? I mean, it's standing room only as it's packed. How's one actually get in to go? You just can't show up, can you?
Some people can. They normally keep, I think, a few spaces free, but you can get the tickets normally through your nunciature, your papal embassy in your city, or directly from the pontifical household here that dole out the tickets in advance. It's not, look, you just got to organize yourself for these things. Not, if you know what you're doing and you have the time to do it, then you can do it. It's not, this isn't one of those things like, for example, I don't know, a conclave when new cardinals are made, where it's more difficult to get into. They still somewhat have the spirit of the universal spirit of Christmas here at the Vatican, at least for Christmas.
You know, Paris is known as the city of Christmas, the city of light. It's actually very beautiful during this time of year. Although, as you know, Paris is not particularly religious. There are some very religious people there, and some amazing Catholic churches and Christian churches. But and in London's a Christmas city. What is Rome like during the Christmas period?
Funnily enough, it's not as ostentatious with all the Christmas lights, say, for example, as London, which would be, you'd have Piccadilly and Oxford Street. But then they're more like sort of festive lights now. There's very little spirit of Christmas there in the UK. That's very different here from Rome. It's not as upfront in your face with all the lights on lampposts and what have you. But there is more of an attitude that Christmas is a Christian festival. That's probably because, unlike London and Paris, which are great, famous, world-class Islamic cities these days, Rome is still, as the capital of Italy, a Christian country, a culturally Christian country, and also practicing to some degree.
Ben, hang on for a second. We've got Ben Harnwell at the Vatican in St. Peter's Square. We've got Jason Jones at Manger Square in Bethlehem. We're going to return, leave you with some great music. We're going to be back in the War Room for our Christmas Eve special. Just a moment.
Right against the forest fence, by St. Agnes fountain. Bring me flesh and bring me wine, bring me pine logs hither. Thou and I will see in time when we bear them thither. Legion monarch, for they went together through the moon rings like lament and the bitter weather. Sire, the night is darker now, and the wind blows stronger. Fails my heart, I know not how I can go no longer. Mark my footsteps, good my page, tread thou in them boldly. Thou shalt find the winter's rage freeze thy bloodless body. In his master's steps he trod, where the snow lay tinted. Each was in the very sod which the saint had printed. Therefore, Christian men, be sure, wealth or rent possessing, ye who now will bless the poor, shall yourselves find
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
There's a light I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light. Follow the light.
For those who love great animated classics like The Lion King and Prince of Egypt, David is an awe-inspiring animated musical that depicts David as a spirited boy who fought lions, giants, and even betrayal, depicting how one boy's faith could lead him to be king of Israel. David will be released in theaters just in time for Christmas on December 19th, but your family can get a head start by watching the prequel to the film, Young David, which is streaming exclusively right now on Angel. It's perfect for the entire family and has memorable music. So once you join the Angel Guild, you can start watching Young David right now and prepare the fam for the David film in theaters in December. And by joining the Guild, you'll guarantee 2 free tickets to see it. And it's a great value. Let's be honest, going to the movies isn't all that cheap. But if you're a member of the Angel Guild, not only do you get those 2 free tickets to David, but you'll now have access to every single film or TV series on Angel at your convenience anytime. So just go to angel.com/Rav and join there.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWEAT.
You're in the War Room, our special Christmas Eve special, our coverage from both Bethlehem and the Vatican. Going to go now to Jason Jones. Jason, you've been fighting to protect the persecuted Christians now since I've known you. When I first met you with Andrew Breitbart, and you were a very, very close friend of his. You're going to have some interview guests we're going to toss to you. Just describing the background, particularly people who are just coming onto the show now. Where are you? What's that beautiful background? Of course, we got some other establishing shots that are just amazing. I want to thank the Real America's Voice crew. It's absolutely, the shots here are gorgeous. Jason Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, well, first of all, Steve, I want to thank you and your sponsors for giving me the privilege to share Bethlehem with your audience. And yeah, you're looking at the Church of the Nativity. Steve, when I first met you, it actually wasn't with Andrew. You may not even remember. It was almost 20 years ago. And a mutual friend of ours, a big-time Hollywood producer, said, you got to meet this guy, Steve Bannon. I go, what's his story? He goes, he's an investment banker. I was like, I don't want to meet an investment banker. It's the last thing I want to meet. And he said, no, you got to meet this guy. And I came to his office in Santa Monica, and I was writing a book on the genocides of the 20th century. And you and I spent about an hour talking about the Armenian genocide, and I was really shocked at how much you knew. And I was in the middle of researching this book, but I was shocked how much you knew about the Armenian genocide and how passionate you were about that. Well, so many of those Armenian Christians that were fleeing for their lives were welcomed by the Palestinian community. They were welcomed here. They were welcomed into Jerusalem. They were welcomed into what we call the West Bank. And so there are 3 Christmases actually in Bethlehem every year. There's the Catholic Christmas, there's the Orthodox Christmas, and there's the Armenian Christmas. So if you want to come to Bethlehem for a month, you'll actually get to experience Christmas 3 times.
What are Jason, before you go to the interview, what are the differences? Are the differences in obviously in the customs and traditions and the mass or the religious ceremony? But walk us through, if the 3 different ones, when do they happen? And tell the audience what's the difference between them.
You know, I have an Orthodox priest that'll be joining us, Father Issa, and I can ask that question of him. But really, they're different liturgical calendars. But what they all have in common is they're apostolic. They all can trace their roots directly back to the apostles. And St. John Paul the Great said that Christianity will not breathe with both lungs again until the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church are once again united. And this is something that Pope Leo has prioritized. And when you're here in Bethlehem, you meet Melkites, which are, the liturgy is very similar to the Orthodox, but they're in communion with Rome. And but I will say, as a Catholic, I see the Orthodox, it's the church. There's the church, and there's the Apostolic Church. We see the Blessed Virgin Mary in the same way. We trace our lineage back to the apostles and Jesus Christ in the same way. And I agree with St. John Paul the Great that we will not breathe with both lungs until both communities are united again.
Amazing. We got about 3 minutes, and I'm going to hold your guest through the break, but why don't you introduce your guest, and let's start the interview.
Okay, so I'm going to, you can see Father Issa. Father Issa, welcome to Steve Bannon's The War Room.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm really glad to see you here among us in Bethlehem.
It's a great privilege for me, but it's an even bigger privilege to share you with Steve Bannon's audience. Now, Steve asked me, what's the difference between the Orthodox community, the Armenian community, and the Catholic Christian community?
We are all Christians, but in the beginning, it begins with Orthodox, because when the first century...
Okay, now we're going to have to arm wrestle. I'm going to say it's the Catholics, Father. Okay, let's... Go.
Because in Bethlehem, most of the people were Orthodox in Bethlehem. So that's why we can actually see that people after that established the Greek Orthodox Patriarchate in Jerusalem. And after that, people are becoming or maybe continue their faith with prayers and during that time. And so it continues in Bethlehem. Many people were actually Orthodox, and they changed, they were Catholics, and many of also Armenian were in this place. So in this place, in Holy Land, it's just with all Christianity faithful that are believers and believe in Jesus Christ and one in Bethlehem.
So now, Father, can you trace not only as a priest your lineage directly to the apostles, but do you descend from the first century Christian community ethnically?
I think yes, because I don't know, maybe because we live here since many years. Like my grandfather actually was born in the same house. It's like had the house old about 200 years, and maybe it's that we come from that time, but I don't know exactly. We're Christians. We were born Christians in Bethlehem, and we raised up as a Greek Orthodox in Nativity Church. I just live close to the church. Nativity Church was just one step.
I know there are many Greek Orthodox watching the show, and so I'm so grateful to share with you that. I know we may be about a minute from a break. Can you give us a Christmas message to the Christians of the United States?
For sure. Actually, I studied upstate New York. I studied in the seminary in Jordanville, Holy Trinity Seminary for the Russians. And so I'm really glad to give this message from Bethlehem to the U.S. And so I'm really happy for this message because it comes from Bethlehem, from the place where Jesus was born. So all the eyes from all over the world. So people actually all over the world celebrate Christmas, but it's really different to celebrate Christmas in Bethlehem because you witness exactly the place where Jesus was born, and you touch the place exactly, and you send the message of peace and love, because at that time when Jesus was born, it was the same difficulties and problems, but still he could give hope and love and peace to everyone. So this message from Bethlehem, we send it to you, and we wish you really a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Okay. Well, I really want
Jason,
to thank you
Jason, hold.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Steve.
Jason, just hold our guests. We're going to take a short. This is quick. It's a 2-minute break
Steve,
for the top.
We're
going to
hold you through the break.
I want to hold our guests. Yeah. Short commercial break. We're going to turn to Bethlehem with Jason Jones and a number of guests. Also to the Vatican and Ben Harnwell. Short commercial break. Back in the War Room in a moment.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
Followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer, in the moments I'm afraid. There's a whisper in the wind, and a story in the sky, when I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light.
You Patriots, because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Christmas Eve edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from Washington, D.C., and we hope that you are preparing for a joyous time with your family and friends this Christmas season, these next 2 days. For unto us a child was born, a Savior was given on this extraordinary holiday, something we all take so closely into granted. Now, you may be a few gifts short, or you're wondering how you're going to spend those gift cards the next day. So we decided to jump into the fray and give you some ideas. We got another edition of our holiday buying guide just for you. Amanda, I don't know about you. I was still buying gifts as a few hours ago. But it's always good to have a couple of ideas in your back pocket, right?
If I'm being completely honest, when I got on the plane to go out of town for my Christmas travel, I bought some gifts at the airport because I did feel a little light on the gifting side of things. So yes, I do things fully last minute, but I also did take full advantage of our buying guide because we have such amazing sponsors and partners on this show.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's such an amazing thing. The gift of health, the gift of patriotism, the gift of gloves and warm sheets and so many things. There are so many great ways. And as we get closer and closer to Boxing Day, there's always that question, how do I spend my new gift card money? And we have some ideas even for that. We're pretty lucky. We've had such great partners. One of my favorite holiday buying guide conversations we had, Amanda, was with Dr. Peter McCullough, who had so much right during COVID-19. I think that's a perfect way to kick off the show. What do you think?
I love it. Let's do it. Here it is.
All right, joining us now, he's a world-renowned doctor, chief scientific officer at one of our great partners, the wellness company, and the man who had so much right about the pandemic when our public health officials had it all wrong. He's also the author of one of my favorite books, co-author, Vaccines, Mythology, Ideology, and Reality. 3 important words that really do go along with vaccines these days. Make a great Christmas gift. Go check it out if you want to give someone a stocking stuffer. Joining us now, our good friend, Dr. Peter McCullough. Doctor, good to have you on. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
All right. We've had a lot of waffling, even under the Kennedy HHS. Do we put a warning on the COVID vaccine? Do we not? The evidence becomes more strong every day, particularly for young people, that there was a cardiomyopathy problem here, a heart inflammation problem. Why has it been so hard for our regulators to give the warning the American people need?
I think there's a deep state within the FDA connected to the biopharmaceutical companies. They really don't want to see this concession of a black box warning, meaning the vaccines can lead to death, particularly fatal myocarditis. There was a leaked memo. So somebody ethical within the FDA leaked it out. Clearly 10 out of 96 for sure, probably all 96. One of them purportedly is Ernesto Ramirez. I looked at his autopsy back in 2021 and I said it was fatal myocarditis. I think the FDA should do the right thing, show courage, put a black box warning on it so people can be fairly warned if they're going to take any more of these shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. McCullough, as I am riding the metro into the city, as I'm walking around, even here in our office, I hear people sniffling and snarfling all through their day. And it doesn't seem like the flu has hit us yet. Maybe it's just regular colds. But what do we need to watch out for? I know you're a huge proponent of gargling and nose sprays and things like that. What can we do to prepare ourselves other than avoiding the people who are doing the sniffling and the snarfling?
nearly impossible to avoid. Across Europe, it's really a quad-demic of common cold, influenza, respiratory syncytial virus, and COVID-19. They're almost indistinguishable from one another as an adult syndrome. Everybody should be on twice-a-day nasal sprays and throat sprays. Wellness Company has immune defense. That's probably the best in class. Additionally, I think gargling twice a day. My favorite is Spry to do it, after you brush your teeth. But you shouldn't go a single day without using a nasal spray, at least twice a day, because the virus sets up shop in the nose for about a week before it drains to the throat and starts with a sore throat. So by the time you have a sore throat, it's too late. The best defense, as shown in multiple randomized trials, are nasal sprays, throat sprays, and gargles. Additionally, oral immune boosters. Wellness Company has natural immunity. And of course, to have an emergency medical kit, be ready when it strikes.
I want to talk about one of those because it's incredibly popular, and I think people are starting to realize that there is a science to protecting yourself against contagion. So tell us a little bit about the contagion kit, because I think in this particular immediate environment of the next couple of months, that could be a very helpful tool.
For sure. The Black Contagion Kit is really focused on influenza, acute COVID-19. And we know actually from data from the bird flu, the human cases of bird flu, all the human cases successfully treated were on day one with oseltamivir or Tamiflu. Tamiflu works provided you start on day one. You start on day 5, it almost doesn't work at all. We know with acute COVID-19, we can start with ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine again on day one. If there starts to be wheezing, coughing, then the budesonide in the kit comes into play. Of course, azithromycin, secondary antibiotic for bronchitis. People can bail themselves out of a problem with this kit and not end up in the emergency room or at urgent care.
Huge.
Dr. McCullough, my dad is one of those folks who, for years, he's gotten the flu shot. He's never really had any serious repercussions from it. But he called me last week and he said, Amanda, you wore me down. All of this talk against getting the COVID vaccine and now the flu vaccine. Now I'm actually going to ask you your opinion. And I said, look, Dad, if you've taken it for this long, then, I support you, whatever you want to do. But I would lean in the direction of not getting it. Is the flu shot any good?
This year is going to be almost certainly completely useless. We have the H3N2 strain, a subclade K. It looks like it's completely off base in terms of anticipating this strain in terms of the flu shot. Personally, I took 40 flu shots over time because I had to be on staff at a medical hospital. What it does is it makes you more prone to the common cold and actually tends to backfire, as shown in a recent Cleveland Clinic study. So I am not advising the flu shot for any of my adult patients, and I don't take it myself.
Wow, that's important to hear that. That's important. So I want to talk about something that one of your colleagues, another guy who had a lot right about the COVID era of bad medicine, Dr. Harvey Risch was on the show yesterday, the new cancer czar for President Trump, and he said, listen, we're going to do an intensive study about ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine to see if their anti-inflammatory effects could have a role in treating cancer. That was a big headline for us and something I hadn't heard before. I'd like to get your reaction to what he talked about.
Well, we're greatly enthusiastic. And the combination is ivermectin mebendazole. It's a fixed-dose combination offered by the Wellness Company. On label, it's used for occult parasitic infections, but more and more case vignettes and studies are emerging about the anti-cancer effect of those two products together, so patients can use them. It's legal to do this off-label. Now, we carefully note the reasons why patients want to do this. They should check it out with their oncologist, make sure it's going to be okay with their conventional chemotherapy. But there is a study underway at Cedars-Sinai Hospital in LA, UCLA. They're going to be testing ivermectin. I think we should see the National Cancer Institute do a large-scale clinical trial of the combination of ivermectin and mebendazole to see if it reduces cancer outcomes such as hospitalization and death, or conversely, prolonged cancer-free survival, particularly for the common cancers, breast, colon, prostate, bladder. I'd love to see it. America wants it. And they want to see us do more in cancer care, and the NCI at NIH is the group to do it.
It's very clear yesterday. He said it here. He's doing it. We're going to do the studies. That was a big moment here.
Dr. McCullough, as you know on this show, we are often talking about the weaponization and the politicization, usually of government and the justice system. But that also happened during COVID with the medical community. We've had a lot of conversations with you about the distrust that the American people now have because they witnessed that firsthand. Do you feel like with this new administration, with new people heading up the FDA and HHS, do you feel like the American people are moving in a better direction now as you know, finally starting to trust these people again?
Well, Trump and RFK and, of course, the new group have made strides, no doubt about it. I think they are working against a biomedical deep state. But remember, the medical establishment is connected to the federal government through Medicare, Medicaid, and National Institutes of Health funding. So there's the strings attached. They can make great strides to, restoring faith. I think all the medical boards should drop their COVID misinformation policies, restore the doctors. The Federal Trade Commission should do the same. That's going to do a lot to rebuild trust. We do have to see some capitulation on where our government agencies went wrong and what they're doing about it now to make things right.
Sir, we have been so lucky to have this partnership with the Wellness Company. We get great access to your expertise and others in your company. And then our customers, of course, get incredible discounts on all the great stuff you do. I want to thank you for all your support this year and wish you a Merry Christmas. But thank you so much.
Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you, sir. All right, folks, here's one of the great truth tellers in the medicine world. We're so lucky to have him in our family of experts. All right, to our audience, making America healthy again starts at home. It starts with you and me, right? And the Wellness Company helps you do just that. From prescription medical kits and parasite cleanses to their contagion kits. We just talked about those a few minutes ago. They're the gold standards, trusted by doctors you see on this network. Be ready for anything. Protect your family. And here's how you do it. You go to twc.health/justnews. And when you check out, use the promo code JustNews to get the next 10% off. That's a good deal. And the Wellness Company now has a new product too. It's called Drop. For weight loss excellence, you can use promo code JustNews100 and you'll save, get a load of this, $100 on Drop for weight loss without shots. Go check it out today. All right, we'll be back in a second with more news right after these messages.
Tell me the truth. How many different beauty potions do you have sitting on your bathroom counter right now? If it's more than just Vibrant Super C Serum, listen up. The ingredients in this one bottle can replace your day creams, your eye creams, your night creams, your neck creams, your wrinkle creams, and your dark spot reducers. It's made in the USA with the highest quality ingredients, including vitamin C, hyaluronic acid, vitamin B5, and vitamin E. Super C Serum delivers noticeable results. Simplify your skincare routine, get a healthier complexion, and minimize wrinkles and age spots with Vibrance. And if you don't find it better than your current skincare routine, you'll get a full refund. So go to Vibrance.com/justnews to save up to 37% off and free shipping. That is Vibrance, Vibrance, Vibrance.com/justnews.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Most people know the biblical story of David, the shepherd boy who fought Goliath and became king. Well, Angel Studios has created a new animated film called David that tells the story of Israel's greatest king.
I've always followed when I'm looking for the way, when I'm searching for the answer. In the moments I'm afraid, there's a whisper in the wind and a story in the sky. When I'm looking for a lantern to illuminate the night. If you want the secret of freedom and feeling alive, you gotta follow the light.
We just had somebody come in, shoot a bunch of people, burn down my church. If somebody would have had one and just would have put tear gas down, he was wearing body armor, but he didn't have a mask on. I mean, I think that probably would have changed the game a little bit.
At this point, that's what we know works. We know that if we harden the target, if we train the individuals, what kind of training are they doing? Are they doing lockdown drills?
And we train and prepare houses of worship to keep the peace in God's house. Byrna fit into a very important hole in churches in New England that are quite gun shy.
I've been at my church for about 8 years now. I'm the director of facilities and safety, and it just seemed like a really good option, for us when we talk about the use of force continuum, just to have a different layer of force for compliance.
Right now, we are taking a look at a company that specializes in non-lethal self-defense, and they're also offering the option to schools and houses of worship. That company is Byrna Technologies, and you just saw their product in that video opening. And joining us now to talk about what they are doing to help keep our kids and our community safe is Byrna CEO Brian Gans. We love having you on. I love your technology. I've loved it ever since you released it. And I actually thought about you last week. I saw a video of I think a man from Alabama in Georgia traveling with his son, and a woman hit him in traffic. She fled the scene. He followed her, and she pulled out a handgun. And he ended up wrestling her to the ground and pulling her down. And I thought to myself, if you pull a handgun, if you pull a gun, and this is something you told me, you better be ready to use it. But people can be apprehensive in using a firearm, obviously, because of everything that can come from that. But Byrna solves that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you know the genesis story of Byrna, but it also involved a road rage incident where maybe a dozen years ago I was involved in a road rage incident. I've been a gun owner my whole life. I'm still a gun owner. I'm a strong supporter of the Second Amendment. This guy was right on my bumper. I sped up, he sped up, I slowed down, he slowed down. I really, was scared, and I pulled off to the side of the road thinking that he was going to go around me, but he didn't. He pulled in right behind me, got out of his truck. And I'm sitting there thinking, do I get out of my car with my 9mm Glock or not? And I said, you know what? Nothing good could happen from getting out of the car with my gun. So I left it in the glove box, and I got out of the car, and nothing good happened because this guy was bigger, younger, stronger, angrier, and he came at me and he threw me to the ground. And fortunately, the only thing that he really harmed was my pride, but it really sent a strong message, which was if I was not prepared to kill him, then the gun was not the correct weapon at that moment. Now, if he had had a gun, I would have pulled out my gun immediately. But it was at that moment that I decided that I wanted to create for gun owners like myself and non-gun owners as well, something that could stop an assailant in their tracks without taking a life. Because if he was not armed with a lethal weapon, I did not want to fire my lethal weapon. So it's interesting that you bring up this road rage story. I think this happens more than people think.
Yeah.
All right. So I think a lot of people hear non-lethal weaponry and everything is great, but that's for the cops. And the answer is they're not. There's a whole market now for everyday civilians like you and me and Amanda. Tell us some of the new products that give someone incredible enhanced security and safety, but don't require firing a gun.
Well, this is our newest product, and this is my everyday carry, which is a Byrna CL. It is the size of a SIG P365, very lightweight, easy to carry, easily concealable. It has an incredible amount of stopping power. It will take a 5+1 magazine, accurate to 60 feet. I carry this with me every day. Now, I still have my lethal weapon, my Glock 19, in the glove box, but I have this either in my coat pocket or in the side pocket of my car because that is my first line of defense. So, we offer a broad range of products ranging from pepper spray to this state-of-the-art Byrna CL. We have other pistols and rifles, everything depending on what your requirements are. But the whole idea here is to give people the ability to protect themselves without having to resort to lethal force. Because once you pull that trigger, your life changes forever. It changes legally, it changes financially, it changes psychologically. And if possible, we would like the ability to stop a crime, to stop an assailant without having to resort to lethal force.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Brian, one of the things I love about this, we unfortunately in this country have had spates of school shootings, and there are a lot of teachers out there who would be in favor of carrying a gun at school if their school system allows. But there are a lot of teachers out there who just aren't comfortable with that. Byrna is an option that all of these teachers could have. You could have entire school systems that say, all right, we're going to issue these to every teacher. You don't have to use it. You don't even have to have a background check. There's no training course or anything. But this seems like something that could make a huge difference.
Well, you bring up schools. Churches fall into the same group where you've got a lot of people that probably, have a concealed carry permit, but you're in an environment where there's a melee, where there's people running around and scrambling. Unless you are a marksman, this is a very, very difficult environment in which to shoot a lethal round. We have a number of former law enforcement officers. Several of them are former SWAT officers. One of them, in fact, was in charge of dealing with school shootings, part of the Alert Network. And he said that they are trained to try to avoid firing in the school because if that bullet misses, it can go through a number of walls and hit an unintended target. So in these environments where everybody's running around and there is a significant chance for collateral damage, a non-lethal weapon like the Byrna makes a lot of sense. And there was a recent Newsweek article about Byrna and about our going after churches and schools for training. And we've seen a lot of houses of worship make Byrna part of their system so that there are a number of parishioners that are carrying non-lethal weapons with them in the event that there is an active shooter situation.
It's just amazing. All right, give us the do's and don'ts, even when you have a non-lethal weapon. Obviously, there are things you want to be careful about. If you encounter a law enforcement officer, you want to make sure they don't think you're armed. What are the state laws and local laws for the use of non-lethal weaponry? Just walk us through some of the good things that people probably have in the back of their mind as they're watching this great segment right now.
Yeah, it's interesting. First, these weapons are legal in all 50 states.
Awesome.
The state of California and the state of New York ban our pepper rounds unless you're law enforcement or private security, but you can buy the kinetic rounds. But the launchers themselves are legal in all 50 states. Now, there are 4 municipalities that outlaw the Byrna. One of them is New York City. You can guess the others. They're Washington, D.C., San Francisco, and Portland. Now, when I carry my Byrna into New York City, it is a $50 misdemeanor. So honestly, this is a situation where I would rather ask for forgiveness than permission because I am not going into New York City unarmed. I was just down in New York City for a couple of days, and I was glad to have my Byrna with me. In terms of where you can use it, I mean, this is really the ultimate common sense. We tell people if you get arrested for using your Byrna in a legitimate case of self-defense in a jurisdiction where you're allowed to carry it, we will help defend you. So I get calls from people, on a quasi-regular basis. I got arrested using my Byrna, and then we get involved. Sometimes it wasn't really a legitimate case of self-defense. It was some crotchety old guy that was yelling at kids that were walking across his lawn. Not a good time to use your Byrna. But it is the same as, for example, using a baseball bat or a hammer. If it is a legitimate case of self-defense and it is appropriate level of force, then it is legal everywhere to use your Byrna to protect yourself. What you cannot do, of course, is be the aggressor. Sometimes we end up in a situation where there's a he said, she said. It is one of the reasons that we've announced that we are coming out with the ability to have a connected device. In other words, a device at the end of your Picatinny rail where you could call a call center or 911 to say, look, I'm feeling under threat. There's a group of rowdy kids here, and this person can say, hey, guys, back off, or we'll call the police. So we recognize that, it is important to establish that it is a legitimate case of self-defense, But if it is legal in all 50 states.
Fantastic. I love this technology. Brian Gans, CEO of Byrna Technologies. Thanks so much for being with us. All right, everybody. One of the most important and long-lasting gifts that you can give your loved ones is the gift of health. We're going to talk about that on the other side of this break.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Hi, my name is Tracy Ellis with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Welcome back, everybody, to this Christmas Eve edition of Just the News, No Noise. We're highlighting some last-minute gifts you can get your loved ones this Christmas. It's not too late. There's one really no better gift than the gift of health, as Amanda said. That's why this next interview is so important. It's with our good friend Myles Grimmard, the founder and CEO of Brickhouse Nutrition, a company that's put me on my path to a much better health. They also make my favorite drink, Field of Greens. Take a look. I like this special because all the products we picked have a personal connection to us. It isn't just that we have a partnership. We use these products, and none has been more transformational in my life than other products that have come from Brickhouse Nutrition, particularly Field of Greens, which really started me on my journey to losing weight and getting healthier. It's a part of my daily regimen. It has made me healthier. My doctor smiles when I come in to see, and I have to see her, and I have to admit, a big part of it is just getting that fruit and vegetable daily into my diet, where I had been ignoring it for years. And joining me right now, the man who made a big difference in my own life. He's the CEO of Brickhouse Nutrition, the makers of Field of Greens, our good friend, Myles Grimmard. Myles, great to have you on the show.
Great to be back. I love hearing that, John. Thanks for having me. Hey, man.
Listen, you made me healthier. There's no other way to say that. And I know you got the studies to prove it, too. Of course, you had to pick Auburn, because now that makes Amanda incredibly excited. But remind everybody of the recent Auburn study, because you have empirical proof now that this actually changes the age of your cellular body.
Yeah. And I mean, when I first started coming on your show, we always had this like doctor health guarantee, and everything we've been trying to do with the Field of Greens is trying to show that there's not another product like it on the market, and especially in terms of a fruit and vegetable product, because like the doctors that you've had on, like Dr. Kim, they put so much time and effort into selecting each fruit and vegetable and how it affects the body. It's not just a bunch of common produce or extracts like our competitors use. Yeah. And so, the biological age is really determined by the health of your vital organs and your cells. And it kind of just clicked us at some point that Field of Greens, each category of the fruit and vegetable inside of it is supposed to help a different part of your body. And we said, well, this is a perfect way to put it to the test, a biological age study. So we partnered with Auburn University to put Field of Greens to the test, and we made sure that the participants changed nothing. They kept the same diet, they drink. But after a bunch of testing, actually, the results came back as we knew they would, which is Field of Greens was shown and now backed by Auburn's clinical study to slow your body's aging. So it's actually a perfect gift for anyone who wants to get more active years out of their life. And the perfect time to do it. There's 30% off right now to try it out, try any of our flavors, and show that you can get those more active years out of your life, get a little more energy in your day.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Miles, someone whose voice I appreciate and respect, Dr. Drew Pinsky, once told me that he said medicine is dangerous. You should always proceed with caution when it comes to taking any drug, no matter how innocuous it seems or no matter how much a doctor recommends it. What I love about Field of Greens is it's not a medicine, it's nutrition. It is what our body craves and needs to begin with. And then, looking down the road, when you have that improvement in your overall nutrition and health, then you don't need the medicine as much.
Yeah, it's no secret. Well, one, I love hearing about Dr. Drew Pinsky. We've done some advertising with him as well. So hopefully he's heard about our product a little bit. But yes, overall, just health and wellness. I mean, take the lean product, for example. Everyone's so gung-ho on the weight loss injections. And that's because America is obese. It's no secret. And that's why I think that, even our lean product has taken off so much. It's a more natural way to do it than the injections. And our doctors made that. But yeah, if you stay healthy, you don't need to all of a sudden fall back on all the pills and injections that Big Pharma likes to put down us or inject into us.
Cool. That's amazing. All right. So you got a brand new product that women are buzzing about, Creatone. Tell us about that one.
Yeah. For years, me included, men have been the ones getting the benefits of creatine. And there's so many new studies out, not only showing how much more creatine does than just the bigger muscles and six pack, but also for brain health, bone health, hormonal balances. And there's even more studies showing that women are actually getting more benefit from it than men if they start to supplement with it. It's because they have more deficiencies in it than the men. So start to take it really helps. And the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition developed Creatone specifically for women. It's a pure creatine, but there's also other patent ingredients that they added to it to give the additional boost to women. It helps increase energy and strength. It reduces fat, as well as helps tone and shape the muscle. But there's these additional benefits, like I said, with the brain health, with the hormonal health and bone health, and it's those lastly that really the women get the benefit of. And that's why they created Creatone as opposed to just putting out a normal creatine product. There's things in there that really give them the boost from this product. Like men can take it, but it's meant for women. Like a specific patent ingredient we partnered with is called Magtine. This is highly biological available magnesium that really pairs well with the creatine for the women's bone health and hormonal health. That's really amazing, and why the Creatone was made.
Does it matter the age? Should older women use Creatone? Does it matter?
It does not. They would actually probably get more benefit out of it. But yeah, I'd use at any age. And there's so many studies now on how much to take, how little to take, because I know women are a little bit scared of the bloating and stuff like that. And there'll be a little bit of that, but the benefits outweigh the, if you bloat it all, you get a toned, more fit body from taking the Creatone, and the brain health benefits are huge, and even more when you get older.
Yeah, with all the rise of mental fog, COVID, and post-COVID, that's an important gain for everyone in the country. All right, so I want to talk about the cycle that happens right around this time of year. We eat big on Thanksgiving. We snack all the way through Christmas. We wake up in January with great remorse because we're 20 pounds, 10 pounds, 5 pounds heavier. It's not necessary to go through that cycle. And one of the things I learned when I started eating healthier, particularly when I brought Field of Greens in, is keeping on a consistent fruit and diet injection into your diet keeps your weight down, even if you kind of cheat a little bit from every so often, hit the sugar every so often. tell us how we get through the holidays without having a 20-pound remorse moment in January.
Yeah, I mean, the holidays are joyous, but they're also so busy, and everyone's on the go, and they're eating on the go, and health and wellness kind of goes by the wayside. So it's the perfect time for take advantage of Brickhouse Nutrition. It's our biggest sale of the year. 30% off is the biggest discount we ever do. It can help keep you on track, or if you ever fall off track a little bit, can get you back on track. It's all of our products, and so that way you don't, January doesn't come around and you look down and you say, I got a few extra pounds around the belly I want to get rid of, but it kind of helps keep you there on the way up. So yeah, it's perfect time to try that.
Yeah.
All right, before we let you go, with the Field of Greens powder, do you have any special Christmas recipes?
Well, we have a few on the site, but I heard John has a friend with a brand new one that we got to hear all about.
I am. I'm going to put this one out because she came over my house and it was a little celery, a little bit of lemon juice, and a little bit of raspberry. And I got to tell you, it was, you could sell this as a smoothie and you'd be in, we'd have a smoothie shake going on. I'll get everybody. We'll put that up. I got to go pull it out on the handwritten card and I'll put it up on air here. But
we'd love that.
That people, they learn it on the show, they go use it, and then they fall in love and they start inventing their own flavors. I love it. Miles, I want to thank you personally again for all you do to make us healthier. And I also think if you're in the Christmas shopping mood today, you could give the gift of health. These are great products to get someone who might be ignoring their health and get them on a pathway to a better health like I experienced when I got engaged with Brickhouse Nutrition. So go do it today. You're not going to get a better deal. All right, folks, when we get back, we're going to stay on the topic of health. We'll discuss how to get in control of your blood pressure the natural way. That's a great idea, right? We'll have that next, right after these quick messages.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because you have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.
Welcome back, everybody. As we head into these colder months, many people see their blood pressure start to climb. Cold weather naturally causes blood vessels to tighten, so that makes it harder for the heart to pump. So that's why this time of year is especially important for routines that support healthy blood pressure, and that's where 120 Life comes in. So joining us to discuss is the founder of 120 Life, Ira Antelis. Ira, thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so I spent Thanksgiving with 90 of my closest family members in Lebanon, Tennessee, and some of them who are, I'm going to be safe here and say above 50. We're having conversations about blood pressure and concern that, things were creeping up as it gets colder. So this is a real phenomenon. I don't think I realized that until Thanksgiving.
Yeah, so I think you and even I had no idea that when the weather is cold, your blood vessels constrict. And when they constrict, your blood pressure is going up because the blood is not flowing. So what you need to do is really make sure that, number one, you must stay hydrated in cold weather. Number two, you must cover your hands, your feet, your head to counteract this and not ignore it because it's a real thing. And the opposite is in the summer, when it's warm, your blood pressure, unless it's extremely hot, tends to go down because your blood vessels have opened up.
Crazy. So what does your product do? Because I know we've got some people in our audience, we've gotten feedback from them when we've had people from your organization on before. What does it actually do?
So as some know, and maybe you know, that my life was not in blood pressure. My life has been really in music and the arts. And I developed this drink when I had an extremely a case of high blood pressure. And I'm like, I really need to lower this. And I had been reading about many, many things that lowers your blood pressure. The first thing I realized, to go back a little bit, is that if you have high blood pressure, well, actually 80% of people that have heart disease, strokes, kidney issues, vision issues, have high blood pressure. So if you can reduce your blood pressure, it is reducing the chances that you will get one of those things also. But what I realized is that, almost like we were talking about in cold weather, if you have high blood pressure, your blood vessels are constricted and your heart is working harder. So what do we do to counteract that? And there are like 5 or 6 things I have been reading about. Beets. So if you drink or eat beets, beets have nitric oxide. Nitric oxide in our body dilates. It means it opens up your blood vessels. If your blood vessels are open, your blood pressure probably will go down. Some of our other ingredients are hibiscus tea, which has been around for centuries, and pomegranate juice. And what they do is, again, they relax your blood vessels. If your blood vessels are relaxed, your blood is flowing better. Maybe a third example of the ingredients we have back to beets, hibiscus, and cranberry juice, and they act as what is known as a diuretic. Many doctors refer to that as a water pill. It helps get rid of excess water in our body. If there's water in our blood vessels, again, our heart is working harder. If our heart is working harder, our blood pressure is going up. So all of these things combined can help, and it helps many to lower your blood pressure, which is important.
Yeah. All right. So tell us about your product offerings, because some people prefer to take pills. Some people prefer to drink it in liquid form. Tell us about what you've got.
So we have 2 options. We have the juice, which we sent to you. It's already pre-made, 8-ounce bottles, and you drink a bottle a day. About a couple of years ago, many of my friends kept saying, well, I wanted something more convenient. So we developed the powder, which has actually some additional ingredients from the juice. And you take a scoop a day. You can mix it in your smoothie, as I do, water, cranberry, any kind of juice you want. And it's 1 scoop a day. The package lasts about 30 days. And most important, we're trying to get people healthier. If you try it and it doesn't help you, we'll just give you your money back. No questions asked. All you have to do is call the number on the website and say, hey, it did not help me, and I just refund the money. We don't do that a lot because it does help a lot of people, but if it's not helping you, you let us know.
That's amazing. And when you're describing these ingredients, I mean, I think beet juice has been a remedy, as you said, for centuries and even millennia for a lot of folks in the hibiscus tea. But the great thing about this is that as you are rattling off these ingredients, these are things that we should be consuming anyway. It's not harmful chemicals. It's not medicine. It's not drugs. It's not something that was created in a lab. It was something that was created in the earth or on the earth by our creator. It's amazing.
That's exactly right. And when I read about these ingredients, I kept thinking, wow, I'll just go buy them. I thought somebody had my idea that they all sort of looked similar, they taste similar. If they all lowered your blood pressure a little bit together, would they lower it a lot? And I used the word astonished that there was nothing on the market like this for people with high blood pressure. It was only about medication. I'm like, well, we have the studies that show all of these things individually lower your blood pressure. The thought was together would they lower it more, and they do.
Yeah. I mean, we have become so pathologically medicated as a society. I think that a lot of folks, especially, as people supported, President Trump in the last election, people who might not have been focused on health, they were falling in line with the Make America Healthy Again movement. And a lot of the tenets of that movement are, going the natural route instead of just always going to the pill cabinet.
That's exactly right. And I think there has been a movement, the MAHA movement, now saying, look, we grew up, I grew up, I'm a lot older than you, on, the world of fast food and junk food. And no, there are many, many better options. And if you take, especially as you get older, if you take better care of yourself, your life is just going to be healthier and better.
That's right. You invest in it and you put quality things like this into it, it's going to pay off. Founder of 120 Life, Iran Tellez, thanks so much for joining us today. And to our audience thank you. Same to you. For a limited time, everybody, you can try 120 Life and get 20% off. So just use the code JTN at checkout. That's at 120life.com. 120 Life offers a risk-free trial with a full refund. If you don't see lower numbers in 2 weeks, that is so fast, in 2 weeks. So go to 120life.com and use the code JTN to save 20%. We'll be right back on the other side.
Hey, folks, as we head into the holidays, big meals, travel, stress, and family chaos, chances are someone at your table is dealing with high blood pressure. Even if they swear that holiday calories don't count, half of all adults, literally 1 in 2, have high blood pressure. It's the #1 risk factor for mortality. And guess what? Giving someone better health is one of the most meaningful gifts you can offer. 120 Life is a once-a-day, great-tasting functional drink made with ingredients that help support healthy blood pressure. 120 Life is a blend of superfruit juices that is refreshing, not chalky. It's easy to make part of your morning routine, even during the craziness of the holidays. If your blood pressure doesn't improve in 2 weeks, you get your money back. No risk, no hassle, no fine print. For a limited time, try 120 Life and get 20% off. Just use the code JTN at checkout at 120life.com. 120 Life offers a risk-free trial with a full refund if you don't see lower numbers in 2 weeks. So go to 120life.com and use my promo code JTN to save 20%.
Thank you, Patriots. Because of you, Anthem of the Free by the J6 Prison Choir and Real America's Music hit #1 on iTunes. To say thank you, we're giving one Patriot the chance to win an incredible War Room, Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws poster, signed by the one and only Steve Bannon. How to enter? Text J6PC to 75802 to opt in. Download Anthem of the Free on iTunes. Be ready to show proof of purchase. Already downloaded? You're in. Haven't yet? Now's your chance to join the mission and still be eligible to win. All net proceeds from this song go to the Stand in the Gap Foundation, proudly supporting J6 prisoners facing mental and physical trauma and financial crisis caused by this political attack. Yes, we hit #1, but we can't stop there. Keep the pressure on. Keep downloading. Let's turn the woke music and entertainment industry upside down.
A song not only for January 6th, but for all Americans.
This is bigger than a song. It's a movement.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elf with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm Drawbridge in the Getter Chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
Hi, this is Chris from Wisconsin, and I love Real America's Voice because they have great news and a great chat family. God bless all of you.